Section 1 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by robrestivo. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Cruise of the Scandal, Part 1. "One must never forget," George said solemnly, "that rank has its duties as well as its privileges." I helped myself to another glass of champagne. "What is it you want me to do?" I asked. "I have no wish to dictate to you in any way," he answered. "I am merely offering my advice. As your elder brother and the head of the family, I naturally take an interest in your career." "Fire ahead," I replied gratefully. "I'm always ready to listen to wisdom, especially from a cabinet minister." There was a short pause. "Well then," George said, taking a thoughtful pull at his cigar, "my advice is that you should accept this invitation from Lady Bulstrode and make up your mind to settle down." "To do what?" I asked in dismay. "To settle down," George repeated with some firmness. "If you are ever going to do anything in your life, it's quite time you started. You can't go wandering about the world in this aimless fashion forever." "But it isn't aimless, George," I protested. "I always have an excellent reason for going anywhere." "And may I ask what your excellent reason was for spending the whole of last year in the wilds of Kashmir?" "I wanted to shoot a snow leopard," I said. George shrugged his shoulders. "Exactly what I mean. A year of your life thrown away on a frivolous piece of sport." "Frivolous," I echoed. "There's devilish little frivolity about shooting a snow leopard. You try it." "Thank you," George said coldly. "I have something better to do with my time." It was plain that he was getting a little huffy, and my conscience pricked me. With all his seriousness, George is an excellent fellow. "Look here, old son," I said. "Politics are all very well for you. You've got a turn for that sort of thing. But what on earth use should I be? I can't talk for nuts, and know rather less about the game than this cigar." George frowned slightly. "Politics," he observed, "are not a game. And with regard to your knowing nothing about them, I suppose you could learn. You have plenty of ability if you care to use it. Sir Henry Martin was telling me only yesterday that your paper about New Guinea in the Fortnightly was quoted by practically every witness at the Royal Commission." "Good," I said. "That must be why the editor wants me to write him something about Kashmir." George nodded his head approvingly. "I hope you will do so. Nowadays, serious journalism is as good an introduction to a political career as you could possibly have. Besides, one would like to feel that all these years of wandering around have not been entirely wasted." "Oh, they've not been wasted, George," I said. "I've enjoyed them enormously. The only thing is they've rather put me off on what people call civilization. I can stand a couple of months of London, but I'm afraid I should get frightfully fed up if I stopped here much longer." George leaned back in his chair and drummed lightly on the table with his fingers. "That," he said, "is due to the fact that you have no steadying influence in your life. When you have once settled down to regular work, you will find that this unfortunate restlessness will disappear." Then he paused. "It would be a good thing if you were to get married," he added. "What, on my income?" I exclaimed, for I knew George had rather spacious notions about the family dignity. George nodded. "There is no greater help to a rising politician than the right sort of wife," he remarked oracularly. "My dear George," I said, "I don't want to grumble about the size of my income. It has always been ample for my simple tastes. But when it comes to marriage and living in London and being in Parliament, what the devil's the good of £900 a year? Why, it wouldn't keep some women in frocks." "There are some women," George replied, "who can very well afford to pay for their own frocks." I looked at him in surprise and pain. "You're not doing anything so immoral as to suggest that I should marry for money?" I asked. George carefully removed the ash from his cigar. To contract an alliance with a wealthy woman, he observed, is not necessarily the same as what you are pleased to call marrying for money. No, George, I said. I hope I'm sufficiently English to appreciate the difference. Besides, he went on, disregarding my interruption, marriage must always be a matter of give and take. If a woman brings you a reasonable dowry, you, on the other hand, are able to offer her one of the oldest names in the country, an unimpeachable social position, and a certain measure of youth and good looks. I picked up one of the Savoy tablespoons and contemplated my reflection in its highly polished surface. I can only conclude that it did not do me justice. That's all very well, I said, but where does one find one of these gilded and easily pleased females? Again, George's brow contracted. There are plenty of charming girls in society who at the same time are by no means paupers. You are sure to find one or two at Grendon, for instance. I put down the spoon slowly. Oh-ho, I said. Now I begin to understand. We are expected to combine business and pleasure this trip, eh? If you mean to suggest that I have been talking this matter over with Lady Bulstrode, George said coldly, you are quite mistaken. At the same time, I know she would be only too pleased to see you make a sensible marriage. She has often asked after you when you've been away, and when she heard you were in London, she insisted on my sending her your address at once. Lady Bulstrode, I said, is a dear old soul. I've always been in love with her ever since I was a kid at Strathmore, and she used to ask me over to Grendon to shoot rabbits. By the way, who's living at Strathmore now? George looked at me a little suspiciously. I think he believed me guilty of trying to change the conversation. There's no one there at present, he replied, except old Donald Ross and his wife. I want to sell the place if I can. It's no good to us. Oh, don't sell it, I protested. It's the only one of our numerous family mansions I could ever stand. Then I paused. I left a boat there the last time I was in England, I added. I wonder what's happened to it. I should imagine it's still there, George replied. I laughed and finished my champagne. I wasn't suggesting you pawned it, I said. A sense of humor not being my brother's strong point, this little pleasantry fell on stony ground. Aren't we wandering rather from the point? He asked. Not a bit, I said with some cheerfulness. I was just thinking that if I'm booked to go to Grendon in 10 days' time, it's highly necessary that I should have a short holiday first. A smart country house party bang on top of 2 months in England would just about finish me. Well, said George, raising his eyebrows. Well, that's why I inquired about the boat, I finished. I could just put in a week's sailing nicely and write my paper for the Fortnightly at the same time. George looked at me with a kind of pitying interest. Am I to understand that you intend to sail about the coast of Scotland for a week by yourself? I nodded. A certain amount of solitude, I observed, is necessary for the production of great literature. George shrugged his shoulders. I suppose you are serious. Personally, I should find it difficult to imagine anything less enjoyable or anything less conducive to work. I shan't be sailing all the time, I explained. I shall make a snug little base on Carron Island and do my scribbling there. Carron Island, repeated George incredulously. Why, the place is deserted. No one has been there for years. Yes, they have, George, I said. I spent a fortnight there last time I was home, and what's more, I built myself a rather superior hut. Unless some of the Fisher boys have been monkeying around with it, it ought to be as sound as ever. I took a lot of trouble over that hut. At this point, George, who had been consulting his watch, apparently decided that I had wasted quite enough of his time for the present. Well, please yourself, he said, and beckoned the waiter with a peremptory wave of his hand. So long as you go to Grendon, I suppose that's all we can expect. I shall hope to hear soon, however, that you are adopting some really serious and permanent interest in life. If it should take the form of an heiress, George, I said, I will wire you at once without fail. Exactly 2 days after this sporting promise, I found myself in the excellent company of the sea and the sky about 3 miles off the land, near Inverness. I was not alone. Sitting in the bows of the boat, and looking out with interest towards the approaching coast of Cairn Island, was the most disreputable rough-haired terrier puppy that had ever forced his society upon his betters. His name was Rufus, and he had been presented to me by Donald Ross. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he had presented himself, and that Donald, with the simple philosophy of his race, had merely acquiesced in the arrangement. For from the moment I had arrived at Strathmore, Rufus had joyously but firmly adopted me as his new owner, and nothing short of prussic acid would, I think, have terminated the engagement. I must admit that I was glad of his society. Not that solitude has any terrors for me, but still a dog undoubtedly lends a certain harmony that it otherwise lacks. One feels this most especially at mealtimes. Anyhow, there we were, Rufus and I, quite content with each other's company, and thrusting our way merrily through the small white-capped waves that rose and sank in the brisk offshore breeze. Although only a 4-tonner, my little boat, the Scandal, was a rare sea-going craft, and the faithful Donald had looked after her with such honest care that the sails and rigging were as sound as on the day I had laid her up. Dressed in an old pair of gray flannel trousers and a still older shirt, I must have cut almost as disreputable a figure as Rufus. George would have had a fit on the spot if he could have seen me, but I can't say that even this somber reflection depressed me much. Stowed away in the locker, I had a large hamper from Harrods, a change of kit, a Primus stove, and a generous supply of baccy and books. And if a man can't be happy for a week on an outfit like that, all I can say is I'm devilishly sorry for him. There are 2 places on the island where you can get a safe anchorage. One a small sheltered bay on the farther side, and the other a kind of shallow estuary looking out towards Strathmore. I decided on the latter as being the nearer, and steered the Scandal towards the struggling growth of trees that half hid the entrance. I struck the channel all right first shot, and running up the cove, came round head to the wind and let down my anchor. Rufus watched the proceedings with considerable interest. He evidently realized we were going to shore, for the moment I hauled alongside the tiny collapsible Berthrin boat that we had been towing behind us, he jumped in hurriedly with a little yelp of approval, and sat down in the stern sheets. Then he looked up at me and grinned. I hesitated for a moment as to whether I should cart any of my stores ashore at once. Then I decided it would be better to land first, and make certain that my hut was still in existence. Quite possibly it had been spirited away in the interval by some enterprising fishermen, and in that case I intended to make the tiny cabin of the Scandal my headquarters. I'm not lazy, but there is a limit to one's enthusiasm for single-handed house-building. A very few strokes brought us to the shore, which at this point consisted of a marshy stretch of saltings about 20 yards broad. I tugged the boat up out of the water, and, preceded by Rufus, who kept looking round to see that there was not some dark plot to maroon him, I picked my way from tuft to tuft towards the edge of the wild, heather-covered down of which Cairn Island is chiefly composed. The whole place is only about a half a mile wide, but one cannot see the hut until one is almost upon it, as it stands on the farther side of the island under the shelter of some rising ground. I had built it there purposefully so that it should be invisible from the mainland. Rufus reached it before I did. Rounding the base of the little hill and coming into full view of it, I found him lying on the grass, contemplating his discovery with every symptom of surprised approval. "Yes, my son," I said, "you may well look awestruck, but that superb edifice—" Then I stopped. "Well, I'm hanged," I said incredulously. There, just to the right of the hut door, I had suddenly caught sight of a wood fire crackling and blazing away in the most cheerful and unabashed fashion. I stared at it for a moment in amazement. Yes, it was a wood fire, all right. There could be no doubt about that. And furthermore, sitting complacently amongst the flames, I perceived a large black kettle, from the spout of which little jets of steam were shooting into the air. "Rufus," I observed, "there's some cursed intruder here." Rufus looked thoughtfully at the kettle and put out his tongue. "Yes," I said sternly, "I've seen that. But if you imagine I'm going to sell my birthright for a mess of pottage, you're mistaken. Tea or no tea, out he comes. I strode across the intervening grass to the door of the hut and rapped loudly with my knuckles. The result was unexpected. I heard a slight exclamation, accompanied almost simultaneously by the crash of falling china. Then, very clearly and earnestly, a rather sweet voice remarked, "Damn." I turned to fly, but it was too late. There was a sound of quick footsteps, and the door opened abruptly, and I found myself confronted by the prettiest girl I had ever seen in my life. She was dressed in a short blue skirt with a soft cream-colored shirt open at the neck. From under the red tam-o'-shanter, her dark brown hair hung down her back in two long plaits, reaching just below her waist. As for her face, well, I always think a beautiful face is the most difficult thing to describe in the world. But if you can picture a Madonna turned wood nymph, and delightfully sunburned at that, you'd be somewhere around the mark. For a moment her gray eyes contemplated me with calm surprise. Then her gaze traveled to Rufus, who promptly sat up and wagged his tail. That, I explained, is his manner of apologizing. She turned back to me and her lips parted in a frank smile. "I expect," she said, "that I ought to be apologizing instead. This is not my island, as you probably know." "It certainly isn't mine," I returned, "and you were here first." "Very well," she said. "I'll accept the apology. After all, you've made me break a plate." "Your nerves must be splendid," I said. "I should have broken a whole dinner service." She laughed cheerfully. "It is silly of me to be startled, but somehow or other one doesn't expect afternoon visitors here." Then she paused. "I don't know whether you are a friend of the owner of the island," she added. "Indeed, I'm afraid I don't even know who he is." "His name," I said, "is George. We are slightly acquainted." "And did he build this hut?" "No," I said proudly. "I did that." She looked a little embarrassed. "I must apologize then," she said. "I'm afraid I've been making free with your property in the most unpardonable manner. I thought it was kind of a desert island." "And so it was," I said, "before you came. A most hopeless desert." Then I hesitated. "If you would think me inquisitive," I went on, "may I ask how you managed to get here?" She smiled. "The same way you did, I expect. My boat's round the bend behind the trees." She pointed away to the left towards the small bay which formed the island's other anchorage. "It's only a 3-tonner, though," she added regretfully. I looked at her with some interest. "Are you accustomed to roam about the high seas single-handedly in a 3-ton boat?" I inquired. "Oh, yes," she said. "Why not? After all, they are the easiest to handle." "They are certainly the easiest to get drowned in," I replied. She shrugged her shoulders. "One must take what one can get in this world. It's not my boat. You see, I only—" She was interrupted by a violent hissing from the fire, which temporarily disappeared in a cloud of steam. "Oh, dear," she cried in dismay. "There's the kettle boiled over. You'll excuse me a minute while I make tea, won't you?" She dived into the hut, reappearing almost immediately with a brown earthenware teapot in her hand. "You'll have a cup?" she asked, pausing for a moment on her way to the fire. "There ought to be enough for 2, unless it's all boiled away." "You're very forgiving," I said. "It's more than I deserve after making you break a plate." "It's the least I can do," she retorted, "after jumping your hut like this." She filled up the pot and, coming back, placed it carefully on a stump of one of the trees, which I had cut down to build the place. "This is the table," she said. "If you'll sit down on the grass and wait for a minute, I'll bring out the tea." The suggestion seemed a sound one, so I accepted it without protest. Whoever my hostess might be, she is certainly not lacking in self-possession, and I felt sure that if she had wanted any help, she would have asked for it. Selecting a comfortable place, I spread myself out on the grass, and Rufus, who had apparently been on a short tour of inspection, came up sideways and licked my boot. "Rufus," I said, "we have struck a remarkable adventure." He lay down and looked at me out of the corner of his eye. "We have discovered a mermaid, a sea dryad." An island goddess, I went on. In fact, I'm not at all sure that we haven't found Astarte herself. He rolled slowly over on his back and pointed all 4 feet towards the sky. I'm glad to see, I said, that you have a sense of reverence. It was at this point that, heavily burdened with accessories, the goddess emerged from her retreat. I'm afraid it's a poor sort of tea, she said as I jumped up to help her unload. Do you mind a mug and condensed milk? They're all I've got to offer you. On a desert island, I said, both a cup and a cow would be painfully out of place. Still, she laughed, I think if I were going to be here long, I'd give them a trial. They might get acclimatized. It's an interesting question, I said, as to which of them would be broken first. Taking her various burdens from her, I began to set them out in a half circle around the teapot. If I'd known I was going to have a visitor, she said, I'd have made some hot cakes. As it is, you'll have to be content with gingerbread and biscuits. Then she sat down opposite me and began to pour out tea. I watched her with the most pleasant curiosity. I have been in a good many parts of the world and met some distinctly quaint people, but this beautiful girl with her perfect self-possession and astounding absence of convention baffled me completely. Who on earth could she be, and what was she doing on the island? My island. Or, to be strictly accurate, George's island. That she was well educated, what I believe is known in refined circles as a lady, was of course obvious. But this only made the situation even more puzzling than ever. I simply gave it up, and accepting a cup of tea which she handed across, waited calmly for any further enlightenment that fate might vouchsafe. You shall have your hut back by 6 o'clock, she said, breaking a biscuit and offering half of it to Rufus. I'll get my belongings on board directly after tea. I hope you won't do anything of the kind, I answered promptly. Then, feeling that my remark, though true and distinctly well-intended, was perhaps a trifle obscure, I hastened to add, I never use the hut when I come here. I always sleep on the Scandal. On the what? She asked, opening her nice gray eyes. On my boat, I explained. I call her the Scandal because she travels faster than anything else in Scotland. Her eyes sparkled. I wonder if she'd beat the Penguin. That's my boat. I've only hired her, but she goes like a bird. Well, if you'll stay till tomorrow, we'll have a race, I said. Then she clasped her hands. It would be fun, wouldn't it? Then she paused. But I don't think I ought to, she added regretfully. Why not? I asked. Are you too proud to share an island? She shrugged her shoulders, smiling. No, I'm not proud, but it would put me in a rather awkward position if someone found out. Nobody will find out, I said reassuringly. The only person who will ever know anything about it is Rufus, and he's a tactful dog. Aren't you, my son? Rufus, who was sitting up in expectation of some more biscuits, gave a corroborative wag of his tail. Besides, I went on, you ought to give me a chance of returning your hospitality. I was hoping you'd come and have breakfast with me on the Scandal tomorrow. Oh, she said frankly, I'd love to. Please don't think I'm being silly about it, but I really have to be careful what I'm doing. You see, I'm not supposed to be here at all. Of course you're not, I said. In fact, I don't believe you are here. Things like this don't happen in real life. I shall wake up in a minute and find that you are a delightful dream. She laughed merrily. We'll have some more tea first, she suggested, holding out the teapot. I waited until she filled the cup, and then I asked her a question. Now, I want you to tell me the truth, I said. If I hadn't come blundering in here, how long were you going to stay on the island? She hesitated for a moment. The truth, I repeated firmly. Another 3 days, she admitted. I have to be back on Friday. Well, I said, if you don't stay those 3 days, I shall never forgive myself. I really don't want to use either the hut or the island. On my honor. I've got my anchorage, and we shan't be in each other's way. In fact, you needn't see me at all if you don't want to. But you just asked me to breakfast, she objected. You're not trying to back out of it now, are you? Then you'll stay, I cried joyfully. Her eyes twinkled. I might, she said, if you can really guarantee the discretion of Rufus. I drank up 3/4 of my tea and poured the rest as a libation. It just occurs to me, I said, that I haven't introduced myself. She made a quick, protesting gesture with her hand. Don't then, she said, smiling. Let's stop just as we are. It will be much jollier if we know nothing about each other, and Rufus can't betray us then, even if he wants to. But we've christened you already, I objected. We've decided that you must be Astarte. I think she's the lady who came out of the sea foam, wasn't she? Astarte made a little mocking bow. You pay compliments very prettily, she said. I shall call you Stephen. Why Stephen? I inquired. She jumped up smiling and brushed some crumbs from her skirt. You're shockingly ignorant of English history. Don't you remember that Stephen followed Rufus? I shook my head. Your wisdom leaves me breathless, I said. I can't go back further than Victoria myself. She laughed. Well, if I didn't know that, I shouldn't be much... Then she suddenly stopped. You wouldn't be much what? I asked. Never mind, she said. Let's just put these things away, and then I'll take you down and show you the penguin. I'd like to know what you think of her. To describe the next few days would be rather like trying to recapture some strange, delightful dream after one has woken up. I only know that the time hurried away at that absurd and unnecessary pace which Providence seems to reserve for the more charming moments of life. Of course, our surroundings were not unfavorable to romance, but apart from that, Astarte was one of those fragrant people who have the power of throwing a kind of happy glamour over everything. Underneath all her self-possession and efficiency, she had the heart of a frank and joyous child. I shall never forget her delight when she helped me unpack Herod's hamper on the first morning, and dragged out the various delicacies those thoughtful gentlemen had provided me with. Well, you're the sort of person I like to be asked to breakfast by, she laughed, dumping them down one after another. A tongue? A cold chicken? Pâté foie de gras? Champagne? Cigars? Oh, Stephen, you are greedy. Do you always look after yourself like this when you go exploring? I lived for a month once on dried apricots and snow, I returned, but I don't do that sort of thing from choice. Besides, I added recklessly, I had a sort of feeling I was going to meet you. She held up a reproving finger. You're not ashore now, she said, smiling, and no sailor should tell fibs at sea. Have you been reading Kipling's Brass-Bound Man? I asked. No, she said simply. My father told me that. And this, I think, was the only occasion in all the 3 days in which she volunteered any information about herself or her life apart from Cairn Island. It must be admitted that we had plenty of time for exchanging confidences had we wished. Our day started about 9 a.m. when, after an early morning dip, Rufus and I would pull off to the shore in the dinghy and meet Astarte, who'd walked over from the hut. Breakfast followed, a merry, easy meal lasting about an hour and a half, after which I would sail the Scandal round to the farther anchorage, while my guest, in the teeth of all polite convention, cheerfully washed up the cups and plates. Then came the great event of the day, our race around the island for the Charon Cup. This trophy had been presented by Astarte herself on the morning after my arrival. She had brought it over to breakfast with her, a painful atrocity in green and white and gold, bearing a purple label announcing that it was a present from Strathpeffer. We must have a prize, you see, she explained, and I've been wanting to get rid of this ever since I stole it. It's hardly an inducement to pulling out one's best sailing, I objected, eyeing it with a slight shudder. All the same, we most decidedly did pull out our best sailing, and the Charon Cup changed hands with spirited frequency. Astarte won it the first day. I wrested it from her on the second, only, however, to lose it finally and for good on the last morning. She sailed her little 3-tonner with wonderful skill and daring, and, seasoned as I am at handling small boats, I found I was up against an opponent whose education was every bit as complete as my own. It was all very jolly, but I think the evenings were the best part. We always had supper outside the hut, to which I had transferred about half the contents of my hamper. With the aid of these and Astarte's dazzling skill with the Primus, we used to fare as sumptuously as Devise, and, I warrant, with a much better appetite than that hardly treated capitalist. And when supper was over and all the things were washed up, we would lie around the wood fire that we always made and discuss the morning's race and sailing generally and any other pleasing topic that happened to roll up. And later on, when we exchanged enough wisdom, We used to sing songs to each other, accompanying ourselves on the banjo, which a thoughtful providence had inspired me to ship on board the Scandal. My own repertoire is confined to strenuous efforts such as Rolling Down the Rio and Drake's Drum, but Astarte had a charming voice, a deep, sorrowful contralto, and she used to sing sad little songs about love and death, which always seemed to me to be the two best things to make music out of. Besides, they were in such delightful contrast to her own splendid joy in life. It was only on the night before she went away that I found out how fond of her I was. She was lying on the grass, her chin in her hand, and her gray eyes staring thoughtfully into the fire, as she listened to my description of some impossible place in the ends of the earth which I had once visited. Anything about the ends of the earth seemed to appeal to her with peculiar force. In the middle of my story, it suddenly struck me with an abrupt and painful sense of desolation that on the following evening she would not be there. I went on talking, but somehow or other all interest and color died out of my yarn, and I finished as lamely as George making one of his official excuses for the government. For a moment or two she looked at me without speaking. Then she sat up. "What's the matter, Stephen?" she asked, pushing her hair back from her eyes. "Nothing just now," I said. "I was wondering what Rufus and I were going to do tomorrow." "You must do that mysterious work you were talking about. You haven't begun it yet, and it's all my fault." "But I can't work when I feel lonely," I objected. "2 days ago," she said, "you told me a desert island was the only place you could write in." "Yes," I said, "but I was younger then and not so experienced." She laughed, that low, sweet laugh of hers that always reminded me of deep water. Then she leaned forward again, and a sudden flicker of the fire lit up her eyes and her hair, and showed me the soft curve of her lips. She looked so utterly adorable that for a moment I as nearly as possible forgot the rules. It was only with a big effort that I crushed back a sudden, wild impulse to take her in my arms. As it was, I jumped up, just a little abruptly. "Astarte," I said, "it's time you went to bed. All good sailors turn in early the night before a voyage." She looked up at me for a second with a grave, almost wistful expression, and then she held out her hand. "You're right, Stephen," she said. "Good night." I bent down and very lightly kissed the tips of her fingers. This is the end of Section 1.
Section 2 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by robrestivo. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The conclusion of The Cruise of the Scandal. Midday the next morning found me, with Rufus by my side, standing in somber isolation on the extremest promontory of the island. 3 miles away, the Penguin, now merely a white speck on the water, was just rounding the big bluff of Strathmore Head. "She's gone, my dog," I said. "She's gone." Rufus looked out over the sea and whined dismally. "Yes," I said, "that's exactly how I feel, but it won't bring her back." He threw up his head and howled. "That's no use either," I said bitterly. "If it was, I should do it myself." Then, with a last glance seaward, I turned round and, followed by a very depressed puppy, made my way slowly across the saltings to where the Scandal was at anchor. I forget who first launched the theory that work was a successful anodyne for baffled love. Anyway, I can bear personal witness that he was mistaken. No one has ever worked much harder than I did during my remaining 3 days on the island, and no one has been more persistently haunted by the vision of an absent face. I wrote the whole of my article for the Fortnightly, 13 solid, chunky pages all about Kashmir, and at the end of it I found that I was even fonder of Astarte than when she had left the island. "This is the mischief," I observed to Rufus. "What are we going to do about it, my dog?" Rufus wagged his tail and looked immensely sympathetic, but beyond that he made no attempt to help. "We must find her, Rufus," I went on. We must find her even if we have to spend the rest of our lives wandering about Scotland. There was a short pause while we both contemplated this appalling possibility. Then, with a deep sigh, Rufus twisted himself round and began to scratch his ear. I watched him gloomily, wondering what was the best way of setting to work. If I only had some due, however vague, I could at least have followed it up. But Astarte had gone away from me, leaving herself as much a mystery as ever. Apart from sheer luck, my only chance of finding her seemed to lie in tracing the Penguin. She had told me she had hired the latter, but when and from whom were matters of which I knew nothing. Still, a boat is a boat, and any yachtsman or yacht hand about the coast would probably be acquainted with the little three-tonner, at all events by reputation. Of course, even then, it by no means followed that I should be very much forward her, for, granted that the owner knew all about Astarte, he might quite conceivably see no reason in confiding in me. It was a pretty little problem, and after pondering it over all ends up, I eventually decided that the best thing to do at the moment was to go on to Grendon as I had originally arranged. In the first place, I couldn't get out of the visit now without appearing rather rude, and secondly, I was just as likely to pick up some information about the Penguin there as I was anywhere else. Besides, I very much wanted to see old Lady Bulstrode. She had always been nice to me when I was a boy, and she was almost the only one of our family friends who was not a confounded prig. So on the Saturday morning, after fastening up the hut, I came back on board the Scandal and pulled up my anchor for the last time. I couldn't help feeling sad as we sailed down the little estuary and turned our backs on the island, but Rufus, with the callousness of extreme youth, appeared to be in the best of spirits. Anyhow, he stood on the bows and barked at the seagulls with a vigor that suggested an entire lack of any decent sentiment. His only excuse for such disgraceful cheerfulness was the weather. It was an ideal September morning, all blue and gold, with a nice breeze off the sea and that faint delicious crispness in the air that almost reconciles one to the death of summer. The Scandal, with every bit of sail she could carry, leaped merrily through the water, reveling in her job like the gallant little boat she was. Even my own depression was not quite proof against such joyous influences, and by the time we ran alongside Strathmore Landing, I had nearly as possible recovered my usual serenity. As medicine for a disordered heart, I'll back the sea against literature any day in the week. Grendon, Lady Bulstrode's place, is only about 20 miles from Strathmore as the crow flies. But when one is hampered with a fortnight's luggage and a dog, a crow is devilish little use as a means of conveyance. A motor would have been by far my easiest method of getting there, but George had not suggested lending me his, and it was impossible to hire one nearer than Rothnarn. So after changing into the garments of civilization and collecting my traps, which I had left with Donald Ross, I was driven to jogging 8 miles in the latter's open trap and picking up the local Highland Railway at Craigmere. This abandoned me late in the afternoon at a little wayside station some 6 miles from Grendon, where I had wired to be met. The Bulstrode family turnout, with its magnificent red wheels, black horses, and orange livery, was waiting there in answer to my summons. Rufus and I got in amid a general touching of hats, and reclining comfortably on the cushions, rolled noiselessly off through the magnificent Highland scenery. For the first time I began to fear that Rufus was a bit of a snob. The languid hauteur with which he acknowledged the subservience of the staff was worthy of a newly ennobled lawyer. It was just 6 o'clock when we turned in at the lodge gates at Grendon and drove up the long avenue of fir trees. I was received at the hall door by the butler, a delightful old man whom I remembered perfectly from the days of my boyish visits. With the charming candor of an ancient retainer, he at once began to comment on my appearance. "Ah, Master Guy, but you've grown, sir," he remarked in an improving voice. "It's quite possible, Parks," I said cheerfully, "especially since I was only 14 when I was here last." "Fair grown out of all knowledge," he repeated, looking at me with his head on one side. "And brown, too, though you're always one for getting sunburnt, Master Guy." "I've not lost any of my bad habits, Parks," I replied. "Where's Lady Bulstrode?" "Her ladyship's upstairs in her own room. I'm to bring you straight up to her, sir." "Lead on, then, Macduff," I said, smiling, and tossing my cap on the table, I followed the old man through the big hall with its innumerable weapons and stag heads, and up the broad stone staircase that led to the gallery above. He stopped outside a door and tapped gently. "Come in," called a decisive voice, and turning the handle, Parks stepped forward. "Master Guy, my lady," he said, as though I were about 14 and just come home for the holidays. Lady Bulstrode, who had been writing letters, jumped up with surprising alacrity. "My dear boy," she said, taking my hand in both of hers. "My dear boy, I'm so pleased to see you." She looked just as she did when I had seen her last in London 5 years before, old, shrewd, and kindly, with the same twinkling black eyes, and unless I'm much mistaken, precisely the same wig. "It's charming you remember me at all," I said. "Parks tells me that I've grown so big and black that no one would know me." Parks, who was still standing by the door, made a kind of expostulating murmur, and Lady Bulstrode, with a laugh, pushed me gently backwards into a chair. "Sit down," she said. "Sit down and let me have a good look at you." Then, turning to Parks, she added, "Bring the whiskey and soda up here, Parks. I'm sure Mr. Guy would like a drink after his travels." As the old man went out, Rufus, who up till then had been keeping modestly in the background, apparently decided it was time to introduce himself. Anyhow, he came squirming out from under the sofa and sat down with much tail wagging in the middle of the room. "I couldn't help bringing him," I explained apologetically. "He adopted me at Strathmore last week, and his motto seems to be the same as Ruth's. 'Where thou goest, I will go.' Do you mind dogs in the house?" "I mind nothing," said Lady Bulstrode, "except rheumatism and traveling third class. Come here, boy." She held out her hand to Rufus, who crawled up and seated himself carefully with his back against her skirt. "George told me you were in these parts," she went on, "or, as he put it, picking it up on some absurd island off Strathmore." "Dear George," I said, "he has all the simple candor of a British statesman." "He has quite a high opinion of you," returned Lady Bulstrode, "though he thinks you're a little mad." "He's probably right. Anyhow, I'm very thirsty," I replied, as the door opened and Parks came in with the whiskey. I mixed myself a long drink and, at Lady Bulstrode's command, lighted a cigarette. "I had a talk with George the other day," I said when the door closed behind us. "He thinks it's quite time I settled down." "What do you think about it?" asked Lady Bulstrode. "That doesn't matter," I said, "at least not to George." My hostess smiled. "Still, even unimportant things are sometimes interesting." "I think," I said, "that one cabinet minister in the family is quite enough." "Ample," agreed Lady Bulstrode hastily. "But, after all, there are plenty of other openings in life for an energetic and honest young man." "Yes," I said, "and I've found mine. So long as my £900 a year lasts and I can live off the workers, I'm quite content to go tramping around the world, especially if editors will pay me for scribbling about it. I'm a born loafer, and I suppose when the world is properly organized, I shall be locked up in a labor colony." "At least you'll be in good company," said Lady Bulstrode, "though I think you make yourself out worse than you are," she added. "No," I said, "mine is a useless life. I've never had any illusions on the point. If I had, George would have shattered them for me long ago." "George," she returned, "is too serious to live. I tried to get him up here for a few days, and he said things were so bad at Westminster that he couldn't be spared. Those were his actual words." I nodded. "They would be. There's no bally mock modesty about George. Who's here, by the way?" "Well, there's no one at the present moment except Alan's 2 children and old Mrs. Fawcett. I have a regular smart house party coming for you tomorrow, though." She looked at me mischievously. "Go on," I said. "I can bear it." "There's Miss Faversham and her mother." She began to tick them off on her fingers. "A good-looking girl, lots of money. Her father is a big contractor, Faversham in Kent, you know. Then there are the Gordons, the K.C. and his wife, and the McCullochs from Minister, another pretty girl there. And Raymond Sturgis, he's sort of a cousin of yours, and old Lord Pembury, and, Great Scott, I interrupted. You mean they're all coming in a bunch?
More or less. They'll be here to dinner anyhow. I shall want you to play host, Guy.
I groaned. Oh, it will do you good, she went on ruthlessly.
You shall have Miss Faversham on one side and the McCullough girl on the other.
If you're going to use threats, I began with some dignity. A sudden tap at the door interrupted me.
Come in,
called out Lady Bulstrode. I looked up, casually expecting Parks, and for one radiant, blinding moment I thought I'd gone mad. Standing in the doorway was Astarte. She was dressed in a plain black evening frock, and the plaits of her brown hair no longer hung down her back. But I knew her as instantly and surely as I should know the sun and the stars. So did Rufus. With one loud yell of joy, he leapt to his feet and hurled himself upon her in wild and vociferous delight.
Bless my soul,
remarked Lady Bulstrode. Rufus, I said with tremendous effort, control yourself. Astarte picked him up in her arms, and in a couple of pats soothed him into something like sanity. She was plainly as amazed as I was, and I could see her breast rising and falling rapidly as she looked first at me and then at Lady Bulstrode. When she spoke, however, it was in her usual delightful, calm manner. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I thought you were alone."
My dear Grace, said Lady Bulstrode, fanning herself gently, do all dogs take to you like that?
Astarte put Rufus down with a little laugh.
Only well-bred ones, she said. Well, let me introduce you both. This is Guy Heathcote, Grace. I've often talked to you about him. Guy, this is my friend, Miss Grace Conway.
I bowed. I don't know how to apologize for Rufus, I said. I can only think that you must be like someone he knows.
I expect I am,
she answered with delightful frankness. Then turning to Lady Bulstrode, she added,
I came to bring you your change. Here it is, £4.10.
And she put down a little pile of gold on the table.
Did the mare go all right?
She nodded.
Oh, yes. We went in and out in great style, and the children enjoyed themselves enormously. I mustn't stop to talk now, though. I promised to tell them a story before dinner, and they won't go to sleep if I disappoint them. You shall hear all about our adventures later.
She smiled, that dear, merry smile I knew so well, and the next moment she had gone. There was a pause, then I took a deep, steadying breath. Who is that beautiful thing? I asked.
That,
Lady Bulstrode said with some pride,
is my governess.
Your governess, I repeated. What does she teach you? Lady Bulstrode chuckled.
Well, when I say my governess, I'm speaking as a grandmother. She's supposed to be looking after Alan's children, though as a matter of fact, she looks after me just as much. I don't know what I should do without Grace.
I looked at her with some sympathy. And how did you find Grace? I asked. Lady Bulstrode shivered slightly.
Don't, Guy, she said. It reminds me of our local minister, a dreadful person. Grace is the daughter of the only man I've ever loved, poor Jack Conway.
What, the explorer? I said. She nodded.
When he fell down that stupid cliff and killed himself, he left Grace absolutely unprovided for. It was just like poor Jack, a dear, delightful man, but quite hopeless about anything to do with money. I don't suppose he ever thought what would happen to Grace if he died. He took her away from school when she was about 16, and for the last 3 years before he was killed, they'd been wandering about the world together in that absurd little ship of his, just as if she'd been a boy.
Ah, I said thoughtfully, for I was beginning to smell land, as the sailors put it.
You see,
went on Lady Bulstrode,
all Jack's income, such as it was, died with him, and there was nothing left for Grace except the copyright of his books. Well, goodness knows, Grace isn't a girl who wants luxuries, but all the same, you can't live off of 3 volumes of travels, even if they have been praised by the Royal Geographical Society.
It sounds rather indigestible, I admitted.
And so,
finished Lady Bulstrode triumphantly,
I persuaded her to come to me and help me look after Ellen's children. Of course, she's much too good to be a governess all her life, but I mean to marry her off to the first nice rich man who's got the sense to appreciate her. I've got one in my mind's eye now.
Suddenly I conceived a violent dislike for this prominently placed gentleman. I shouldn't think it would be difficult to fall in love with her, I remarked casually, unless one has a rooted objection to girls being sunburned. Lady Bulstrode laughed.
Oh, most of that will wear off. She's just been for her holiday, staying with some school friends and sailing about the coast and living in the open air. I told her she'd ruin her complexion, but I don't think she worries her head about that kind of thing. She's a born gypsy, like her father.
The booming sound of the gong from the hall interrupted our conversation. Glancing at the clock, Lady Bulstrode got up from her chair.
Come along, Guy, she said. That's the dressing bell. I'll take you up to your room, and then you can tell me if there's anything you want.
Closely followed by Rufus, who was obviously determined not to lose sight of me in this strange establishment, I accompanied my hostess along one side of the gallery and up a small flight of stairs which led to a couple of doors.
Here we are,
she said, opening the door to the left.
It's Ellen's old room. I hope you'll be comfortable, Guy.
I glanced around at the big, splendidly furnished apartment and saw that my things were all unpacked and laid out ready for use. My eyes took in the thick turkey carpet, the deep easy chairs, and the luxurious brass bedstead. I looked up with a smile. I think I can rough it here for a night or so, I said. I'm used to hardships. Lady Bulstrode laughed again, and, giving me an affectionate pat on the shoulder, left me to my toilet and my reflections. I could have desired no better company than the latter. Indeed, my first impulse on finding myself alone was to indulge in a kind of sacramental joy dance around the room. But the thought that there might be someone underneath was sufficient to restrain my ardor, so I contented myself with going up to Rufus, who had jumped up on one of the chairs, and warmly shaking him by the paw. "Rufus," I said, "we've found her. Found our first shot. Who says there's no such thing as destiny?" Rufus licked my hand and then looked up as though to convey his congratulations. "We'll run no more risks," I went on. "We won't let her sail away this time, eh, my dog?" Then I paused. "Why, damn it, Rufus," I added, "you're sitting on my dress coat. Get off it, confound you." He jumped down hastily in some apprehension, but I was feeling too cheerful to be annoyed. When you have just found the woman you love, even the spectacle of your dress coat being used as a doormat fails to arouse any serious resentment. While I changed, I reflected pleasantly on what I would say to Astarte. It was evident that she had told Lady Bulstrode little or nothing about her holiday, and I was glad to feel that the whole of those delicious 3 days was still a secret between us. One thing I was determined about, and that was that if she was under any misapprehension as to my feelings towards her, it should be swiftly and effectively removed. On the island I had been handicapped, for any departure from the jolly fiction that we were just casual pals would have spoiled everything. Here, however, there was no such barrier. We were meeting on level terms, and it should not be my fault if Astarte remained in any doubt as to how much I loved her. I went downstairs feeling what a journalist would call agreeably elated. Dinner passed off in a very cheerful fashion. Even the most somber person would find it difficult to be dull with dear old Lady Bulstrode, and somberness was not a vice from which any of us suffered acutely. Astarte, who had quite recovered her usual self-possession, talked away with all her customary good spirits and humor. She told us all about the afternoon's adventures with the children, 2 little girls of 5 and 7, to whom she seemed devoted, and discussed and described the coming house party, most of whom had apparently been there the previous year. Like Lady Bulstrode, she seemed to entertain a high opinion of the beauty and charms of Miss Faversham and Miss McCulloch. I kept up my end with a few picturesque details about the ends of the earth which I had still left over from our conversations on the island, and Mrs. Fawcett, a charming old white-haired lady with a peculiarly sweet smile, gave us some delicious reminiscences of the late Queen Victoria at Balmoral, near which historic spot she herself resided. Afterwards, we all adjourned to the big, rambling, book-lined apartment which served a kind of triple function as a library, billiard room, and a smoking lounge. Here, with the stimulus of coffee and cigarettes, we continued to talk until about 9:30, when Lady Bulstrode got up from her chair.
"I'm going to bed, Guy," she said. "These good people are sure to keep me up to the most scandalous hours all next week, and I mean to get some beauty sleep while I have a chance. I'm growing too old for prolonged dissipation."
"So am I, Mary," chimed in Mrs. Fawcett. "I shall come with you."
"I don't want to drag you off, Grace, unless you're sleepy,"
went on Lady Bulstrode, turning to Astardi.
"Perhaps you'll stop and play Guy a game of billiards."
"Yes, please do, Miss Conway," I said. "It's against my principles to turn in before 10, and I shall be frightfully lonely if you desert me too."
"Very well,"
said Astardi quietly.
"but I expect you're too strong for me."
Lady Bulstrode accepted the candle I offered her.
"Don't you believe her, Guy,"
she said.
"Grace is a sort of female John Roberts. She beats all the men we have here."
"Mine will be an easy scalp then," I returned. "I haven't touched a cue for 2 years."
"I'm sorry for you,"
said Mrs. Fawcett kindly.
"Good night."
"Good night," I replied, opening the door. "At least one can die gracefully." For a moment after they had gone, we both stood silent and still. Then I closed the door and came up to where Astardi was standing under the big lamp. "My dear," I said. "Oh, my dear." And taking her hands, I gazed steadily and happily into her wide gray eyes. She made no attempt to release herself.
"It just shows,"
she said,
"that you can't play tricks with life. I thought for once we'd managed to break the rules without being noticed."
"What does it matter?" I retorted. "I have found you now, and I'm not going to let you go again. Oh, Astardi, if you only knew how I've missed you."
"Dear Stephen,"
she said gently. Then she released her hands and put them behind her back.
"I want to make things quite clear," she added. "It's all one can do now."
"Go on," I said encouragingly.
"I suppose Lady Bulstrode has told you who I am."
I nodded.
"Well, in a way that explains everything. You see, I spent 3 years with Father before he was killed, and the whole of that time we were either sailing around in the Hyacinth or else making little expeditions into places like Patagonia and New Guinea. You can imagine what effect that life would have on a girl of 17. By the time I was 20, I'd almost forgotten that there was any other way to live, except in a ship or in a tent. As for wanting anything else," she shrugged her shoulders, "I don't suppose 2 people have ever been happier together than Father and I were."
For a moment she paused.
"Then,"
she went on a little wearily,
"he was killed. I can't tell you what that time meant to me. You see, somehow or other, I'd never thought of life without him. He was so strong and brave and splendid, it seemed impossible that he could die like other people. I was trying to think things out, trying to make up my mind what to do, when Lady Bulstrode wrote to me and asked me to come here. So I came, and here I've been ever since."
"And you've been happy?" I asked, for want of a better word.
"Oh, yes. Who could help being happy with Lady Bulstrode? She's the dearest, kindest, jolliest soul in the world, and I owe her everything. Still, you see, I don't always tell her the whole truth."
"No intelligent person ever tells the whole truth," I said reassuringly. "Half of it is quite enough, as a rule."
"I thought it was, about my holiday. You see, Lady Bulstrode would have been miserable had she known that I had hired a boat and was camping on an island by myself. Of course, it does sound a rather mad proceeding, but after wandering about with Father all this time, I've got a sort of craving for the wilds, and now and then it gets so strong I simply can't resist it."
"I know, Astardi," I said. "I know."
"After all, there was no harm in it," she went on. "If you and Rufus hadn't turned up, no one would have ever been the wiser. That did complicate matters."
You make me feel like one of George's official explanations, I protested. I'd have gone, you know, if you'd insisted on it. She nodded.
I didn't want you to go a bit. I was awful glad to have someone to play with. You see, I thought I should never see you again and that it wouldn't matter. You can imagine what it felt like when I found out you were Mr. Heathcote.
No, I said. I wish I could. If it was anything like as...
I suppose George is your brother, Lord Mapleton? She interrupted hastily.
You're right, I replied, though George wouldn't be pleased at your way of putting it. She made a pretty little gesture with her hands.
Well, she said, it can't be helped.
Then she looked up smiling.
We must just forget all about it, she added.
I shook my head. I don't think we can do that, I answered. You see, I want to go to Cairn Island as part of our honeymoon. She made a slight movement, but I went on without giving her time to speak. My dear heart, I said, do you imagine I'm going to let you go unless you absolutely send me away? Coming up to her, I took her 2 hands and, lifting them to my lips, kissed them alternately. She looked down at me with something very like tears in her eyes.
You're a dear, Stephen, she said gently. You're a dear, but it can't be.
And why not? I demanded.
Oh, she said pitifully, then with an effort, you see, I don't love you, Stephen.
I looked steadily into her eyes. That's not true, I said calmly. I think we'll tell each other the truth, dear, whatever it is.
Very well.
She drew herself up, and her gaze met mine frankly and unflinchingly.
I do love you, Stephen, she said, but I'm not going to marry you because I know all about you.
I'm sorry for that, I said. It's certainly enough to prejudice anyone. She smiled a wan little smile.
Oh, my dear, I didn't mean anything unkind. I only meant that Lady Bulstrode has told me all about your career and your ambitions and how necessary it is you should marry a rich woman. Do you think I'm going to spoil your life because I'm fond of you?
No, I don't, I returned, but I think you would if I gave you half a chance. Then I paused. As it is, I went on, I shall simply buy a marriage license and a good second-hand 30-ton boat and come and carry you off by force.
I won't, Stephen. I won't. I'm simply not going to ruin your career for you.
My career, I echoed. Do you imagine I want to be a politician? Do you think I want to sit on a stuffy green bench and listen to people like dear old George when I can sail the blue seas and love you?
It certainly does sound more attractive,
she admitted weakly. Of course it is, I said. It was what we were created for. We'll simply take up life where you left it off when your father died. I'll buy that boat, and we'll wander the world just as we please for 1,000 years, and we'll love each other like the sea loves the wind and the night loves the stars. I stopped for a breath, and with shining eyes, Astarte leaned forward.
My Stephen, she said, you make it very hard.
I took her in my arms and kissed her dear, soft, half-open lips. Well, I asked softly, have you anything else to say, Astarte, before we play billiards? She looked up, and I saw the old delicious smile breaking through her tears.
Only that I was right after all, she whispered. I said you were too strong for me, Stephen.
The end of Section 2.
Section 3 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Man with the Chin. I shouldn't like to marry a man with a chin like that, said the girl in red. Her companion, a ferret-faced young gentleman with his hair parted in the middle, inserted his eyeglass and stared deliberately across the room. Obstinate-looking beggar, what? He drawled. Unconscious of these criticisms, George Leslie sat at his solitary table, only looking up from his newspaper whenever the door of the room opened to admit a fresh arrival. It was on the 6th occasion that his inspection appeared to be successful. His lips parted in a smile, and laying down his paper, he rose quietly from his chair. The girl in red nudged her companion. "She's come at last. Kept him waiting long enough." The ferret-faced young man indulged himself in another leisurely survey. "Worth it, too, by Jove," he ejaculated admiringly. His criticism, if a trifle crude in expression, was sound enough in taste. The girl who had just come in was most distinctly worth waiting for. Beautifully dressed, with a shy yet charming prettiness, she moved across the tea room towards Leslie and held out her hand with a little smile of apology. "I am so sorry," she said. "I know I'm dreadfully late." There was a momentary twinkle in Leslie's gray eyes. 21.5 minutes, he said. "Not a record, Nancy, by a long way." She sat down in the chair which he pulled up and began to take off her gloves. "There's one nice thing about you," she answered, looking at him with frank affection. "You never mind people being late, do you?" "I occasionally make an exception in business hours," said Leslie. "Oh, business!" She shrugged her pretty shoulders. "I expect you're simply horrid in business, George. I'm sure you bully all those poor people at the garage dreadfully." Leslie shook his head. "I leave that to Morton these days. My time's taken up in making them miserable at the works." The girl laughed. "I can just see you," she said. "I suppose you stick your chin out and growl at them like you do at me when you're cross." "Something the same way," admitted Leslie, "only not quite so violent. You see, they're not often as irritating as you are, Nancy." She looked at him mischievously and then suddenly clasped her hands. "Oh, George," she said, "I'd quite forgotten. Are you doing anything next Wednesday?" "Nothing more than usual," said Leslie. "About 8 hours' work." "Oh, that's all right then. It's Father's and Mother's wedding day, and the old dears want to celebrate it in some way. I suggested that we should go for a motor picnic to Beechwood, just the 3 of us, and get you to drive us. Don't you think it's a lovely idea? You know there's a dear old church there, where Cardinal Wolsey was married or died or did something, and you and I can get away together after lunch and have a look at it. Both Father and Mother don't care for that sort of thing, and they won't mind my going with you. You know Father's taken quite a fancy to you since you came round that day and showed him the new car." Leslie leaned back in his chair and looked at her with a kind of amused gravity. Then he shook his head. "Things can't go on like this, Nancy," he said. Her dark blue eyes opened innocently. "Can't go on like what?" she inquired. "I mean, I can't go on deceiving your people in this way." Nancy drew back, pouting. "Oh, George dear, I thought we'd settled all that." Leslie smiled. "You settled it, Nancy. I didn't. But at the best, it was only to be a temporary arrangement. Well, in my opinion, the time has come to end it." "But we can't end it, dear," protested Nancy, helping herself delicately to a chocolate eclair. "Why not?" asked Leslie. "I can go to your father and ask him whether he has any objection to me as a son-in-law. If he has, well, at least we shall know where we are, and then you can make up your mind what you're going to do." "Now you're being horrid," said Nancy. "You know very well Father won't let me marry you. He thinks because you've made your money yourself, and because you run a motor car business, that I'm not a gentleman," finished Leslie, smiling good-naturedly. "Well, I can't help that, Nancy. Perhaps he's right. My point is that it doesn't alter the question. If you're going to marry me, you'll have to do it someday either with or without your father's consent." "There's no hurry," protested Nancy weakly. "Not the least," admitted Leslie. "But, on the other hand, there's no reason for waiting. The business is bringing me in an excellent income, and we're only wasting both our lives. Nancy stirred her tea and looked at him sorrowfully. "George," she said, "you'll make me cry if you go on like that. Why can't we stop as we are just a little longer? Something's sure to turn up." Leslie shook his head. "Nothing ever turns up in this world unless people dig for it. Come, Nancy," he smiled at her. "If you like me well enough to marry me, surely you can't mind my asking your father whether he objects. I know you dislike rows and unpleasantness of any kind, but there must be a limit to everything." Nancy wriggled rather unhappily in her chair, looking prettier than ever. "I don't know what to do," she said forlornly. "I'm awfully fond of you, George, and I would like to marry you. Really I would, dear. But I simply can't go and have a nasty, silly squabble with father and mother. You know they wouldn't hear of it. They're frightfully old-fashioned, both of them, and they think I'm sure to marry a duke or something. If I told them I wanted to marry you, they'd have a fit. I might just as well say I was going to run away with the coachman. Give me some more tea, dear." Leslie, who did not seem to be the least annoyed, poured her out a second cup. "Well, it seems pretty plain, Nancy," he said, "that you'll have to choose between me and your love of peace." She looked at him with a kind of mock despair. "Oh, George, are you going to desert me just when I want your help? I didn't think you were like that, or I shouldn't have loved you." "But you must make up your mind one way or the other," protested Leslie, laughing. Nancy shook her head despairingly. "What's the good of telling me that, George? You know I can't make up my mind. I never could. Someone's always had to do it for me. Let's just go on as we are for a bit. It's awfully nice loving each other and no one knowing anything about it, and perhaps you'll save father's life or something." "If that's all it depends on," said Leslie ironically, "we may as well begin printing the invitations." "Now, you're not to stick out your chin like that and look cross," said Nancy. "It's just as tiresome for me as it is for you, and you ought to be nice and sympathetic instead of being grumpy." "I'm not a bit cross, really," said Leslie. "I should as soon think of getting cross with a flower as with you." Nancy brightened up wonderfully. "Oh, that's sweet of you, George. I love people to say things like that to me, and you so seldom do it." Then she paused and looked at him with mischievous, pleading eyes. "And you will come and drive us on Wednesday, won't you, dear?" she added. The corners of Leslie's mouth twitched. "Nancy," he said, "you're as wicked as you're beautiful." "Oh, dear," said Nancy, "that's the second in 2 minutes." Colonel Peyton pushed back his plate and got up from the breakfast table. "Well, it's a lovely day," he observed, looking out of the window. "I hope that young man will be punctual. Are you women ready?" "Did you ever know mother late for anything, father?" inquired Nancy calmly. Colonel Peyton chuckled and shook his finger at her. "It's you I'm thinking of, miss," he said. "You're the one that will keep us waiting." "Come along," said Mrs. Peyton, "and put your things on, darling. We mustn't keep the car standing." Mrs. Peyton, having been brought up with horses, had never been able to rid herself of the idea that a motor became restless under such treatment. Nancy laughed and accompanied her mother upstairs, from which region she shortly emerged, looking bewitchingly demure and pretty in a sort of Kate Greenaway cloak and bonnet. The colonel, who was just struggling into his coat, gazed at her with fond approval. "Very nice, Nancy," he said. "Very nice. You remind me of your mother." The compliment, to Colonel Peyton, it was a very genuine compliment, had hardly left his lips when there came the loud hum of a motor car driving up to the house. Nancy stepped forward and opened the door. "Punctual to the minute," observed the colonel triumphantly. "It's a pleasure to deal with a young man like that." The young man in question brought the car round with a graceful sweep and pulled up noiselessly level with the doorstep. "How do you do?" he said, taking off his cap and bowing slightly to Nancy and Mrs. Peyton. The colonel stepped out and offered his hand. "How are you, Mr. Leslie?" he inquired. "Very good of you to come round and drive us yourself. Now you're making cars of your own. You don't do much of this sort of thing, I suppose. Eh? What? Not often, said Leslie gravely. Unless people specially ask for me, I generally send one of the men. Nancy's eyes sparkled merrily. May I sit in front with the driver, Father? She asked. I love to watch him pull out the handles. The colonel looked a trifle embarrassed. Oh, I expect Mr. Leslie doesn't like to be asked questions while he's driving, Nancy. It seemed to him curious that his daughter failed to recognize that Leslie was a cut above the ordinary chauffeur. I hope Miss Peyton will sit in front if she wishes to, said Leslie. I don't in the least mind being asked questions. One gets used to it, you know. Nancy did not wait for any further discussion, but jumped lightly up into the vacant seat, while a solemn-looking butler proceeded to stow a hamper into the back of the car. The colonel and Mrs. Peyton then took their places, and Leslie, slipping in his clutch, turned the car slowly round and started off up the road. It was a beautiful summer day of blue and gold, and the 25 miles to Beechwood lay through some of the fairest country in England, pleasantly warmed by the sun and lulled by the gentle drone of the motor. The old people lay back in their comfortable seats and gazed contentedly at the passing scenery. Not so Nancy, who, sitting upright, with a demure smile on her face and mischief in her eyes, proceeded to question Leslie with an apparently artless enthusiasm as to the various parts of the car. He answered her seriously and politely, never smiling or varying from the respectful tone of a temporary employee. I hope Nancy isn't bothering that young man too much, observed the colonel in an undertone to his wife. Mrs. Peyton beamed good-naturedly at the couple in front. Oh, people of that sort like to be asked questions, she whispered back. He's proud to show off his car to Nancy. You can be sure of that. I only hope she won't make him run us into a ditch with her chattering, was the colonel's rejoinder. That this tragedy was successfully avoided may be gathered from the fact that half an hour later the car pulled up in a little woodland clearing just above Beechwood Village. It was a charming spot, carpeted with soft mossy turf and hemmed in on 3 sides with trees. From the 4th, the Buckinghamshire countryside stretched out in a magnificent rolling panorama of 20 miles. After a brief and whispered consultation with his wife, Colonel Peyton turned to Leslie. I hope you'll lunch with us, Mr. Leslie, he said. We have brought plenty for 4. Leslie bowed. I shall be very pleased to, he answered, and going round to the back of the car, he proceeded to assist Nancy in getting out the hamper. The lunch looked most attractive, spread out on a clean white cloth, for, like many elderly soldiers, Colonel Peyton regarded food as only slightly inferior in importance to religion and good breeding. Seated beside Mrs. Peyton, Leslie found himself being patronized by that complacent lady with all the well-meaning condescension of her kind. You must eat a good lunch, Mr. Leslie, she observed, helping him generously to cold game pie. I am sure it must be most tiring driving that great heavy car. To say nothing of answering all your questions. Nancy? Put in the colonel. Have some champagne? He held out the bottle to Leslie. The latter filled up Mrs. Peyton's glass and then helped himself. Driving a car nowadays isn't a very tiring business, he explained, especially when one is used to it. Well, I mean to try it before long, said the colonel. One has to take the infernal things in self-defense. What? I shall probably come down on you, now you've taken to making cars yourself. Sir Herbert Temple tells me they're excellent. Nancy clapped her hands. Oh, Father, that will be delightful, she said. And can't you get Mr. Leslie to come and drive us? Leslie bit his lip to stop himself from smiling. My dear child, said the colonel, Mr. Leslie is much too busy a man for that sort of thing. It's very good of him to come today. I suppose the motor car business is a very thriving industry, hazarded Mrs. Peyton vaguely. Do you make them yourself, Mr. Leslie? With a little assistance, answered Leslie. It's rather complicated work, you know. It must be, said Mrs. Peyton sympathetically. The tires alone, for instance. I can't think how you cut all those funny patterns on the rubber. What a perfect day for a picnic, isn't it? Having taken this abrupt aesthetic turn, the conversation wandered away into general channels until by a natural process it drifted back to the immediate surroundings of the party. I want to see the church, said Nancy, throwing a little sidelong glance at Leslie. I believe it's most awfully interesting. Cardinal Wolsey did something or other in it. The church? Inquired Colonel Peyton, in whom lunch had induced certain symptoms of restfulness. What church? Where is it? I believe it's down in the village, answered Nancy innocently. I could walk down and back before you are ready to start. I don't think you'd better, said the colonel. You'll probably meet some drunken tramp. Well, perhaps Mr. Leslie would walk down with me, suggested Nancy. I do want to see the church frightfully. That was why I suggested Beechwood. I should be delighted to, said Leslie simply. Colonel Peyton looked a little doubtful. The young man certainly seemed most respectful and well-mannered, but, well, after all, where was the harm? Having asked him to lunch, it would appear rather unkind to refuse his well-meant offer, especially as the suggestion had originally come from Nancy. Go along with you then, said the colonel good-naturedly, but don't be late. We want to start back by 3. Side by side, Nancy and Leslie set off down the hill. For some little way, Nancy was bubbling over with suppressed merriment, which only found its escape when they rounded the corner of the hill and were out of sight of the older people. Then she thrust her arm through Leslie's and broke into a long ripple of laughter. Oh, George dear, she said, I thought I should have exploded. Your face was simply lovely. Leslie smiled contentedly. If it comes to that, he retorted, you're looking rather nice yourself this morning, Nancy. Nancy squeezed his arm gently. That's very pretty, she said, but you mustn't say that sort of thing too often, George, or I shall think you've been practicing. Where are we going to? Why, to the church, of course, answered Leslie. Nancy wrinkled her nose. But I don't want to go to the church, she protested. It's sure to be all dusty and stuffy, and there'll be some horrid old man who'll want to crawl round with us and point out Cardinal Wolsey. Let's go and sit in the woods somewhere and just talk. Leslie shook his head. No, Nancy, he said sternly. I can't encourage such deception. Come along to the church. Nancy sighed. Oh dear, she murmured. That's the worst of loving a man with a chin like yours. I shouldn't be half so frightened of you if you had a beard, George. Will you grow one to please me when we're married? You shall have whiskers if you want them, said Leslie tenderly. Nancy laughed and, withdrawing her arm, stopped to pick 2 or 3 flowers that were nestling in the hedgerow. There you are, she said, putting them in his buttonhole. Then she turned up her face. You may kiss me now if you like. Leslie put his hands on her shoulders and kissed her very gently. Nancy patted his sleeve. You dear, obstinate old thing, she said. I believe you like me rather, after all. I do a little, said Leslie quietly. Walking side by side, they came out to the bend of the hill that leads down into Beechwood Village. The small hamlet with its thatched cottages lay spread out below them in the warm July sunshine. What a sweet place, isn't it? Said Nancy. There's the church. She pointed down to a little square tower, half hidden amongst the trees. And, oh look, she added, there's someone outside with a motor car. I suppose he's come to see Cardinal Wolsey too. Leslie said nothing. He was busy flicking away some dust from his coat with his handkerchief. He's left the car and gone inside, went on Nancy. What fun! Let's steal it, George, and go for a ride. I don't think we'd better, said Leslie. He might be the bishop inspecting. Nancy shook her head. Bishops never inspect. she said decidedly. They sit at home and swear at the government. I know because my uncle's one. Well, we'll go inside too and see what he's doing, said Leslie. Perhaps he's breaking open the poor box. They turned in under the old wooden gateway and walked up the churchyard path. The door of the porch was open, and as they entered, Leslie closed it behind them. At that moment, the organ broke softly into music. Nancy slipped her arm into her companion's. "Oh dear," she whispered, "I believe there's a service on." As she spoke, an elderly clergyman in a surplice came out suddenly from a side door in the chancel. He walked slowly to the steps and stood there with a book in his hand, looking down the aisle towards them. "It's our wedding service," said Leslie simply. All the color went suddenly out of Nancy's face. She stood for a moment as if turned to white marble, while the sound of the organ rose louder and louder, mounting up triumphantly into the fretted roof and filling all the church with its joyous harmony. She tried to speak, but somehow or other the words refused to come. Then she felt Leslie's arm tighten, and she was walking up the aisle, while the music sank and died in low melodious tones. She had a vague impression of two men getting up from the front pew. "Gathered together, sight of God, face of this congregation, joined together, man and woman, holy matrimony, honorable estate instituted." But this was impossible, absurd. She couldn't be married like this. What was Leslie thinking of? The man must stop. The monotonous drone continued. "Have this woman, wedded wife, live together, God's ordinance, holy estate, matrimony, lover, comfort, honor, and keeper, sickness and in health, forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her so long as ye both shall live." Leslie's voice came, cheerful and distinct. "I will. Have this man, wedded husband, live together, God's ordinance, holy estate, matrimony, obey him, serve him, love, honor, and keep him, sickness, health, forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live." Nancy gasped. "Who giveth this woman, married, this man?" There was a shuffle of feet, and somebody stepped forward beside her. Nancy found herself holding Leslie's hand. Her mind seemed to be a whirling wilderness of amazed protest. What was she to do? Why hadn't she spoken before? She wouldn't be married like this. She wouldn't. It was hateful of Leslie. What was it the man wanted her to say? "I, Nancy, take thee, George, wedded husband, have and to hold." Somehow she had stumbled through the responses, and then she was kneeling beside Leslie, and her hand was still in his. It was too late now. She was married, and all the protests in the world would be worse than useless. Even the parson's drone seemed to ring with a note of finality. "Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder." Of what happened immediately after, Nancy never had any very clear idea. She remembered signing a book and shaking hands with two complete strangers and being congratulated by the old clergyman, and at last she and Leslie were alone. It was then that Nancy began to cry. "Don't, dearest, don't," said Leslie. He took her in his arms and kissed her wet eyes and quivering lips. "Oh, how could you? How could you?" She hid her face against his coat, and somehow the laughter forced its way through her tears. "Oh, George, you beast, you bully." "It was the only way, my Nancy." His voice was very tender, and the steady gray eyes looked down on her, alight with love. She took his handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed her eyes. "I'll never forgive you, never. It was horrible of you, George." Then came the old mischievous smile, like a flash of sunshine through the rain. "However did you do it, dear?" "I got a special license on Saturday," said Leslie calmly. "Then I came down here, saw the parson, and told him to be ready at 2:00. I said we might keep him waiting, so I would pay double fees." Nancy burst into a ripple of laughter. "Oh, George," she said, "I think you must be the devil." Well, he took up the bargain quick enough. Then I told Morton, my partner, to come down with another car and wait outside the churchyard. Directly he saw me coming, he was to go in and start the parson, and that's how everything was ready. It was quite a simple matter, really. "But it's only just beginning," said Nancy. "Think of father and mother." "I have," said Leslie. "Morton is driving them home. I have given him a letter explaining the circumstances. We shall go back in the other car." Nancy collapsed. "And then?" she inquired faintly. "Then I shall take you to Claridge's and go round and see your father. I want to apologize to him." Nancy shuddered. "What do you think he'll say?" Leslie took her two hands and drew her towards him. "Dearest," he said, "your father and I are going to be great friends." She looked up into his strong, kind face. Then she gave a little happy laugh. "George," she said, "I'm glad you've got a chin like that. It makes me feel so safe." End of section 3. Section 4 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. Tony and His Conscience. The taxi pulled up with a jerk opposite Hyde Court Mansions, and the Honorable Reginald Seton, in the glossiest of top hats and the most delicate of gray frock coats, stepped out carefully onto the pavement. Then, with the graceful deliberation that marked all his movements, he extracted half a crown from his waistcoat pocket and handed it to the driver. The man pocketed the coin with a wheezy, "Thank you, sir," and, leaning over from his box, inquired furtively, "What's going to win today, governor?" Reggie sighed. "My bookmaker," he said, adjusting his field glasses to a nicer angle. Then, with his head slightly on one side, he mounted the 2 or 3 stone steps that led into the big block of flats. The liftman, who looked like a dirty edition of the All-Highest, touched his cap as Reggie approached. "Mr. Delmar's flat, sir?" he inquired, opening the door. Reggie nodded. "They tell me, sir," pursued the liftman, as he and Reggie progressed heavenwards, "that little Eva's very odd today. Very odd indeed, sir." "How unpleasant for her jockey," replied Reggie with a slight shudder. The liftman smiled respectfully. "It's a good tip, sir," he observed. "I 'ad it straight from the stable." Reggie looked at him with admiration. "Did you really, Smith?" he said. "How clever of you. The only things I've ever had from a stable have been bills." "Ah, well, sir," said the liftman indulgently, "you can afford to pay 'em." Reggie shook his head. "That's just where you're wrong, Smith. I can afford not to, which is much more important." The lift stopped at the 3rd landing, and Mr. Smith flung back the trellised iron gate. Then he stepped out after Reggie and, crossing to the door exactly opposite, pressed the electric bell. "Thank you, Smith," said Reggie languidly. "You are very efficient." The bell was answered by a middle-aged, clean-shaven man with a face like a tired mask. "Good morning, Ropes," said Reggie. "Is Mr. Delmar up?" Ropes stepped back, opening the door. "Mr. Delmar is dressing, sir. I think he is expecting you." "I know he is," said Reggie, advancing into the hall and beginning to take off his gloves. "Has he ordered the car?" 9:30 sharp, sir." Reggie smiled. "Ah, well," he said, "I think we shall be ready by 10, with any luck." "Yes, sir," replied Ropes. "I should think so, sir." "You were always an optimist, Ropes," said Reggie. At that moment, a door on the farther side of the hall was thrown open, and a voice, a peculiarly engaging, good-tempered sort of voice, inquired cheerfully, That you, Reggie? Reggie laid down his hat and stick on the settee. The answer, he said, is in the affirmative. Well, come in, replied the voice, and don't be an ass. Accepting the first suggestion, Reggie walked across the hall. The room which he entered was as comfortable as a man's bedroom has any right to be. A wood fire was crackling away pleasantly in the grate and reflecting a comfortable glow on the 2 or 3 excellent specimens of Mr. Finch Stewart's talent which hung upon the walls. On the bed sat Tony, tastefully draped in a white Turkish bathrobe. He was smoking a cigarette and helping himself out of a bottle of champagne from the table beside him. Reggie looked at him reprovingly. "Tony," he said, "I thought you had long ago abandoned that disgusting English habit of eating breakfast." Tony shook his head. "You have always misjudged me," he said. "My real tastes are as simple as a schoolboy's. Have some?" He poured out a glass and handed it to Reggie, at the same time casting a critical eye over the latter's clothes. "My dear Reggie," he said, "you are very beautiful, but do you think that's the most suitable costume for motoring down to Newmarket in?" "Quite," said Reggie contentedly, "if one goes inside." "Oh," replied Tony, "you've arranged it, have you? May I hear the details?" "Certainly," said Reggie, sipping gracefully from his glass. "You will perform your usual miracles with the steering wheel. Musette will watch you with grave approval, and Gwendolen and I will sit behind and hold hands. And suppose Musette wants to go inside?" Reggie smiled. "I'm not the least afraid of that," he said. Tony got up from the bed and began to shed his bathrobe. "Well, you had better hold Gwendolen's hand as engagingly as you can," he said. "It will probably be your last chance as far as I'm concerned." Reggie looked at him with a faint wrinkle in his forehead. "Is it a riddle, Tony?" he asked plaintively. "I am no good at riddles unless I'm slightly drunk." "The answer," said Tony, selecting a shirt with some care, "is Little Eva. It's very painful, but the fact remains that if Little Eva doesn't win today, there's an end of Anthony Del Mar." Reggie paused in the act of lighting a cigarette. "You're not thinking of poisoning yourself, are you, Tony?" he asked with interest. "Because if so, a doctor chap once told me—" Tony laughed. "You're always very helpful, Reggie," he said. "But as a matter of fact, I've not the least idea of doing anything so exciting. I only mean that unless Little Eva brings it off, we've finished this particular chapter. I've no doubt Ropes will lend me a tenner, but, bar that, I shall be what Pat O'Donnell used to call Bruck to the buff." For the first time, Reggie looked a little serious. "Are things really as bad as that?" he asked. "Worse," said Tony calmly, "much worse. There are my unhappy tradesmen to be considered. That's the only point that worries me. I hate doing a tradesman, Reggie, but I'm afraid I shall have to." "Of course you will," said Reggie hopefully. "We're always having to do unpleasant things in this life. It's what my uncle the bishop calls our duty. You'll have to go bankrupt, Tony, and then borrow a few thousands and start over again." Tony, who was adjusting his tie with some care, smiled. "It's a good idea," he said, "but unfortunately I've rather forestalled it. The 5,000 that I've got on Little Eva with Morris and Weaver was a sort of farewell testimonial from my friends. I think I touched everyone except you and Ropes, and Ropes has been paying the bills for at least a fortnight. I really can't go on any longer, or the poor fellow will have lost all he's robbed me of." "Do you mean to say you've put the actual cash up?" demanded Reggie in horror. "I had to, my dear Reggie. That little beast Murray, who runs the business, wouldn't take a pony from me unless he saw the color of it first." "And what do you stand to win?" Tony sighed. £27,000, he said. "It's a beautiful sum, isn't it? I could pay my bills and live for nearly 3 years on it." Reggie poured himself out the remainder of the champagne. "You make me feel quite faint, Tony," he said. "You're so spacious." Then he took a long drink. And what do you propose doing, he added, if little Eva's beaten? I shall have to work, said Tony. Reggie stared at him in unaffected amazement. Have to what? He repeated. Work, repeated Tony. I believe it's very difficult and unpleasant, but I don't see any other prospect. A mingled look of horror and admiration crept across Reggie's face. What could you do? He asked breathlessly. I might drive a car, answered Tony hopefully. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Reggie took a deep breath. You're splendid, Tony, he said. You remind me of Roosevelt. But of course it's absurd. You must marry some woman with money. There are plenty of them who'd jump at you. Tony shivered. Fancy being jumped at by a woman, he said plaintively. It makes me feel like a new hat. Well, you're a bad hat, retorted Reggie, laughing. That's quite near enough. Seriously, though, my dear Tony, you can't possibly be allowed to go under. London would never be the same again. It would be as bad as Romano's being burnt down. You must marry, of course. What's the use of being the most popular man in London if you can't marry a rich woman when you want to? Well, suggest somebody. Reggie pondered for a moment. Why not Mrs. Rosenbaum? Tony picked an errant thread off his perfectly cut blue suit. In order to be facetious, Reggie, he said, it is not necessary to be disgusting. Reggie sighed. I am doing my best, he declared. What about Musette? She obviously has the good taste to appreciate you, and she seems to have plenty of money. By the way, Tony, who is she really? Cohen asked me about her after he met her with you at Kempton, and when I said I didn't know, the swine grinned. If I hadn't had a pair of Gordon's boots on, I should have kicked him. Tony shrugged his shoulders. My dear Reggie, he said, I know very little more about Musette than you do. I met her exactly 2 months ago in the Bois, when, in her extremely sensible way, she stopped and asked me to get rid of some feudal Frenchman who had been following her round for the best part of an hour. How charming, said Reggie. That sort of thing never happens to me. Did you hurt him? I think he shuddered a little at my accent, replied Tony. Anyhow, he cleared out, and I took Musette back to the Hotel de Paris, where she was staying. There I met Mrs. Watson, and they asked me to call on them in London. It sounds like Phillips Oppenheim at his best, said Reggie. But surely you must have found out something more since then. What relation is she to the old lady, and where does the girl get her money from? Tony shook his head. I've no idea, he said. She has never offered to tell me anything, and so of course I've never asked her. We've just been pals, that's all. Reggie helped himself to a cigarette. Well, you can't live in Curzon Street on nothing, he said. I've tried it. They must have at least 5,000 a year. I think you will have to marry her, Tony, and trust to luck. Tony laughed a little uneasily. Perhaps she wouldn't marry me, he said. Any woman would marry you if you asked her nicely. You have got such an alluring voice. Tony suddenly straightened himself. Well, I'm not going to marry Musette, he said. It would be a damned shame. Then he walked across the room and rang the bell. Reggie said nothing. With his head on one side, he smoked away thoughtfully at his cigarette. The silence was broken by the entrance of Ropes. Is the car round? Inquired Tony. It has been outside exactly 20 minutes, sir, replied Ropes equably. I have put in the luncheon basket and 3 bottles of champagne. Everything is quite ready, sir. Good, said Tony, picking up 2 or 3 stray sovereigns from the dressing table. I will now put on my coat, Ropes. The impassive manservant stepped out into the hall, reappearing a moment later with a magnificent astrakhan-lined garment in which Tony proceeded to envelop himself. If anyone should call, sir, asked Ropes interrogatively. Tony picked up his cap. Tell them, he said, that it is more blessed to give than to receive. Yes, sir, replied Ropes gravely. 3 minutes afterwards, with Tony at the wheel and Reggie reclining luxuriously in the beautiful limousine body, the big Rolls-Royce drew noiselessly away down Piccadilly. Whatever Tony's shortcomings might be, he could certainly drive a car. Threading his way through the traffic with a very poetry of judgment, he glided round the corner of Park Lane and, cutting across the bows of an onrushing motor omnibus, disappeared in the direction of Curzon Street before the indignant, brake-grabbing driver of the latter could recall a single adequate word. In front of a small, recently painted house, he brought the big six-cylinder to a standstill. Then he turned round. "I'll ring," he said. "Don't you trouble to get out." "I wasn't going to," replied Reggie pleasantly. As a matter of fact, there was no necessity for the exertion, for just as Tony was preparing to disembark, the door of the house opened, and a tall, pleasant-looking girl, neatly dressed in blue serge, stepped out onto the pavement. Tony jumped down and took off his cap, while Reggie gracefully rose and imitated his example. The girl smiled gravely. "I am afraid you must have had a bad night," she said. "You are only 20 minutes late." "Mine is the hand that dragged him from his lair, Miss Gilbert," said Reggie languidly. "But for me he would still be in his bath." The girl looked at him. "That was very kind of you, Mr. Seton," she said gently. "I have heard you are rather an expert at getting out of hot water yourself." Tony chuckled. "Bravo, Musette," he said. "Right on the point. If you want to follow it up, say you are going to ride inside." Musette's eyes twinkled. "Why, of course," she said. "Where else should I sit?" Reggie, who was still standing, looked at her appealingly. "You have driven with Tony before," he said, "and you know the risks you are running. Death is much easier on the box seat. Besides, I want to hold Gwendolyn's hand." "I am not at all sure that it is respectable," said Musette severely. "It will only be her left hand," pleaded Reggie. "Oh, well, in that case," said Musette, and without further objection, she seated herself alongside of Tony. 5 minutes' flirtation with death brought the car to Portman Mansions, where Gwendolyn, a charming blend of Dresden china and Paquin, floated delicately into the limousine. Then away past Euston and King's Cross, up through the sordid dreariness of Pentonville, and so out on to the far-flung Broxbourne Road. Once clear of the general traffic, Tony began to enjoy himself. Over the first 10 police-ridden miles, the big car glided along at a steady 25, and then, as the houses became fewer and the green fields began to appear on either side of the road, the index finger on the speedometer crept encouragingly up. Musette, who seemed to be blessed with delightfully steady nerves, watched him with frank interest. She made no attempt to talk, such conversation as there was being almost wholly confined to spirited comments from Tony on the extraordinary prevalence of deaf and lame pedestrians. Indeed, his only departure from this interesting monologue was an occasional hurried request to Musette to give him the Gabriel, a presentation which she effected with promptness and efficiency. From the tonneau behind, Reggie, who was softly stroking Gwendolyn's hand, surveyed them with languid approval. "I don't suppose," he said contentedly, "that there are 4 such charming people as ourselves in the whole of England." Gwendolyn looked a little doubtful. "I think Musette is very nice," she said, "but I don't quite understand her." "You should never understand anyone," replied Reggie. "It's like knowing the answer to a riddle." "Does Tony love her?" asked Gwendolyn. Reggie thought for a moment. "I'm inclined to think it's more serious than that," he said. "I have an idea that he likes her." Gwendolyn wrinkled up her forehead. "I can't love anyone I don't like," she said decisively. "I've tried several times, and it's always been a failure." "I can," observed Reggie frankly. "I love lots of people, but I don't think I like anyone very much except you and Tony and Martin, my valet. If you all died, I should become what my uncle calls a slave to passion." "It sounds rather nice," said Gwendolyn. Reggie sighed. "It's dreadfully expensive," he observed. Except for a slight misunderstanding with a farm cart on the borders of Cambridgeshire, which Tony patched up with a charming apology and a sovereign, no untoward incident marred the remainder of the drive. 1:30 was just striking as the car entered the outskirts of Newmarket. Through the broad, grey main street, with its stray racehorses and its lounging throng of gaitered, clean-shaven men, Tony steered a sober and considerate course. The town was full of visitors, and almost every other man who passed either touched his cap or waved a cheery greeting. Musette smiled. "You seem to be the best-known person in London, Tony," she said. "To the police," said Tony modestly. "I believe I am." A swift run up the hill, a sharp turn to the right, and the heath, fresh and green in the crisp October air, stretched out gloriously before them. Tony brought the car to a standstill just beyond the enclosure, and then, leaning over, affectionately patted the dashboard. "Good girl," he said. Musette nodded. "She has done splendidly. You must give her a nice helping of oil while I get lunch ready." The latter operation did not take long. A well-meant offer of assistance from Reggie and Gwendolen was firmly, if politely, declined, and by the time Tony had attended to the car's requirements, a pleasing medley of champagne, lobster mayonnaise, cold tongue, and Madeira jelly was set out invitingly on the portable table inside the body. "Here," said Reggie, raising his glass and leaning back luxuriously, "is the health of the gentleman who invented that charming phrase, the idle rich." "You might have drunk mine first," protested Gwendolen, "after holding my hand the whole way down." "Reggie," said Tony, "has the most perfect manner and the most imperfect manners of anybody I know. Musette, your help." Musette bowed gravely. "My toast," she said, "is that you may all back the winner." "Tony," said Reggie, "has backed little Eva. I think I shall do the same. The liftman told me that she was very ought." "Is that what they call a tip?" asked Gwendolen, wrinkling her forehead. "Hush, child," said Reggie, patting her hand. "Such expressions are not seemly for a young girl to use." "I am sorry, dear," said Gwendolen, "but you might put tin bob on for me. I want some new gloves badly. You have nearly worn out this pair." "I can't be left out," said Musette, producing her purse. "Tony, you look honest. Here's a sovereign for little Eva." Tony took the coin. "I'll hedge against you all," he said. "It may bring me luck." "Well, here goes my last fiver," said Reggie with a sigh. "If little Eva's beaten, I shall dine with you all in turn next week." "Have we time for a quarter of a cigarette?" asked Gwendolen. "I feel the gambler's tremors coming on. Look at my hand. It's shaking like a leaf." "A white rose petal," said Reggie gallantly, "would be a more accurate simile. Have one of mine. They're Russian and not paid for." Gwendolen helped herself delicately. "Reggie," she said, "never pays for anything. He thinks it's vulgar." "It certainly isn't common," observed Tony. "Reggie carries it to extremes, however. I remember his tailor once saying to him with tears in his voice, 'Ah, Mr. Seton, I shall either have to give you up or else take my lad away from Harrow. I can't afford the two.'" "And which did he do?" asked Gwendolen, puffing out a little cloud of smoke. Tony waved his hand towards Reggie's perfect frock coat. "There," he said, "is the answer." Gwendolen shook her head sadly. "I have always thought," she said, "that there was some dark secret in Reggie's life. Hello, there's a bell. Let's put away these things and go and see what's happening." Between them, Tony and Musette quickly packed up the debris of luncheon, and then, leaving the car in charge of a courteous, if somewhat heavily suborned policeman, they all four made their way into the enclosure. As is usually the case on Cambridgeshire Day, the heath was packed in a manner which must have been highly gratifying to the directors of the racecourse. On the further side of the track, the spectators stretched away down to the bushes in a long continuous line, while both the stands and the enclosure were as full of people as such superior and expensive places could rightly expect to be. As soon as the first two races were over, there came a rush for the paddock, where the Cambridgeshire horses were being saddled. "I vote we stop where we are," said Tony, turning to the others. "What does anyone say?" "Just as you please, as far as I'm concerned," said Reggie. "I like to have a look at the runners, but I'm always ready to be unselfish." Tony laughed. "Why, Reggie," he said, "if it wasn't for the tail, you wouldn't know one end of a horse from the other." "Of course not," admitted Reggie calmly, "but I like to walk round and say that so-and-so looks a bit fine-drawn and thingamabob a bit tucked up. It's wonderful how people always agree with you." "I shouldn't," said Gwendolen with decision. "I never agree with you, Reggie, except when you tell me I'm beautiful." Tony raised his hand. "Don't quarrel, children," he said, "until after the race is over. I shall break down if you do." "Here they come," cried Reggie, as the small group of men clustered round the entrance to the paddock suddenly scattered to right and left. "Look out for little Eva." A handsome chestnut, his coat gleaming like new bronze in the mellow afternoon sunlight, was the first to appear. He came out sideways, prancing and shaking his head, and then, twisting round, galloped up past the stands, sending the earth flying beneath his heels. "That's Colchester, number 12 on the menu," said Tony. "He's the only one I'm afraid of." "Let's hope he'll break his neck," said Reggie piously. "Here are the others." One after another, the 15 runners cantered down the course, being greeted with successive cheers that swelled or sunk according to their position in the betting. The loudest welcome of all was reserved for the last, a beautiful, shapely black, carrying the famous Rothschild colors. Tony moistened his lips. "There she goes," he said quietly. "Pretty mare, isn't she?" No one answered. Only Musette was looking at him. The others were gazing down the course after the horses. From the stands, the start was plainly visible. One could see the tall posts of the gate and the various runners fidgeting about like small black dots. For about 5 minutes the movement continued, while a silent tension gradually spread throughout the thousands of watching figures. The sharp ting of a bell, a sudden gasping cry, "They're off," and everyone was leaning forward, staring eagerly towards the broken line that rolled unsteadily up the course. On they came, while louder and ever louder the vast volume of voices swelled into a frenzied roar of excitement. "The Dryad wins! Colchester, Colchester! Little Eva for 100! The Dryad, the Dryad!" Neck and neck, in the center of the course, 3 horses were sweeping along, clear by a couple of lengths from the party-colored medley behind. 100 yards from home, and they were still level, the gap behind them widening at every stride. Suddenly one of them faltered. A sudden shout, "The Dryads beat!" burst from 1,000 throats, and, the next moment, locked in an apparently inseparable stride, Colchester and little Eva came thundering past the post. The wild cheering died down into a brief spell of almost intolerable silence. Every eye was glued to the tall frame, waiting the fateful decision. With a perfectly steady hand, Tony lit a cigarette. "Colchester's won," he said quietly. "A short head, I should think." The words had hardly left his lips when a hoarse roar proclaimed the hoisting of the numbers. 12, 6, 9. Tony laughed lightly. "I thought so," he said. "Reggie, you've lost your $5. Let us hope it will teach you not to gamble." But for once in a way, Reggie had no answer. He was staring down the course, biting jerkingly at an unlit cigarette. It was Gwendolen who broke the silence. "Poor Reggie," she said. "I can't let you starve. You must come and dine with us." Tony thrust his hand into his pocket and pulled out Reggie's 5-pound note. "Musette," he observed, "there is still corn in Egypt. What about the Savoy?" Musette, who had been looking at him with rather troubled eyes, shook her head and smiled. "No, Tony," she said. "I should be haunted by Mr. Seaton's ghost. You must dine with me at Curzon Street." "Perhaps it would be more decent," said Tony. "After all, Reggie was a friend of mine before he went under. I'll send the $5 to the Anti-Socialist Fund." Reggie, who seemed to have recovered himself, turned round with a laugh. "Yours is a callous heart, Tony," he said. "Suppose we leave this scene of vice and get back to town. There's sure to be a poisonous crush after the last race." "I'm ready," replied Musette. "So am I," added Gwendolen, "unless Tony wants to stay." Tony buttoned his coat. "Mr. Delmar's interest in racing," he observed, "is temporarily suspended." It was just 6 o'clock when the big dust-stained car pulled up outside Portman Mansions. Reggie opened the door, and Gwendolen, after collecting her various possessions, rustled daintily out. 8 o'clock, Reggie," she said, "and there's a woodcock for dinner. Don't be late. Goodbye, Miss Gilbert." "Goodbye, Tony. I'm frightfully sorry little Eva lost." "Your griefs are mine, Gwendolen," observed Tony gravely. "Where did you want to get out, Reggie?" "Oh, drop Miss Gilbert next," said Reggie. "I'll come along with you to Hyde Court." A few minutes brought them to Curzon Street, where Musette alighted. 8 o'clock also, Tony," she said, "but I'm afraid there's no woodcock. It will be an impromptu feast." "I'm not greedy," said Tony. "It is one of my few good points." Reggie climbed into the vacant seat alongside of him, and waving farewell to Musette, they slid off noiselessly round the corner. Neither of them spoke until the car drew up outside Tony's flat. Then Reggie laid his hand on his friend's arm. "Don't be stupid, Tony," he said. "Marry Musette. You'll make her very happy." Tony remained silent. "Very well," said Reggie with a sigh. "It's not my business. There is only one other thing I want to say. As far as it goes, Tony, you know that what's mine is yours. You'll let me do what I can?" "My dear Reggie," said Tony, "there's only one luxury I can afford to carry away from this absurd city, and that's the thought that there was one person I never borrowed any money from. Still, it's quite charming of you, Reggie. Come and have breakfast with me in the morning." Reggie nodded. Leaving the car in charge of the porter on duty, Tony climbed a little wearily up the stairs that led to his flat. As he opened the door, he was met in the hall by the impassive Ropes. Tony looked at him with a smile. "I see from your expression, Ropes," he said, "that you have been reading the evening paper." Ropes inclined his head. "If you will pardon me, sir," he observed, "I was deeply distressed to see that little Eva had lost. Very deeply distressed." Tony took off his coat and hat and handed them over to his sorrowing retainer. "Ah, well, Ropes," he remarked, "we've had a pleasant time while it lasted. You must go to Lord North. He's been pestering me to give you up for years. You'll have a bigger scope there for your peculiar abilities." Ropes shook his head. "I shall be sorry to disappoint his lordship, sir, but it would be impossible for me to accept another place. If you can no longer retain my services, I shall retire." "I suppose you are very rich, Ropes," said Tony sadly. Ropes bowed. "Quite comfortably off, thank you, sir. I trust, sir, that, if you will excuse my mentioning such a matter, the question of wages will not lead you to dismiss me before it is quite convenient. I should be deeply distressed if you allowed such a consideration to influence you, sir." "You shall at least have the felicity of helping me dress for dinner, Ropes," said Tony gravely. "We will discuss these unpleasantly sordid topics tomorrow morning." Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up outside Musette's house in Curzon Street, and Tony, faultlessly accoutered, stepped out. He was shown into a room on the left of the hall, where Musette, gracefully slender in a dark blue evening frock, was sitting back in an easy chair, turning over the pages of a novel. "It will be a duet," she said, holding out her hand, which Tony kissed. "Poor Aunt Jemima is in bed with a headache." "A day of disasters," observed Tony. "I felt it when I got up this morning." The door opened, and a neatly dressed parlour-maid announced dinner. Musette laid down her novel and, rising from her chair, accepted his arm. "We'll hope, at all events," she said, "that the food will be an exception." They crossed the hall to the dining room, where a small round table, bright with silver and glasses, stood out attractively against the black oak paneling of the walls. The only light came from 4 red-shaded candles in the center. Musette's impromptu feast turned out to be a dainty little dinner which would have won the approval of Colonel Newnham Davis. Some excellent soup was followed by grilled sole, sweetbreads, and a partridge, the whole concluding with an alluring symphony on toast, in which eggs and old Madeira supplied the leading motif. Assisted by a bottle of Lafitte and a couple of glasses of Bristol cream, Tony's immediate troubles faded luxuriously from his memory. He possessed to a supreme degree that enviable gift of living in the present, and as he chatted away cheerfully to Musette, the thought that on the morrow he would be facing an unsympathetic world without a penny in his pocket never once intruded its unpleasant image. It was only in the room afterwards, when he was sitting over the fire smoking a cigar and watching the light flickering softly on Musette's white arms, that the sudden realization of his position gripped him. With a horrible abruptness, it occurred to him that this was probably the last time he would see her. Up till that moment he had never thought about his relations with Musette. Without making love to her, he had drifted into a kind of charming intimacy, quite different from anything he had previously known, in a fairly extensive experience. Now the thought that he was going to lose her appeared to him suddenly in all its naked simplicity. He stared into the fire, trying to grasp the unpleasant revelation. Musette leaned forward, looking up at him. "What's the matter, Tony?" she asked. Her hand was on the arm of the chair, and Tony, almost unconsciously, laid his own on it. Her soft and cool clasp answered him with a little affectionate pressure. "My poor Tony," she said, "you look as worried as Saul. What is it?" The devil, or whoever is responsible for our temptations, suddenly brought up in Tony's mind the recollection of Reggie's parting words. He looked down longingly into Musette's upturned face. Here in this strange, gracious girl lay a wonderful escape from the black morass into which he had stumbled. She met his gaze with steady, wide-opened eyes and a rather troubled smile. "What is it, Tony dear?" she repeated. "Tell me." He slowly moved his hand until it imprisoned her arm, and then bent down towards her. "Musette," he whispered. "Musette." Her breast rose and fell like some beautiful white flower, but she remained silent and motionless. Tony was so near now that he could feel the warm breath from her parted lips, and for a moment he forgot everything in the supreme hunger to kiss her. It was as he did so that his conscience suddenly broke through the habits of a lifetime. He stood up quietly in front of her and put his hands behind his back. "I was going to ask you to marry me, Musette," he said. Musette nodded. "But now," said Tony, after a short pause, "I am going to tell you the truth instead." He sat down and stared into the fire. "I'm ruined, Musette. I owe about £10,000, and I haven't a penny in the world. I've spent and gambled away every shilling my father left me. I had the last 5,000 I can possibly raise on little Eva." Musette, who had been listening to him with the same half-grave, half-smiling expression on her face, got up from her chair and crossed the room to a small satin-wood writing table in the corner. She opened the drawer and took out something. "Is this your check, Tony?" she asked, handing him a small slip of pink paper. Tony looked at it in bewilderment. "I don't understand," he said. Musette sat down and folded her hands. "Murray brought it to me instead of paying it into the bank. I thought if you asked me to marry you, I'd give it back as a goodbye present." She paused. "As you haven't done so, Tony," she added, "I think I shall have to cash it." Tony dropped the check on the table. "I don't understand," he repeated helplessly. My father's real name, said Musette, was Morris. Tony stared at her. Morris, he repeated mechanically. Musette smiled. Well, he liked to think it was Morris, she added. I believe, as a strict matter of fact, that it was originally Moses. At least, Mother always said so. Anyhow, he was a very good father. He left me his business, Tony, and Murray to help me look after it. Tony jumped up from his chair. Great Scott, he cried. Musette shook her head. No, Tony, she said. He's a Jew, too, only like Father. He's ashamed of it. I'm the only one in the firm with any honest British blood. At least, I believe Mother came from Dublin. She was never quite sure about it. Tony said nothing. He only stared at her. It brings me in about 9,000 a year, added Musette with reflective inconsequence. So it would be a pity to drop it, wouldn't it? There was a silence lasting for about a minute. Then Tony came over to Musette and stood looking down into her eyes. Goodbye, Musette, he said simply. I am several kinds of a blackguard, and I don't think it's very probable that we shall ever see each other again, but at all events, I didn't ask you to marry me. Musette smiled. I think, Tony, she said, that you are the only man who has ever paid me a compliment that I care about. Then, as Tony turned to go, she got up from her chair and stood in front of him, with her hands behind her back. And I am sure, Tony, she added calmly, that you are the only man I know who would never bore me. For a second, Tony hesitated. Then, taking her by the shoulders, cool, fragrant, and smiling, he drew her into his arms. And on this occasion, Tony's conscience seemed quite satisfied. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dawn Sutton. Once upon a time, there was a little mouse called Squarky-Woo, who lived behind the wainscoting in a house in Berkeley Square. His mother, who lived with him, was very old and very gray and very wise. He called her Mammy Anna, partly from affection and partly because it was her name. She was a widow. Squarky-Woo's father, having met with a tabby catastrophe in the kitchen, which had abruptly terminated his stainless career in the very flower of mousehood. It had been a cruel blow to Mammy Anna, who had loved him dearly and would not have lost him for all the cheese and cheddar. She had dragged his remains from the dust heap onto which they had been thrown and lovingly interred them beneath the dining room floor, erecting over his grave the simple and touching memorial, Requisca en Pousier. From that day onward, she had lavished the whole affection of her broken heart upon little Squarky-Woo. He was indeed a mouse of which any mother might have been proud. His coat was as brown as the Thames water at London Bridge. His eyes were as black as Maria, and his teeth were as sharp as needles and as white as ivory. Deep down in her heart, Mammy Anna thought him perfect, but it must not be supposed from this that she in any way neglected her duties as a mother. She insisted on his getting up at 12 o'clock every night and going into his hole at 6 o'clock every morning. He was never allowed to play with the other young mice, or to use any vulgar expressions, such as "go to Felis," or "you be trapped." Above all, he was strictly forbidden, on any excuse whatever, to go near the kitchen in which his beloved father had met so dreadful a fate. With the foolishness of youth, Squarky-Woo chafed under this admirable discipline. Not that he ever complained to his mother. Oh dear, no! He loved her too much, and besides, she would probably have beaten him. Of course, if she had done so, it would only have been for his own good. But Squarky-Woo, being modest by nature, felt that he was quite good enough. So he kept his thoughts to himself and did what he was told, and Mammy Anna frequently informed him that he was the best behaved and the most satisfactory little mouse in the whole of Berkeley Square. This, she would add, is rather due to your excellent upbringing than to any innate virtue that you yourself possess. And Squarky-Woo, who had quite made up his mind to pay a visit to the kitchen on the first possible occasion, used to bow his head gracefully, as though recognizing the truth of her remark, and then wink at himself in the looking-glass under the dining-room sideboard. Though nothing can excuse such duplicity, especially in early life, Squarky-Woo's conduct was not really quite so reprehensible as it appears at first sight. He suffered from temptations of which Mammy Anna was ignorant, for the other young mice had the most offensive habit of jeering at him whenever she was not present. "Yah!" they would cry. "Who's afraid of the cat? Look at little Stay-in-Hole." Then they would tell him wonderful stories about the kitchen, how the floor was strewn with crumbs, and how exciting it was to creep in quietly and pick them up, while the great ugly brute of a cat nodded away sleepily in front of the fire, and Squarky-Woo would grind his teeth with impotent fury and swear to himself that, come what might, nothing should stop him from sharing in their adventures. And so, one evening, when Mammy Anna had gone across the square to pay a visit of congratulation, the cat at number 4 having been rather severely bitten by a stray dog, Squarky-Woo seized the opportunity of putting his long-share scheme into operation. He waited until 12 o'clock, when all the half-dressed people upstairs seemed to have gone to bed, and then, creeping softly out of his hole, made his way to the head of the kitchen stairs. His heart was beating furiously with excitement, and that strange, delicious ecstasy which, alas, so frequently accompanies a first departure from the path of right flowed fiercely through his veins. He listened for a moment or two, scarcely daring to breathe, but the quivering of his own tail alone broke the silence. Very cautiously he crept downstairs until he reached the basement, where a small blue jet of gas was flickering feebly in the draught. Squarky-Woo knew from this that the servants had all retired into their holes. He paused for a moment outside the pantry door, until he heard the butler growling through his nose, which, according to Mammy Anna, was the sure sign that he had gone to sleep. Then, setting his teeth, he scuttled off down the passage in the direction of the kitchen. To his intense surprise, the door was partly open. Some careless scullery maid had evidently forgotten her duty. For one instant he hesitated, as the memory of his father's fate suddenly rushed into his mind. But the thought of what the other young mice would say swept away all caution, and trembling with excitement, he crawled forward and peeped round the corner into the forbidden chamber. In his wildest moments, he had never imagined anything so exquisite. His heart almost stopped beating, and in a hoarse whisper he ejaculated to himself the single exclamation, "Crumbs!" The floor was literally strewn with them. Bread, toast, flour, bacon, potato, minute portions of all that made life sweet and radiant lay scattered there in boundless plenty. The dying firelight shone upon the silver covers on the walls and threw a faint harmonious glow over the entire banquet. Tears of happiness gathered in Squarky-Woo's eyes and rolled gently down his nose. No wonder his father had risked everything in such a cause. Instead of a rash, indefinite shadow, Squarky-Woo suddenly saw him in the guise of an heroic martyr, and a great thrill of family pride shot through his fluttering heart. He raised his head and glanced savagely around the kitchen. Where was that infernal cat? She should pay bitterly for her deed of blood. Fortunately, however, for Squarky-Woo, the cat was otherwise engaged, and with the exception of a few black beetles, who eyed him with apathetic interest, he was in sole possession of the kitchen. Well, vengeance would keep, and the crumbs would not. There they lay, in all their toothsome beauty. He crushed back his more noble sentiments and flung himself upon the feast. It was one of those rare occasions when the realization of a long-cherished scheme is even more enjoyable than imagination has already painted it, and so eagerly did Squarky-Woo enter upon his task that for some moments he was totally oblivious of all other considerations. At length, however, when the first glow of gratified appetite was gradually cooling down, he began to realize that the whole apartment was permeated by a delicate perfume, for which none of the fragments on the floor were directly responsible. He stopped eating and began to sniff the air with the rich satisfaction of a true connoisseur. "If that isn't cheddar cheese," he murmured to himself, "I'm a Dutch mouse." As far as he could judge, the source of this delicious odor lay somewhere in the direction of the fireplace. In eager expectancy, he darted across the floor, and there, just in front of the grate, lay the most perfect slice of cheddar cheese, surrounded by a curious arrangement of wire and wood. Now, Squarky-Woo had been brought up by Mammy Anna on an excellent principle, carefully copied from the manner in which she had observed human beings educated their children. That such things as traps and casts existed it was of course impossible to deny, but what they were like in appearance and where they were likely to be found were things that no decent-minded young mouse had any right to know. The great object of education was to launch one's children upon the world in absolute ignorance of the darker side of life. "My own little Squarky-Woo," she would say to other approving mothers, "is just as pure-minded as the day that he was born." This being so, Squarky-Woo had naturally no idea that the curious thing in front of him was a trap. He had often heard other young mice speak of such things with bated breath, but had never dared to ask what they were actually like, for fear that he should be laughed at for not knowing. So he walked round it and sniffed at it and puzzled his head, trying to make out what it was. It could scarcely be intended to keep the cheese clean. It was obviously not intended to prevent anybody stealing it. Well, it was no good trying to account for human idiocy. People who kept cats for pleasure were obviously a little wanting in ordinary intelligence. If they chose to put their cheese into a sort of bird cage and leave it on the kitchen floor, that was their own lookout. He knew what to do with it if they hadn't. Hesitating no longer, he ran into the trap, and catching hold of the corner of the cheese with his sharp little teeth, gave it a quick jerk in order to detach it from the hook. Snap! He leaped round like a flash, but it was too late. The door of the trap had closed behind him. For an instant he scarcely realized what had happened, and then the hideous truth suddenly broke upon him in all its terrible reality. He hurled himself recklessly against the wires, but the cunning artificers of Birmingham had wrought them of the stoutest copper, and he only bruised his tender little body, and made no impression upon his prison. In pitiful distress, he turned round and round, seeking in vain for some outlet. There was none, and Squarky-Woo realized that nothing was now left to him except to face a cruel and painful death without disgracing his lineage. Meanwhile, Mammy Anna had returned from her visit in excellent spirits, the cat at number 4 having been even more badly bitten than rumor had related. So it had been in a very genial frame of mind. She had run upstairs, laughing gaily to herself as she pictured the amusing incident. Her only regret was that she had not been present to listen to the cat's squeak. That would have been music indeed. Before going out, she had told Squarky-Woo that he had better not leave the hole until her return, so she was very surprised, and not a little annoyed, to find that he had disobeyed her. However, she thought, he is probably only in the dining room or the drawing room, and I can't really be angry on such an auspicious occasion. She trotted off to look for him, still chuckling to herself, and no suspicion of the terrible truth entered into her mind. Indeed, it was not until she had thoroughly searched both apartments that she began to get a little uneasy. Surely Squarky-Woo could not have been so madly disobedient as to go down into the kitchen. She inquired of 1 or 2 mice she happened to meet, but none of them had seen anything of her son, and one of them went so far as to remark that he thought she always carried him in her pocket. But Mammy Anna was in no mood for joking. A horrible fear was slowly tightening round her heart. She darted away to the head of the kitchen stairs, and peering down into the dimly lit passage, called out nervously, "Squarky-Woo, are you there?" A faint answering squeak echoed up the stairs. "Come up at once," she cried. There was a long pause, and then a feeble little sob. "Caught in a trap." The world seemed suddenly to reel around before Mammy Anna's eyes, and it was only with a superverminous effort that she stopped herself from fainting. Sick with dread, she hurried downstairs, and guided by the sound of Squarky-Woo's voice, made her way straight to the kitchen. At the sight of her darling caught fast in the hideous engine of destruction, the last remnant of hope fled despairingly from her heart. "Oh, Squarky-Woo," she cried, "oh, you little fool!" And great tears of misery almost blinded her. Squarky-Woo crushed back his sobs when he saw his mother weeping. "Don't cry, Mammy Anna," he said. "I am not worth it. I am only a wicked, ungrateful little beast, and I don't mind dying." Then Mammy Anna broke down helplessly and sobbed out that he was all she had in the world, and that it was all her own fault for not having told them what a trap was like, and that heaven knew she had done it all for the best. A sad, twisted little smile flickered across Squarky-Woo's face, but he only shook his head and repeated bravely, "No, Mother, it was all my fault." "Oh," she cried, "I might have known what would happen. Your father's blood was bound to come out." Squarky-Woo's eyes lit up with a great pride. "Yes," he said, "it has taught me how to make a fool of myself, but it will also teach me how to die." "Listen," cried Mammy Anna suddenly. "There is one faint chance. If the cat is not present when you are discovered, they will try to drown you. Just as they are going to open the trap, I will attract their attention, and if by any chance they open it a second too soon, jump, darling, jump, for your life and mine." A glimmer of hope stole into Squarky-Woo's eyes, and he set his little teeth with a grim determination that was good to witness. Mammy Anna wiped away her tears and kissed him through the wires, and when the cold gray light of morning crept through the chinks in the shuttered windows, she was still beside him, softly encouraging him with words of hope, and firmly resolved that if she failed to save him, it should be at the price of her own existence. At last a heavy step outside warned them of approaching danger, and Mammy Anna scuttled away and took up her position under the dresser. The terrible and immediate necessity for caution kept her cool and alert, though every nerve was tingling with savage determination. Then the door opened, and a great, sleepy scullery maid blundered into the room. Directly she saw Squarky-Woo in the trap, she gave a scream of terror and darted to the door. "Cook, cook," she called, "come here." Mammy Anna heard the door of the cook's room open, and the angry answer that came across the passage. "Well, what are you screeching about, silly? There's a mouse in the trap." "Well, it won't eat her." There was a sound of flopping footsteps, and the cook waddled in, looking anything but pleasant. "Never heard such a noise," she remarked angrily. "Ain't you ever seen a mouse before, Fathead?" She advanced towards the fireplace and glanced down at Squarky-Woo. "Where's that blessed cat?" she inquired. "Dunno," said the scullery maid. "What's the good of you?" demanded the cook scornfully. Being apparently unable to find any satisfactory solution to this problem, the scullery maid only glanced nervously at Squarky-Woo and murmured, "Poor little thing." "Poor little thing!" shouted the cook indignantly. "Perhaps you'd like to make a pet of it. Here, there's James. James, James!" The footman, a tall, pale-faced young man, sauntered in a state of some incompleteness with regard to costume. "What are you hollering about?" he inquired. "You might take and drown this 'ere mouse like a good feller," said the cook. "Mouse?" he echoed sarcastically. "Lord bless us, it might have been a tiger from the row you was making." He picked up the trap with a brutal indifference and strolled towards the door. Trembling with excitement, Mammy Anna slipped along the wall after him. He strode down the passage, whistling to himself, and turning the corner came to a standstill just alongside of a large tin bucket full of water. "Let's see her swim," he remarked to Squarky-Woo, and lifting the trap placed his thumb upon the spring. With a prayer in her heart, Mammy Anna leapt forward and struck him with her sharp little teeth upon the calf of his leg, which was only protected by a thin white stocking. With an exclamation of pain, he started back and unconsciously pressed the spring. Up went the flap, and out went Squarky-Woo, just missing the bucket by the 1/8 of an inch. He came down with a terrible bang upon the stone floor, but was up again in an instant, and before the astonished footman had recovered his composure, both he and Mammy Anna had disappeared down a neighboring hole. "Have you drowned it?" called out the cook, and James, who knew women, pulled himself together and said yes. Upstairs in Mammy Anna's quiet little retreat, the final and distressing denouement took place. Squarky-Woo crouched in a corner, awaiting his destiny. For some time Mammy Anna eyed him in stern silence. Then she flicked her tail, and Squarky-Woo shivered. "Come here," she said. He made no motion. "Come here?" she squeaked. You wee, slicket, cowering, timorous beastie!" Horrified at her language, Squarky-Woo turned to escape, but it was too late. With one bound, Mammy Anna was upon him, and catching hold of his ear with her teeth, she lifted up his tail and beat him with her own. End of section.
Section 6 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. With the Conquering Turkey. I had just finished breakfast and was slowly enjoying an especially fragrant pipe when my front doorbell rang with some violence. "This is undoubtedly Pittman," I said to myself. It was. He came in, stamping the snow off his boots onto my new carpet. "Sit down," I said harshly. He seated himself obediently, and tearing off the front page of the news and leader, which had been left at my house by mistake, I handed it across to him. "Put your feet on that," I said, "if they'll go on, and don't move until they are properly thawed, and, whatever you do, don't remark it's seasonable weather." He followed my instructions meekly. "Pittman is a great friend of mine. We live in the same village, and he is a local architect. At least, that's what he calls himself. Some of his clients call him other things. He is also married. I am rather frightened of Mrs. Pittman, for she is under the impression that I exercise an evil influence over her husband. She told another lady in confidence, who repeated it to me, that no man would live in a country village by himself unless he had something to hide." I tossed my tobacco pouch across the table. "Light a pipe and explain yourself," I said. "I thought you would be in bed and asleep," he began. "You're getting into vicious habits living alone. When an unmarried man takes to breakfasting at 9 o'clock, it's a bad sign. Shows he can't sleep." "Pittman," I said pathetically, "you have not come out half a mile on a snowy morning to try and be funny. Out with it." "Have you got any whiskey?" he inquired. "I thought there was some good reason. There it is behind you. Aren't you allowed to have it at home?" "Not before lunch, and quite right too. But that isn't the real reason why I came." "Have a cigar?" I suggested. "No," he replied. "I came to give you some information. You are coming up to town with me by the 4 o'clock train." "What are we going for?" I inquired. "We are going to buy a turkey," he said quietly. I looked at him in amazement. "Going to buy a turkey? Why, you can get a much better one here." He smiled. "Much better, but my wife thinks otherwise. You see, she was brought up in London, and she is still under the impression that you can get nothing fit to eat outside. She made up her mind long ago to buy the Christmas turkey in town, and she was going up today to choose one. However, this morning the infant suddenly developed a pain in its tummy, and she decided she couldn't leave it. So I volunteered and was accepted." "And you want an expert opinion?" Not at all. I know a turkey when I see one, all right. I want your society. We'll dine somewhere and do a music hall and come back by the last train. But I never heard such nonsense, I objected. Trotting all round London to buy a turkey. It's ridiculous. Naturally, said Pittman calmly, or my wife wouldn't have suggested it. I will think it over, I said. Pittman took out his watch. I shall call for you at 3:30. That will give you 6 hours to get ready. I dislike being hurried, I said irritably. We shall dine at the Piccadilly, he went on, and I shall pay for dinner. That settles it. If you had said so sooner, we should have been saved all this superfluous conversation. Pittman got up slowly and walked towards the door. You will take particular notice, he observed, that I said dinner. There was no mention of drinks. I was hoping it was an oversight. He shook his head. I am fond of you, Victor, but I have a sense of duty towards my family. Then, as Mr. Hall Caine would say, he went out into the snow. He turned up again at 3:45 in a fur coat, with a large basket in his hand. I looked at him in stern disapproval. I shall not come with you, I said, unless you dress yourself decently and leave the basket behind. I hate walking about with people who carry baskets. I don't, he said, so you shall carry it. May I ask if you wish to lug the turkey about London? I inquired. I don't wish to, he replied, but the wife. I cut him short. In that case, you have no choice. Did she also insist on the fur coat? That was my own idea, he replied proudly. I have had it for 2 years and only worn it once. What happened? Nothing. It was in my room in front of the looking-glass. People will think I am your dresser, I objected. They will respect you as an artist, he replied. We won't argue the point, I said. Wait till dinner time, then you will be sorry you insulted me. We arrived at Waterloo at 4:45, by which time Pittman had reached a state of intense irritation. The carriage had been full the whole way, and its other occupants had done little but cast furtive glances of admiration and envy at his coat. Thank heaven we're out of that, he muttered, as he stepped onto the platform. Gaping set of idiots. It's nothing to what you're going through, I replied encouragingly. I warned you before we started. What's the program now? Shorts first, he said, and then the turkey. I can't do it in cold blood. We found a cab and drove across Waterloo Bridge, pulling up at Mr. Short's eminent tavern. Pittman said his nerves were out of order and suggested champagne. I hate arguing. That's something rather hot in the way of coats, said the barmaid pleasantly, as she snipped the wire. Pittman was positively rude. You must excuse my friend, I put in, trying to smooth matters down. We are just going to pawn it, and he is rather sensitive on the subject. She smiled complacently. I wish you meant it, she said, and with this cryptic remark, she left us to attend to another gentleman. Pittman turned to me. Look here, he began warmly. I'm not going to be made a target for your silly wit. It was the best I could think of, I protested. He drank up the champagne and became a little more cheerful. Those people in the train upset me, he explained. Come along. We'll go and buy the turkey now. Where? Smithfield Market. You ought to make a hit there, I said hopefully. He glanced down at the coat with a nervous, hunted sort of expression. I wish I hadn't brought the thing, he muttered. Wait till we get to Smithfield, I returned. You'll wish it much more then. They're a nice, genial, outspoken set of people at Smithfield. As a matter of fact, our reception was distinctly disappointing, but for a few encouraging cries such as, Yar, look at the bloomin' millionaire. When did yer get it, governor? Chuck us a quid, Rothschild. Our entrance into the market passed off without any special demonstration. Pittman was distinctly hard to please. We wandered about from stall to stall, and at last drew up opposite one where a large gentleman with a face like a blood orange was vociferously presiding. "'Ere you are, sir," he called out, "the finest birds in London." Then, glancing at my friend's coat, "Nothing but the best for you, sir. 'Ere's the wery thing." And he held out the most magnificent turkey I've ever seen in my life. Pittman, who is a bit of an artist, was at once taken with its beautiful plumage. "That's a lovely bird," he exclaimed, turning to me. "Better ask a few questions," I suggested in a whisper, "or he'll take you for a mug and overcharge you." Pittman turned to the salesman. "How old is it?" he demanded suspiciously. "I ain't got his birth certificate," replied the latter affably, "but he ain't come of age yet." "Where was it brought up?" pursued Pittman. The fat man preserved his composure. "Hoxford College," he replied, winking at me. "Is it an early riser?" I inquired. "Shut up, Victor," said Pittman. "How much?" he asked, addressing the salesman. "Let yer 'ave it for 30 bob, sir. 20-pound turkey for 30 bob." "Right you are," said Pittman, handing across the basket. "Put it in here." "Now we'll go and have another bottle of fizz," I remarked as we turned away from the stall. Pittman nodded his head. "The cold weather makes one frightfully thirsty, doesn't it?" "Nearly as bad as the hot," I agreed. "We must be careful not to have too much," said Pittman. "Drinking," I observed, as I led the way into a cheerful-looking tavern, "is no longer a mere physical indulgence. By legislation we have turned it into an art." "And the policemen are the critics," added Pittman. I looked at him approvingly and ordered another bottle of mum. All the better side of Pittman's nature steals out under the influence of champagne. As a rule, he is inclined to be taciturn and a trifle selfish. Touched by the garment of Bacchus, rare and unexpected qualities develop with amazing rapidity. In the present instance, he became almost morbidly tender-hearted. "We'll take a four-wheeler to the Piccadilly," he said, finishing his glass. "Why not a taxi?" I inquired. He shook his head mournfully. "Don't want to jog the turkey." "Nonsense," I objected. "It's not nonsense," he retorted. "How would you like to be shut up in a bag?" It was obviously no use arguing, so I gave in. Going outside, we summoned a seedy-looking growler and plodded off towards the restaurant. Pittman took the turkey out of the bag and placed it on the seat opposite us. "Beautiful bird," he said thoughtfully. "Magnificent," I agreed. Then he lay back and went to sleep. I woke him up when the cab stopped. "Come along," I said. "Here we are. You sling on to the turkey. I'll pay the men." I followed him into the hall and found him standing there with the basket under one arm and the turkey under the other. "Put those things in the cloakroom," I whispered hurriedly. "Everyone is laughing at you." "Let 'em laugh," he replied, looking round defiantly. "You remember what Saul Solomon says about thorns under a pot. The turkey's coming in to dinner with me." "Pittman," I said, "I'm ashamed of you." He walked up to the cloakroom and deposited his coat, hat, and stick. Then he put the turkey into the basket. "Shall I take that, sir?" inquired the attendant. "No," said Pittman haughtily. "Leave him alone." "That will be all right," I interposed, giving the man a shilling. I was curious to see what would happen. Pittman marched downstairs to the grill room, carrying the basket. The place was crowded. "I want a table for 3, he said to the waiter. The latter looked at him curiously. "Shall I take that outside, sir?" Pittman drew himself up. "Don't you dare to touch him." We were beginning to attract attention, so I settled the matter by leading the way across the room to the further corner where there was an empty table. We sat down, and taking the turkey out of the basket, Pittman proceeded to prop it up in the vacant chair, to the intense interest and joy of the people at the surrounding tables. The waiter whose duty it was to attend to us entered into the spirit of the joke, his sense of humor being probably quickened by a prophetic instinct with regard to our financial value. "Dinner for 3, sir?" he inquired. Pittman examined the menu with some deliberation and settled upon a satisfactory little program. He is acquainted with my weaknesses. "My other friend," he said, pointing to the turkey, "will begin with a little thick soup." At this point, the manager of the restaurant arrived. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I'm afraid I must request you to remove that bird," he began in a firm but apologetic tone. "The other ladies and gentlemen, you know, sir." This put Pittman on his dignity. "If they object to my friends, I will leave the restaurant," he replied. A genial-looking man at the next table here joined in the conversation. "I, for one," he said, "am delighted to be in such interesting society." "You hear that?" cried Pittman triumphantly. "Go away, manager. No, stop a minute. Have a drink?" The manager shook his head. "Thank you very much, sir, but I'm afraid it would be against my rules. Of course, if the other guests don't object to the bird, I have nothing further to say." He shrugged his shoulders and walked away. I shall never forget that dinner. Under the influence of a third bottle of champagne, Pittman became magnificent. His brilliant conversation was distributed impartially between me and the turkey and the people at the neighboring tables, all of whom were intensely sympathetic. It would be useless to attempt to describe it, and to tell the truth, I myself have a very imperfect idea as to what actually occurred. I distinctly remember, however, that about 9 o'clock I suggested the hippodrome. At first Pittman was obstinate. He declared that it was not a nice place to take the turkey to, but after a good deal of persuasion I managed to overcome his scruples, and amidst a chorus of good wishes we left the restaurant. By the aid of a taxi we arrived at the hippodrome without difficulty. I took the turkey and sent Pittman to buy the tickets. He returned just as I was trying to smuggle the bird into the cloakroom. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded indignantly. "I've got a stall for him." "A stall?" I echoed. "Yes, a stall. Don't be selfish." I gave it up and followed him meekly into the hall. I have a curiously indistinct recollection of what occurred subsequently. I remember being remonstrated with by a large gentleman in uniform to whom Pittman explained the situation with some emotion. "Constable," he said, "it's all right, Constable. Promised my wife not to let the bird out of my sight. Got a stall for him. He won't make any noise. Well-behaved bird, Sergeant. Brought up at Oxford. That's all right, officer." Whether it was this lucid explanation or the half-crown with which he substantiated it that brought the attendant to reason, I do not know, but without any more opposition we took our seats triumphantly in the center of the front row. It was a cheerful, Christmassy sort of audience, and the turkey made an instantaneous hit. Indeed, it attracted far more attention than the performance. Pittman insisted on buying it a whiskey and soda and got quite angry when it refused to drink. It sat up rakishly with a cigar in its claw, while he talked to it seriously about the sin of ingratitude. At last one of the performers refused to go on unless we were removed. With an injured air, Pittman tucked the turkey under his arm, and we left the house amidst ringing cheers from the gallery. By this time it was nearly 10 o'clock, and as our last train left London at 10:30, we drove off to Waterloo without any further delay. When we arrived at the station, Pittman insisted on buying 3 tickets. He declared, with tears in his eyes, that nothing would induce him to cheat the railway company. I suggested that he might put the turkey back into the basket, but he shook his head. "Promised the wife not to squash it," he said thickly. "Wouldn't have me break my promise." "No," I replied sadly. "Get in." We entered the carriage, and Pittman sat the turkey up in the further corner. Then we both went to sleep. I woke with a start, just as the train was beginning to throb its way out of the station. Glancing carelessly through the window, I saw, to my amazement, that we had arrived at our destination. I flung open the door and dug Pittman in the ribs. "Come along," I yelled. "Here we are." He scrambled out after me onto the platform, and the train glided away into the darkness. We were both of us rather upset, and Pittman decided that he would come to my house and have a brandy and soda before going home. "Nothing like brandy and soda for a nervous shock," he said gravely. I felt a little doubtful about the brandy, but he seemed so certain that I gave way, and we trudged up together to the cottage. I lighted the lamp in my little dining room and poured out a couple of drinks. "Pittman," I said, "we've had a ripping day." "Ripping," he repeated. I raised my glass. "Here's luck," I said, "and long life to the turkey." With a cry of horror, Pittman dropped his tumbler and collapsed into a chair. Then the hideous truth dawned upon me. We had left the turkey in the train. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The later edition. George Barton pushed open the swinging doors and came into the bank. Several people were standing at the counter, a couple of tradesmen, an old lady, an errand boy, while the cashier, an elderly, harassed-looking man, was counting over a large heap of silver, which one of the former had just paid in. He looked up as Barton entered, and nodded in the direction of the other customers. Barton lifted that slab that led through into the office, and walking up to a side door with a frosted glass panel, opened it, and hung up his hat upon a peg inside. Then he came to the counter, and began to attend to the people who were waiting. His work was characterized by a mechanical swiftness noticeably absent in the movements of his elderly confrère. So by the time that the latter had satisfied himself that the pile of silver in front of him corresponded with the amount on the slip, Barton had settled the requirements of the remaining customers. The cashier made an entry in his scroll, filled the credit slip, and then, after carefully wiping his pen and laying it on the desk, turned to Barton. "I am going to lunch now," he said. "If you have time, you might put a few of these entries through." He pointed to a twisted-up heap of checkbooks and credit slips under a paperweight. "We have been rather busy while you were out," he added. "All right," answered Barton, without looking up from the book in which he was writing. For the next quarter of an hour, the bank was practically deserted, the silence only being broken by the scratching of pens or an occasional sigh from one of the two junior clerks, who were working at a desk behind. Outside, the world was bathed in the golden sunshine of a perfect June day, but within it was merely another hot afternoon dragging on its ordinary monotonous round. Barton soon entered the pile of arrears bequeathed him by his companion, and added up the latter's scroll for him. One of the senior clerks came in from the manager's room with a pile of papers, threw them down on the desk, and sauntered up to where he was working. "How goes it?" asked the newcomer, taking out a penknife and beginning to clean his nails. "All through, up to date," said Barton. "Do you want to get out early?" "Well, I do rather, if you can manage it." He glanced over the scrolls. "I see you have been giving Weary Willie a hand." Barton smiled. "You would be here till 6 if I didn't." "It is quite time the poor old chap got his pension." "They ought to make you cashier," said the other. "Furs wants to go at the end of the year if they will let him. Why don't you apply for it?" Barton glanced round to see if they were overheard, and, speaking in a lower voice, answered, "That is just what I did last week. The manager, he is a little brick, Blackmore, sent up a very strong letter urging my fitness, and all that sort of thing. But the directors wrote back and said I was too young. Rather sickening, wasn't it?" "Why don't you go in for something else?" asked his companion. "With your brains you are wasted in a bank. Any fool can do this sort of thing." Barton flushed slightly. He was 21, and the compliment was obviously genuine. "It is all very well, Steele," he said, "but what can I do? I haven't got a halfpenny in the world, and I have to keep myself ever since I entered this confounded hole. I shan't stay in it a minute longer than I can help, but at present—" he shrugged his shoulders. "It is a bit off, isn't it?" agreed Steele sympathetically. "I should leave myself if I could do anything else. By the way, do you want a tip for the Manchester Cup?" "Well, that's curious," said Barton. "You are the second today." "Second what?" "Why, I have just had a letter from a man offering to give me a tip. What's yours?" "Kildonan. It's a dead cert. What's yours?" "I don't know till this evening. The whole thing is rather quaint. The other night I was coming down Shaftesbury Avenue very late, when I saw a fellow being set upon by 2 or 3 rough-looking brutes, so I ran across to lend him a hand. He was very grateful, and turned out to be McFadden, the tipster. You know, the chap who was always advertising in the sporting papers. Well, he insisted on taking my name and address, and this morning I got a letter from him, asking me to dine at the Troc. He said he could put me on to a good thing for the Manchester Cup." "You back Kildonan," said Steele sceptically. "I got it straight from my brother, who is a pal of the trainer. 10 to 1 McFadden will put you on to some rotter." "We shall see," answered Barton, getting up to attend to a customer who had just come in. "At all events, I will let you know what he says." Barton lit his cigar, and, leaning back in his comfortable seat, looked round the big restaurant with a quiet satisfaction born of an excellent dinner, a bottle of good champagne, and a really first-class Laranaga. Barton's companion, a big sunburnt man with a large moustache, twinkling black eyes, and a face heavily pitted with the remnants of smallpox, waited until the men serving liqueurs and coffee had moved on to the next table, and then resumed the conversation. "I don't want those chaps to get hold of what I was saying," he explained. "They know me, and it would be all over London tomorrow." Barton leaned slightly across the table towards him, and, lowering his voice, McFadden continued. "It's the chance of a lifetime. Not a soul witnessed the trial except Rainsford and Birch, and you can trust them to keep it dark. They want the money. Besides, Rainsford is the sort of man who would cut his throat rather than give away a tip. And I know Birch has told no one but myself. Even Ralph the jockey thinks that he was carrying about 10 pounds less than he was. So you can take it from me that, with the exception of us 4, there isn't a living soul who has an idea what Mountain Lady can do. She will start at 20 to 1. And unless she is left at the post or drops dead on the course, nothing will get near her. Why, just think, man, according to the trial, that would put Nightjar in at about 8 stone 4, while, as a matter of fact, he would be carrying 9 stone, and then be a hot favourite. You must have something on, something worth winning. If you can beg or borrow a monkey for a couple of days, you are made for life. I can get it on for you with Cook at 20 to 1. But he would want to see the cash first, and I have none to spare at present, or I would do it for you. It means simply picking up 10,000. I am sticking on every penny I can spare myself. We shall have to back to win, for there won't be more than 6 runners, but it's as safe as the Bank of England." His face was flushed with excitement as he finished. Picking up his glass of liqueur, he drained it at a gulp. Barton had listened intently. His eyes had never left McFadden's face, and he felt sure that the man had been telling him what he at all events believed to be the truth. "It is very kind of you to have given me the tip," he said, "and such an excellent dinner into the bargain." "Bosh," returned the other shortly. "Waiter, 2 more liqueur brandies." "Look here, youngster, you acted like a gentleman the other night, got me out of a damn tight place, and I never forget a pal." Barton was silent for a moment. "What about Killoden?" he asked. McFadden laughed. "Oh, I know the stable are sweet on him, but he hasn't a dog's chance against Mountain Lady at the weights. Besides, he is a clumsy, bad-tempered brute at the best of times. What I have told you is gospel truth, sonny, and if you send me anything to Morley's Hotel, I'll shove it on for you. Of course, do the business yourself if you prefer it, but in case you wanted a big deal, I thought you might have some trouble getting in on it, see?" Barton's face was, perhaps, a little paler than usual, but beyond that there was no trace of any particular emotion in his appearance or manner to betray the sudden thought that had flashed across his mind while McFadden was speaking. He sipped the second liqueur, which the waiter had just put down in front of him, knocked the ash off his cigar, and then, leaning across the table again towards his companion, answered quietly, "I believe what you tell me, and I am very grateful to you for letting me know. It is just possible I might be able to borrow a few hundreds, but I should have to spin some other yarn about it. Now, if I were to send you something in notes first post Friday morning, could you let me have them back, if all goes well, on Friday night? Why, of course. Cook will pay up Saturday. As long as he knows the cash is there, he wouldn't want it till after the race, even if we were to go down. There is nothing dead certain, but this is just as near to it as you can get. It's worth risking something, or I wouldn't put you on to it. I have been messing about with the turf for 20 years, and it's the best thing I ever struck. He took out his watch and looked at the time. I must be off, he added. I have to meet a man at past. You think it over, and do just what you like, only don't talk about it. He paid the bill, tipping the waiter generously, and they walked upstairs. At the door he turned to Barton. I have dealt with you straight, he said. You did me a good turn, and I always pay my debts when I can. Barton nodded and held out his hand. If I can raise the money, I will ask you to put it on for me. In any case, thank you. Through the warm starlit night, Barton walked home to his rooms in Bloomsbury. His face was pale and drawn, and he walked fast, staring straight in front of him. A fierce excitement was tingling in his blood. His brain and conscience seemed to be dancing together in a mad riot of contradictions. Through it all, McFadden's word leaped out on letters of fire. It means simply picking up 10,000. He kept on repeating the sentence to himself. 10,000 pounds. Was there anything impossible in the world with such a sum? 100 paths leading up the hills of power and fame opened out suddenly before his chained ambition. He walked on quickly, unsteadily, his hands clenched, his eyes shining. He turned into Burton Crescent and stopped before a dark, untidy-looking house that stared forlornly on the ill-kempt square in front. He had lived here for the last 2 years. A small bedroom on the 3rd floor being the exact amount of luxury permitted him by his salary. The hall was in total blackness. No reckless jet of blue wasted on the hall burners in Burton Crescent. But experience had taught Barton to dispense with such facilities. He made his way upstairs, stumbling over a sleeping cat that fled away into the darkness with a horrible scream. His room was poorly furnished, but saved from the usual deadly barrenness of such apartments by 2 large shelves crowded with books, a fine engraving of Burne-Jones' King Cophetua, and 1 or 2 cheaper reproductions of well-known pictures. He locked the door behind him and turned up the gas. He began to feel a little more collected. This excitement was contemptible. The wine must have gone to his head. He poured himself out a glass of water and drank it off. The thing had to be faced here and now, in all its radiant possibilities, in all its cold reality. He sat down in the frayed armchair and filled his pipe with trembling fingers. McFadden had spoken the truth, of that he felt certain. The man might have been deceived, but Barton doubted it. He was no callow novice at the game to suck in an ordinary turf lie with such conviction. Besides, he had hinted that Birch had reasons for not deceiving him. Then there was the chance that the trainer himself had been mistaken. Such a thing might happen. And, as McFadden himself had said, nothing was certain. The mare might be left at the post. He lit his pipe and began to smoke quickly, trying to see the thing in its right proportions. On the one hand, years of drudgery at the bank, mean, sordid poverty surrounding such as these. He looked round and shuddered. To lead to what? Who could tell? He knew that he had ability, but life was such a ghastly lottery. Handicapped as he was, without money or friends, what more likely than that he should share the fate of others, fully as able and ambitious as himself, men who had eaten out their hearts in the labour and disappointment of existence, while life floated past on golden wings, mocking and out of reach. And on the other hand, a deliberate crime, a temporary theft, and then either life itself, full-blooded, working, joyous life, with success and fame to light the road, or, he paused a moment, death. There was no alternative. He got up and crossed the room to the battered deal dressing table. Pulling open the drawer, he took out a small revolver, almost the sole legacy of his father, a cashiered major in the army. Well, why not? His life was his own. There was no one dependent on him. No one would ever regret his death, except perhaps the fellows at the office. If he chose to cast it into the scale against destiny, who had the right to question him? He put the revolver back and paced slowly up and down the room. It would be so easy in his position at the bank. He had a perfectly free access to the cash, and was himself responsible for what he used at the counter. It was checked sometimes by the manager, but never on Friday or Saturday. On those days Blackmore went away early to play golf. He could take £500 on Thursday night and, if he won, replace the same notes on Saturday morning. If he lost, well, there would be a headline for the papers, and another vacancy for a head clerk in the bank. It was stealing, of course. Sophistry had no place in his mental equipment. Up till now he had never done a dishonourable action. The terrible example of his father, and an instinctive dislike to anything underhand, kept him straight. For a moment he hesitated, then suddenly some words he had read in a book a few evenings before flashed into his mind. He repeated them with a sort of desperate mockery. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dare not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. Yes, that was best. To win or lose it all. He whispered the last line over again, and knew that he had decided. "You have made a mistake," said Steele, "and you will know it in another 20 minutes. Did you put much on?" Barton smiled. "Not enough to get excited about. I stuck a quid on Killidan, so I shall be a bit sick if he goes down." "Yes, that's a good deal to lose," said Barton calmly. "I have to go around now to see Johnstone and driver for Blackmore. I shall be back in about half an hour, and I will bring a paper in with me. You will be sorry you did not take my tip when you see the result. Kildonan first. Mountain Lady nowhere. Lucky for you, you didn't plunge." "It would have been rather foolish, wouldn't it?" "You look a bit off-coloured today somehow," said Steele, tying up some deeds which he was taking to the lawyers. "I didn't sleep much last night. I expect I want my holiday. Like the rest of us. 2 weeks in the year are no good to anyone. Well, so long. Prepare for a disappointment when you see the papers." "I am quite ready," answered Barton. His fellow clerk laughed, and, picking up his parcel of deeds, passed out of the office. As the swing door closed behind him, Barton suddenly realized that they might never meet again. Steele had been one of his few friends, a pleasant, good-natured fellow who had always treated him with a faint touch of deference, an unconscious tribute that some young men are always ready to pay to stronger or keener intelligence than their own. Steele would be sorry if things went wrong. He was, perhaps, the only one who would think of him in future with anything but contempt. 3 o'clock. Another 20 minutes. They were in the paddock now. Ralph would be examining his saddle. He could picture the scene, the crush round the favourite. No doubt Mountain Lady. Some customers came in, and he got up to attend to them mechanically, adding up the amounts or paying out what was required, without the least hesitation or inaccuracy. He was scarcely conscious of what he was doing. It was like a strange dream. He felt as if he was looking on the tragedy of his own life. How long had it been? 22 hours. He laughed to himself. What fool invented the clock? Last night alone had been a lifetime. There had been no time today. It had drifted past in a dull trance. After hours of torture, he had waked to a state of mental exhaustion in which thought at last was numbed and powerless. 5 minutes more. A tradesman was talking to him about the weather as he examined the endorsements on the checks and counted silver and gold into little separate piles. Yes, it was beautiful, a regular summer day. It made one want to be outside instead of being stuffed up in an office. However, business was business, of course. 1:15. God, how the moments dragged. They were lining up, perhaps. They might even have started. In 1/4 of an hour he might be dead. How those chattering fools would start if they knew. There was a sudden lull in the work. 4 or 5 customers went out almost together, and for a little while the office was empty. A strange apathy settled down like a mist over Barton's mind. It was all over now. The paper would be out in a few minutes. He went on writing, slowly, correctly. He felt as though he were being stifled. Suddenly, in the distance, he heard the shrill cry of a paper boy. "Winner! Paper! Cup winner!" Something seemed to snap in his brain. A deadly calm succeeded the formless emotions that had been racking him. He laid down his pen, and, getting up from his seat, walked to the cashier's desk. "I'm going out for a moment, Mr. Furs," he said. The cashier nodded. "Don't be longer than you can help. We shall be busy again in a minute." "I shall be back almost immediately," answered Barton. By the time he reached the street, the boy was quite close. A ragged little urchin, darting from one side of the road to the other in pursuit of customers. Barton held up his hand, and the boy rushed across to him. "Paper, sir! Winner, sir!" He held one out, and Barton took it, giving him a shilling. "You can keep the change," he said. With a quick "Thank you, sir," the lad ran on. Barton stepped back to the wall and opened the paper. In the blank space, reserved for stop-press news, was the single word, Kildonan. It was in blue ink, stamped in by a local agent. Barton stared at it for a moment and then laughed. So he had lost. He felt no particular emotion, just a vague disappointment. Remorse and fear left him untouched. He had played with fate and been beaten. All that now remained was to pay the price. He crossed the road to a public house opposite, and, going into the saloon bar, ordered a glass of brandy. A man who was sitting in the corner saw the newspaper in his hand. "What's won the cup, governor?" he asked. "Kildonan," answered Barton. "You can have the paper if you like. I have done with it." He found himself speaking in a perfectly level, disinterested voice. Mixing a little water with the brandy, he drank it off and walked back to the office. As he again crossed the road, a man raced past him on a motor bicycle with a huge pile of newspapers strapped behind him. The Fleet Street edition was evidently down now. He could hear the boys shouting higher and higher up the road. He hesitated a moment. It would be rather interesting to see if Mountain Lady had been in the first 3. Then he shrugged his shoulders and walked on. After all, what did it matter? There were no customers in the office. He passed through the side door into the small anteroom where the staff kept their coats and hats. From here a staircase led down into the strong room. He knew that, if he shut the iron door below, the sound of the shot could scarcely reach the bank. It was more pleasant to die without being interrupted. He walked quickly downstairs and turned on the electric light that illuminated the big safe. Taking out his revolver, he tested the trigger before putting in a couple of cartridges. Now everything was ready. There was no time to lose. Furs would probably be sending down for him in a minute. He felt sorry for the clerk who would come to fetch him. He caught hold of the big brass handle and was just swinging the heavy metal slab into its place when he heard the door open and someone running down the stairs. For an instant he faltered, and then, slipping the revolver into his pocket, pushed back the door. "Barton! Barton!" It was Steele's voice. He rushed into the safe with a paper in his hand. "Isn't it too rotten?" he exclaimed, flinging it down on the slab. "I should have thought you would have been pleased," answered Barton wearily. "Oh, I am glad for your sake, of course, but under the circumstances it's a bit rough on me, damn it all." "What do you mean?" cried Barton hoarsely. "Haven't you heard?" shouted Steele. "Kildonan's disqualified. Look!" He thrust the paper into Barton's hands. With a savage effort, the latter choked back a deadly faintness that almost overpowered him, and through the dim mist that swam before his eyes, read the lines that Steele pointed out. Manchester Cup. Kildonan, 4-1, first. Mountain Lady, 20-1, second. Rose Crown, 7-4, third. Sir Charles, 11-2, 0. Also ran Barcop and Flagstaff. Kildonan was disqualified for bumping, and the race awarded to Mountain Lady. The paper slipped from Barton's fingers. If Steele had not caught him, he would have fallen himself. "What's the matter, old chap? Are you ill? I never thought you would take it like this. You hadn't much on, had you? Let me get you a glass of water." The astonished clerk helped Barton to a stone slab where he sat for a minute with his eyes shut. Then he opened them and smiled. "I am all right now, Steele. I have been feeling a bit ill this afternoon." End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Ordeal by Water. When I pushed open the door of the restaurant, the first person I saw was Tommy. He was lunching with another man, and, as usual, conversing with such vigorous cheerfulness that he failed to notice my arrival. I walked up to him and laid my hand on his shoulder. "Hello, Tommy," I said. "I thought you were in Timbuktu." He spun round. "Well, I'm jiggered!" he cried. Then, with that artless directness that so endears him to strangers, he added impetuously, "What the dickens are you doing in this God-forsaken place?" An eminent Bristolian at the next table snorted audibly. "I was just going to ask you the same question," I replied, only in rather more tactful language. "I'm here on business." "Sit down," said Tommy, clutching me by the wrist and dragging me into a vacant chair. "This is Mortimer. Jimmy Mortimer of the Gold Coast. We're motoring, and you've got to join us." "May I have some lunch first?" I asked, bowing politely to Mr. Mortimer. "Why, of course," said Tommy cheerfully. "You're feeding with us. Here, waiter, get this gentleman some lunch." "Look here," he added, as the waiter slid off to fulfill the order. "Do you know anything about salmon fishing?" "In theory," I said, "I know everything. Why?" "Because as soon as you've finished we're going to take you up to Hereford for a couple of days on the best salmon river in England." I turned to Mortimer. "Much lager," I said, "has made him mad." Tommy chuckled. "I'm not joking. I've got 2 miles of the finest private fishing on the Wye from Saturday to Monday, and a bungalow chucked in." Mortimer nodded his head. "That's right," he added. I gazed at Tommy in mingled amazement and admiration. "My dear Tommy," I said, "no one appreciates your powers of acquisition more than I do, but how the devil did you manage it?" Tommy lit a cigar with some contentment. "It was a reward for a kind action," he explained. "The place belongs to an old boy called Quinn, Sir Cuthbert Quinn. I ran across him last week in a country lane near Bedford, trying to find out what was the matter with his car. He had been trying for some time. Well, I hopped out and put things straight. It was only a choked jet. But he was so grateful that he insisted on my coming back to lunch with him. While we were lunching, we got on the subject of salmon fishing. I happened to say how keen I was, and then he trotted out the fact that he owned an island with a bungalow on it, and 2 miles of the best fishing above Simon's yacht. 'Would you like a weekend there?' he said. 'I should,' said I, 'very much.' Well, to cut a long yarn short, he handed me over the key and told me I could come up for a couple of days and bring another rod with me. I couldn't think of anyone else at the time, so I wired for Mortimer." "Thanks," said Mortimer dryly. "Well, as you've got Mortimer," I observed, "you can't take me." "Oh, that's all right," put in Mortimer. "I don't fish. I've only come for the charm of Tommy's conversation." "I haven't got a rod," I objected. "That doesn't matter," said Tommy. "Neither have I. But there are 2 up there which old Quinn said we could use." "How are we going to manage about grub?" I asked. Mortimer laughed. "The car's stuffed with it," he said, "especially drink." That decided me. "I'll come," I said, "but you'll have to call for my traps. I'm staying up in Clifton, so it's all on the way." "Good," cried Tommy. "You buck up and finish your lunch while we go round to the garage and get the car." The car, when it arrived, proved to be a 1214 de Dion, which had apparently been a stranger to the sunny land of France for many strenuous years. In color it had once been green. "Not much to look at," said Tommy apologetically. "But she goes, eh, Mortimer?" "She would if I had her," admitted Mortimer, "for what she'd fetch." Knowing, however, of Tommy's amazing genius for coaxing motion out of discarded scrap iron, I got in behind without a qualm. With a fanfare on the horn, we slid out of the garage, and then, clanking like an ironmonger shop in an earthquake, pounded bravely up Park Street at a surprising velocity. It only took me about 5 minutes to cast my weekend trappings into a Gladstone bag and square accounts with the worthy lady at whose house I had been staying. Then off we thundered again through the peaceful respectabilities of Clifton and Redland, out on to the far-flung road that wanders northwards up the Severn Valley. If the zeitgeist had any particular purpose when it tossed Tommy's atoms together, it must have been the production of a super chauffeur. Amazingly erratic as he is in other things, his driving and handling of a car more nearly approaches perfection than any human effort I know. In other hands, the hired wreckage that bore our fortunes would, I feel sure, have collapsed hopelessly long before we reached Gloucester. But Tommy, who, according to Mortimer, had pored lovingly over it with a spanner for several hours that morning, lifted it triumphantly, if complainingly, through all demands. At 6:30, dusty and incredibly vociferous, it clattered into Ross, and, practically speaking, our journey was accomplished. We had a cup of tea at the hotel there, and then, in the cool of the evening, clanked on cheerfully through the thickly wooded lanes that led to Sir Cuthbert Quinn's bungalow. The distance must have been about 6 miles, and it was while we were covering this that we got on to the question of how great a strain a salmon rod would stand. Tommy had been telling us some yarn about how a man he knew had jerked a 15-pound salmon clean out of the water, and I had ventured to cast a little mild doubt on the accuracy of the tale. Tommy had been quite indignant. "Why, of course it's possible," he had declared. "A salmon rod will stand almost any strain. The best swimmer in the world would be quite helpless if you hooked him by a belt round his middle." "Get out, Tommy," I said derisively. "He'd break you every time." "I bet you he wouldn't," said Tommy. "Look here, you get a good swimmer, any one you like, I don't care who he is, and I'll bet you £5 I'll land him in under half an hour." "Done with you," I replied. "And what's more, I'll bet you another £5 he breaks your line inside of 5 minutes." Mortimer chuckled. "There's money in this," he observed. "We'd better advertise it in the Sportsman and charge for seats. We might make quite a decent thing out of it." As he spoke, we rattled round the corner of a deeply embedded lane, and of a sudden the Wye lay before us, gleaming like silver in its cool green valley. "That's the bungalow," said Tommy, pointing to a low, red-tiled building, which one could just catch a glimpse of through the trees. "The boathouse must be just below us." We trundled delicately down the hill, for the road rather resembled the traditional highway to Zion, and pulled up outside a solid-looking building on the banks of the river. Tommy stopped the engine, and we all clambered out. The island lay exactly opposite, its neatly painted landing stage facing us across the water. "Why, there's the boat!" exclaimed Mortimer suddenly. "Over there, by the steps. Look!" He pointed towards the island, and, following his gesture, we all saw a small dinghy apparently tied up to one of the willows that fringed the bank. We stared at it in amazement. "Well, that's funny," I said. "How did it get there? There must be someone on the island." "Oh, no," said Tommy. "Why, I had a card from old Stick-in-the-Mud only yesterday saying that it was all clear. There's probably another boat of some kind in the shed." He took the key out of his pocket, and, thrusting it into the lock, flung open the door. The place was as empty as a barn. Mortimer laughed. "Your aged friend seems to be a bit of a humorist, Tommy." "There must be someone there," I said. "Most likely it's the gardener. Let's go outside and give him a hail." We stepped out onto the bank, where Tommy let off a vigorous yell, while I played an impressive voluntary on the horn. "That ought to bring him out of his shell," observed Mortimer with approval. As a matter of fact, it did nothing of the kind. The island remained as blissfully untroubled as the garden of Proserpine. "Try again," suggested Mortimer encouragingly, and we repeated our efforts with the same result. "I'm getting fed up with this," broke out Tommy. "There's only one thing to do, and that's to swim across and fetch the boat." "What a pity we haven't got a salmon rod," I remarked. "We might kill 2 birds with 1 stone." "Don't you worry," retorted Tommy. "We'll try that later." He stripped off his clothes, and going to the edge of the bank, inspected the water. "Seems clear enough," he observed. "Here goes." There was a mighty splash, and he disappeared from view, emerging a few moments later well out in the river. Mortimer and I gave him an encouraging cheer, and then watched him with some anxiety as he plowed his way across the strongly running current. It seemed at first as though he would be swept past the island, but with a big effort he just managed to get clear of the stream in time and clutch an overhanging bough some way below the landing stage. Then he drew himself out, and, answering our hail with a triumphant wave of the hand, picked his way gingerly along the bank to where the boat was tethered. Unhitching the rope, he climbed in, and with a few strong pulls, sculled back across the river. "Bravo, Leander!" sung out Mortimer, as the boat bumped up against the bank. "How are you feeling after your great effort?" "Deuced sore," returned Tommy, shipping his oars and stepping out onto the grass. "That seat's as hard as a millstone." "Never mind," I said consolingly. "You'll be too busy cooking the dinner to want to sit down. What shall we do with the car?" "Oh, run her into the boathouse," said Tommy. "There's plenty of room there, and then you might shove some grub into the boat." Mortimer and I carried out his instructions. With the expenditure of considerable energy and language, we trundled that decayed scrap iron into the shed, and then began to transfer its contents to the bottom of the dinghy. By this, Tommy had resumed his clothes and come to our assistance. "I can't make it out all the same," said Mortimer reflectively. "If there's no one on the island, how the devil did the boat get there? Old Quinn must have got off somehow last time he left." "Perhaps he's a Christian Scientist and just wished himself ashore," suggested Tommy. "Anyhow, it's no good worrying about miracles. Catch on to this, and that's the lot." He pushed over a bulky case of soda water, which Mortimer, still frowning thoughtfully to himself, tucked under one arm, and carrying the remaining stores between us, we made our way down to the dinghy. "I'll take the oars," I said. "It's just my distance." "Don't overtire yourself," put in Tommy kindly. "Remember, there's a stiff stream running." "If you find it too much for you," added Mortimer, "we can always get out and walk." Disregarding such ragged efforts at humor, I pushed off from the bank, and then, setting a course well up against the current, slowly tugged my precious freight over to the island. With the true instinct of a waterman, I hit the landing stage exactly. In fact, I hit it so hard that Tommy, who was injudiciously standing up, was as nearly as possible precipitated into the water. "He thinks it's a bumping race," said Mortimer. "That's the worst of these varsity men. Here, catch hold." He flung the rope to Tommy, who had jumped out onto the step, and in half a minute the boat was hitched up tight to a convenient post. Mortimer and I handed out the goods, which Tommy received and piled up on the shore. When we were finally unloaded, we also disembarked, and, picking up as much as we could carry, mounted the wooden steps that led to the front door of the bungalow. Tommy inserted the key and flung it open. "Here we are," he said. "Not such a dusty sort of shanty, is it?" The eulogy was by no means excessive. Whatever else Mr. Quinn may have lacked, he certainly had a nice eye for his surroundings. The large, low-ceilinged apartment, with its white walls, old-fashioned furniture, and big green-tiled hearth, combined in the happiest degree the claims of comfort and good taste. From the main room a door on the left led into the kitchen, while at the back an arched space gave access to a passage from which the 3 bedrooms opened off. "What's the program now?" asked Mortimer. "I don't know what you chaps feel like," said Tommy, "but I'm uncommon hungry. I vote we start by having some grub right away." Mortimer held up his hand. "Carried unanimously," I said. "Right-ho," responded Tommy. "There's a cold chicken somewhere in the baggage. You chaps might unpack while I forage about the kitchen and get things ready." He disappeared through the door, taking off his coat, and Mortimer and I set to work upon the various packages which we had brought with us. We unearthed an appetizing-looking fowl, a ham, 2 or 3 nice crusty loaves, a jar of butter, and numerous other aids to successful salmon fishing, including enough beer and whiskey to stock a modest hotel. We were contemplating the latter in a kind of pleased reverie when Tommy came back with a tablecloth under his arm and a trayload of accessories. "I say," he began, "it's deuced funny, but I can't find any forks and spoons. Plenty of glasses and plates and knives, but not another bally thing in the place." Mortimer burst out laughing. "I expect your aged friend eats with his fingers," he said. "Or else someone's been in and cleared the lot," I suggested. "Oh, they can't have done that," said Tommy, "or else the boat wouldn't be here." "Well, we shall have to do what we can without," remarked Mortimer. "You fellows can tear off a leg each, and I'll have the pickings." We pulled out a table into the center of the room, and while I helped Mortimer arrange the feast, Tommy went into the kitchen to have another look for the missing silver. His efforts proved as barren as before, and, finally abandoning the attempt, we settled ourselves down to do as well as we could with knives and fingers. "Here's to our weekend," said Tommy, holding up a glass of Bass. "And death to the salmon." "Death to the salmon," I repeated hopefully, raising my glass in turn. We were just drinking the toast when Mortimer suddenly sat bolt upright in his chair and glanced quickly round behind him. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Shh," he whispered. "Go on talking loudly. Don't stop, whatever you do." We followed his instructions, watching him with amazement as he jumped up noiselessly from his chair and crept like a cat across the room as far as the archway. Here he stopped, bending down and listening intently with his hand to his ear. When he turned, his face was alight with excitement. He came swiftly back, signaling to us to keep up the conversation. "There's someone getting out of one of the bedroom windows," he whispered across the table. "Don't stop talking, but get to the door and make a sudden rush for it. We're bound to catch him." A smile of holy joy irradiated Tommy's countenance. Next to wrestling with the motor car, a physical difference of opinion with a fellow creature appeals to him more than anything else in the world. He leapt up and instantly assumed command. "You and Mortimer take the left. I'll go the other way. Buck up, or the blighter will have scooted." Before he had finished speaking, he had reached the door, clearing the steps with a single jump and bursting his way through the shrubs like a rather reckless rhinoceros. Further strategy being apparently out of place, Mortimer and I followed as rapidly as we could. Darting up the path that ran round the other side of the house, we emerged into the clearing behind, just in time to see an unknown gentleman hurl himself frantically into the fringe of undergrowth that lined the opposite bank. In a moment, Tommy, who was hard on his heels, had plunged in after him. There was a shout, and then the dull thud of two heavily falling bodies. "Come on!" roared Tommy. "I've got him!" As he spoke, Mortimer tripped over the root of a tree and went sprawling full length on the grass. I did not wait, but leaping over a tangle of blackberry bush that barred the path, pressed on gallantly to Tommy's assistance. I found him tied up in an amazing network of agitated arms and legs. As far as I could see, the stranger was underneath, and from the somewhat unpleasant sounds which were rising into the air, I gathered that he was finding some difficulty in breathing. "Sit on his head," hissed Tommy's voice. "Take care he doesn't bite you. He's as strong as a horse." I was attempting to carry out his instructions when, with a mighty effort, our visitor jerked himself clear enough to speak. "All right, governor," he gasped. "I gives in." He ceased to struggle, and, panting but triumphant, we released our respective grips. At that moment Mortimer arrived on the scene. He looked down on us with a smile. "Well, you seem to have got him all right," he said. "Who is it?" Tommy mopped his forehead with the back of his hand. "I think it's Sandow," he replied. "Get up, my friend, and let's have a squint at you." The stranger rose rather stiffly into a sitting posture. "You've half choked me, governor," he said reproachfully, putting his hand to his neck. "You hadn't no call to handle me like that." We all three burst out laughing. "I'm sorry," said Tommy gravely. "I was under the impression that you were trying to kick me in the stomach." The stranger grinned and somewhat painfully clambered to his feet. He was a massively built man of about 40, swarthy and black-bearded, and clothed in the conventional rags of a case-hardened tramp. "Suppose we adjourn to the bungalow," I suggested. "I'm sure we all want a drink after this little romp." Tommy took the stranger's arm and tucked it affectionately under his, in that unbreakable clasp invented by the Japanese. Then, disheveled and slightly out of breath, we retraced our steps to the house. "Where will Mr. Sandow sit?" I inquired as soon as we were all assembled in the front room. "I would suggest somewhere not too near the door," said Mortimer. "I'm getting too old for these sudden bursts of speed." "This will do," said Tommy, pulling up a rush-seated wooden chair with his foot. "Take a pew, my friend." He dumped the stranger down into the seat, and as he did so there came from the latter's pocket the muffled but quite distinct chink of silver. "There is music in the air," observed Mortimer thoughtfully. "By gad!" cried Tommy. "Those must be our spoons. Trot 'em out, my son. The game's up, you know." Somewhat reluctantly, the stranger inserted his hand into the gaping orifice which served him as a pocket, and drew out a large number of spoons wrapped up in a duster. He laid them on the table. "Thank you," said Tommy. "And now, if we may trouble you for the forks." "Ah, much obliged." The forks followed, similarly protected, the stranger all the time throwing little furtive glances round the room, first at one of us and then at the other. While this interesting operation was in progress, I had been occupying myself mixing drinks. I offered one to Tommy, but he waved it aside. "A guest," he said, "especially an uninvited one, should always be served first." I handed the tumbler to the stranger, who accepted it with a grin and a nod. "And now," said Tommy, when we were all three similarly equipped, "I think it would be more friendly if we knew something about each other." He turned to the stranger. "Wouldn't you like to tell us your name, old sport?" Our visitor looked at him cunningly. "Me, governor," he said. "I'm the Doc o' Wellington." "Ah," replied Tommy politely. "I was sure I'd seen your face somewhere. If you won't think me inquisitive, may I ask what brought you to the island?" The Duke took a long drink. Then he jerked his thumb towards the steps. "That there ruddy boat, governor," he replied casually. "I said so," cried Mortimer. "Now perhaps you'll apologize, Tommy." "What I want to know," I interrupted, "is why you didn't clear out when you heard us on the bank." The Duke eyed me contemptuously. "And have you raisin' the old bloomin' country on me? I don't think." "No, no," broke in Mortimer. "His Grace is a sound tactician. If he could have cut off with the boat and left us here, he'd have been in clover." "As it is," I observed, "he's in the soup." "Still, it wasn't much good your making for the other side of the island," went on Mortimer, addressing our guest. "You couldn't get off that way." "Ho, couldn't I?" remarked the Duke with some scorn. "If I'd a got to the bank first, you'd have knowed all about that. It'd take 6 of your sort to catch me in the water." Tommy brought his hand down on the table with a sudden bang that made us all jump. "By Jove!" he cried. "Here's the very man we want. Listen here, Whiskers. Suppose we find a way of settling this little business without handing you over to the police, eh?" The Duke blinked at him without any visible sign of emotion. "What you're getting at?" he inquired imperturbably. "Well, the fact is," explained Tommy, "I've got a little wager with the distinguished-looking gentleman in the armchair. I've bet him that I could land the best swimmer in the world with a salmon rod inside of half an hour." "Have yer, governor?" observed the Duke. "Then ye can take it from me you're on a loser." I gave a gentle laugh, which obviously nettled Tommy. "Perhaps you think you could get away?" he said. The Duke finished his whiskey with some deliberation and set down the empty glass on the floor. "Think?" he repeated. "I'm blinkin' well sure as no blinkin' salmon rod would hold me 'arf a blinkin' minute." Blinking was not the precise word that he used, but it will serve. Tommy turned to me with a grin. "Do you feel like taking it on?" he asked. I looked the Duke over with a critical eye. "Yes," I said, "I'll risk it." "Well, let's put it to him," said Tommy. "Look here, my friend, if you're so cocksure I can't land you, what do you say to my having a shot at it?" The Duke glanced suspiciously round the circle. "What do I get out of it?" he demanded. "You get out of going to quad," replied Tommy. "Whatever happens, we'll land you on the bank afterwards and let you clear off. That's a bargain." "And what's more," I put in, "I'll lay you £1 to nothing that you don't break the line." "You might make it a couple of quid, governor," observed his Grace pathetically. "It's worth that to have a damn great salmon hook shoved in yer." There was a roar of laughter from all three of us. "Well, he's a sportsman," I said, "whatever else he is." Then, turning to the Duke, I explained that the performance would not be of quite such a realistic nature as he imagined. "We'll lend you a belt," I said, "and fasten the line to that. Then all you'll have to do will be to dive in and see if you can get clear." He rose with some alacrity. "Ho! If that's all, I'm bloomin' well on. It's a walkover, governor. That's what it is, a ruddy walkover." "He can have my belt," said Tommy, unstrapping the article in question and tossing it across. "I'll go and get a salmon rod. They're hanging up in the passage." He stepped through the archway and took down a rod from the row of pegs, carrying it out through the side door into the garden, where we all three joined him. Both Mortimer and I felt hugely excited, but neither the Duke nor Tommy betrayed any special emotion. "You'd better take your Sunday suit off," said the latter. "It'll give you a better chance." The Duke shook his head. "I'll just shift me boots," he announced. "The water won't hurt these 'ere duds." "On the contrary," said Mortimer unkindly, "it ought to do 'em a bit of good. But you'll find it devilish wet walking afterwards." "They'll dry quick enough," replied the Duke, "with this here sun." He sat down on the bank and removed the decayed shreds of leather that decorated his feet. Then, with some care, he fastened Tommy's belt round his waist. "How are you going to fix the line?" I inquired. "That's simple enough," said Tommy. "There's a ring at the back, you see. I'll take off the hook and fasten the gut to that." He suited the action to the word, and in about 5 minutes the operation was completed. Tommy tested his handiwork with 2 or 3 stiff jerks, which the Duke resisted by sitting peacefully on the ground. "Can he have the benefit of the stream?" I asked. "If so, this side of the island is the best." "Oh, yes," said Tommy. "I'll give you every chance. All I bargain is that Mortimer stands by with a walking stick. If I get him close in enough to be touched, I've won the bet." "Right you are," I agreed. "That's fair." The Duke got up and inspected the stream. "You can choose your own place," said Tommy. "Only let's know when you're going to dive." "Hold on," I said suddenly. "I'd better bring the boat round. We don't want the chap to drown, and if he gets loose in this stream, he'll never fetch the island again." I ran back to the steps, and getting into the dinghy, tugged her round to where the others were standing. There I caught hold of a branch and steadied myself against the bank. "When you're ready," I called out. With delightful coolness the Duke sauntered to the edge, where the river was deepest. "All right, governor?" he inquired, looking back over his shoulder at Tommy. The latter nodded, planting himself firmly on the grass, with his legs well apart. There was a short pause, and then suddenly the tattered figure on the bank shot outwards and downwards, taking the water with a splash that sent the spray flying in all directions. Tommy took a step forward, and the line went screaming out like an angry wasp. Tense with excitement, Mortimer and I stared at the spot where the Duke had disappeared. He came up some 10 yards further on. The line was still fastened to his back, but without a moment's hesitation he set off downstream, swimming with a vigorous overhand stroke that carried him along rapidly in the swift-running water. He must have covered about 25 yards before Tommy made his first attempt to check him. We saw the line tighten suddenly, and the point of the rod bend double beneath the strain. The effect on the Duke was instantaneous. Ceasing to swim, he spun round in the water and lay on his back, apparently as helpless as a floating log. Very carefully Tommy began to wind him in. Nearer and nearer he came, jerking along through the broken water and making no attempt to resist. For a moment I thought it was all over, and then, just as Mortimer was creeping down the bank with the stick in his hand, there came another sharp whir from the reel, and away went the quarry down the stream as vigorously as a fresh-run salmon. "Look out!" yelled Mortimer. "He's making for the rock." Away to the left, a crest of grey stone reared itself above swirling waters. Towards this the Duke was swimming rapidly, with the evident intention of fouling the line. Tommy saw the danger, and just at the right moment put on the check. The Duke halted abruptly, paused for a moment just where he was, then suddenly, rising high in the water, dived beneath the surface like a dog-otter. There was a sharp snick. The rod jerked back with a swirl of flying line, and Tommy sat down abruptly on the bank. With a shout of triumph I grabbed my oars, and shoving off the boat from the bank, sped hastily to the rescue. I was just in time. Exhausted, apparently, by his great effort, the Duke was drifting feebly down the current, devoting his remaining energies to keeping his head above water. I grabbed him by the collar, and with a mighty haul, succeeded in lifting him up like some enervated porpoise over the side of the dinghy. With a grunt he collapsed on the seat, and putting all my strength into it, I tugged our craft back to the island. Tommy, who was a sportsman to the backbone, was standing on the bank with a stiff whiskey and soda which he had secured from the bungalow. "Here you are, Captain Webb," he said. "Get this down your neck and you'll feel better." The Duke took the glass and shifted its contents without a tremor. "I'm all right, Governor," he said, "but you nearly had me." Tommy laughed and shook his head. "Let's see where it broke," he said, turning his late quarry round so as to examine the belt. "By Jove, just about the ring, and as clean as a whistle. Well, we'd better fix you up with a dry shirt before you go. I've got one I can spare you." "Thank you, Governor," said the Duke. "I could do with a shirt." Tommy disappeared into the house, returning a moment later with the garment and a bottle of whiskey. "Take this too," he said. "It'll keep the cold out." I groped in my pocket and produced a sovereign. "Here you are," I added, handing it to our guest. "I'll row you ashore." We got back into the boat, the Duke hugging his whiskey and his shirt, and steering a course a little upstream, I pulled him over to the opposite bank. Tommy and Mortimer stood on the island waving us farewell. When we reached our destination, I stood up and offered him my hand. "Goodbye, old friend," I said. "Thank you for winning my bet." Very slowly he withdrew a hand from his pocket, and with a sideways glance at the island, opened it so that I could see its contents. "I'd never done it, Governor," he said hoarsely, "if it hadn't a been for these 'ere wire nippers." End of section 8. Read by Ted Perkins, Côte St. Luc, Canada, June 2022.
Section 9 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Strange Adventure of Mr. Bates. Through the uncurtained window, the yellow light of the bar parlor streamed out into the darkness of the November night. Standing in the road, his hand fingering the 2 odd coppers in his trousers pocket, Mr. William Bates gazed irresolutely at the inviting gleam. He was weighing the relative merits of a fire and a glass of beer at the present moment against those of a crude but satisfying breakfast of bread and cheese on the following morning. A clink of glasses, followed by a sudden burst of laughter, seemed to decide the matter, for, casting forethought aside, he advanced up the cobble pathway and pushed open the door of the little country inn. He found himself in a small, low-ceilinged room, lit by a hanging lamp. A wood fire was smouldering away on the open hearth, and round its fragrant glow 2 or 3 men were seated in various attitudes of convivial comfort. They all looked up as he entered. Mr. Bates, being an unobtrusive person by nature, seated himself quietly on an oak settle against the wall. An enormously stout man, who had discarded his coat and was smoking a much-colored churchwarden, rose slowly from his chair. "Even," he remarked in a genial rumble. "Nasty night, ain't it?" Mr. Bates nodded and shivered. "Come a bit closer to the fire, mate," went on the landlord, for such was evidently the stout gentleman's calling. "You look fair perished." Two of the men moved back their chairs, and Mr. Bates, accepting the invitation, shifted into a vacant seat at the corner of the hearth. "Glass of beer, please," he said, as the landlord, with an interrogative glance, threw up a small wooden partition that communicated with the bar. The refreshment having arrived, and Mr. Bates having parted with 3 of his 4 last halfpennies, the general conversation interrupted by his entrance was resumed. "Seems to be something funny about it," observed the landlord, looking across at the thin man with gaiters who was sitting on the edge of the table. "Bloomin' funny," emphasized the local postman. "Well, that were his message, anyhow. He says, 'Tell Orneman that I'll be along with my box by 9:30, and they'll be wanting to sleep the night.' He's at a proper row with the old man and chucked his job, that's what he's done." "Got the sack more like," observed the postman, spitting ironically into the fire. "That be as it may. Anyway, I gived the message." "What's the professor going to do?" inquired the landlord. "Ah," said the man with the gaiters, "advertise for someone else, I suppose. He won't have no women about the place, that's certain." "Job's worth having," put in a red-whiskered man who had not previously spoken, "at least judging by the amount of drink Andrew got through." "No one can say as Andrew weren't free with his money," observed the gaitered man. "If it were his money," put in the postman unkindly. There was a sound of steps outside and the sudden thud of a heavy weight on the ground. "Here he is," said the landlord. The door swung open, and Mr. Bates, looking up, saw a man enter. He was pale-faced, sandy-haired individual, with a sharp nose, watery eyes, and a general air of somewhat dissipated insolence. "Good evening, gentlemen all," he remarked. "Hello, Potter. Give me a message to Orneman?" "That's all right, Mr. Andrew," replied the landlord. "There's a room upstairs if you want one. I'll send George along to get your box in." "What's the meaning of all this here bust-up?" inquired the red-whiskered man, as the newcomer settled himself down with a large glass of Hollands in front of him. Mr. Andrew laughed with a fine assumption of independence. "Just got sick of the old swine and told him so," he replied. "Nearly had a fit when I gave him notice." "Must have been a blow to him," said the postman. "Did you get your last week's wages?" Mr. Andrews looked across coldly. "He offered me a check," he said, "but I told him to keep it and get his hair cut." "Then you woke up, I suppose," added the postman. "What'll the professor do without you, Mr. Andrew?" inquired the landlord, anxious to relieve the somewhat strained situation. "Have to look after himself for a day or two, I hope, and I left some work for him. I'll warrant you, there's all yesterday's things unwashed, his rotten old boots dirty, the store's mixed up, and every window and door in the place is unfastened. I only hope," he added viciously, "as some tramp will come along and clean out the whole place before he finds out. I'd half a mind to chalk up a notice on the gate opposite saying that the kitchen windows at the Firs was unlatched, and that there were plenty of grub and drink for anyone who chose to walk in and help themselves." In the laughter that followed the spirited harangue, Mr. Bates turned to his next-door neighbor, a quiet man who had not spoken yet, and inquired in a subdued voice, "The Firs, ain't that the house I passed coming along, the little white place standing back on the left?" "That's it, mate," answered the other, "Professor Stinson's. Andrew here was his servant." "Seems to me," observed the gentleman with gaiters, addressing the hero of the evening, "as you've got your own back out of him." Mr. Andrews grinned complacently. "I don't believe in being put on," he admitted. One man is as good as another, I say, and I like to be treated with proper respect, and not kicked out of the house like a thief at a minute's notice," added the postman. There was a moment of unpleasant silence. "If you're trying to insinuate," began Mr. Andrew hotly. "I ain't trying to insinuate nothing," said the postman. "It's my opinion as the professor's a gentleman, a proper gentleman he is, and he always treated you a sight too well. If I'd have been in his shoes, you'd have been out of it long ago. That's my opinion, Mr. Andrew, and if you don't like it, you can shove it in your pipe and damn well smoke it." So saying, the postman emptied his pot of beer and, buttoning his uniform, rose defiantly to his feet. Before the heated atmosphere had a chance to burst, however, the landlord again intervened, this time with the full majesty of the law behind him. "1 minute past 10, he cried, snapping a huge watch which he had extracted from the depths of his waistcoat. "I'll be losing my license, standing here listening to your joking. Come along, George, get up the shutters." George, an aged, lopsided gentleman, shuffled out from the bar, and the whole company, with the exception of the indignant and heavily breathing Mr. Andrew, rose reluctantly to their feet. There was a general feeling of disappointment that such a promising situation should have come to such a tame conclusion. Mr. Bates passed through the door with the rest into the darkness outside. That was not actually raining, only a shameless optimist could have described it as a fine night. A raw November mist brooded unpleasantly over everything, offering a dismal contrast to the warmth and brightness of the lit bar parlor. Under the circumstances, nobody stayed to gossip on the doorstep, even the thrilling topic of Mr. Andrew's resignation being mutually abandoned. There was a general turning up of coat collars, the flare of a match, a "Good night, Tom," and "Coming my way, Potter?" and all the late revelers clumped away to their respective homes, all of them, that is to say, except Mr. Bates. He, unfortunately, had no home to go to. He stood still, listening to the retreating footsteps. Then, with a faint sigh, he thrust his hands into his pockets and began to walk slowly back along the road in the direction from which he had arrived at the inn. He had covered nearly a quarter of a mile in this fashion when a few yards ahead the dull blue of an oil lamp suddenly appeared through the mist. Mr. Bates stopped and began to peer anxiously through the gloom on his left. "Ought to be just about here," he muttered, "if I ain't made a mistake." The shadowy outline of a white gate rewarded his efforts. He climbed carefully over it, and feeling his way by means of a wall that ran right angles to the road, he arrived at a low stone building, which, as far as could be seen in the darkness, bore the appearance of a discarded cowshed. Through an aperture that in more spacious days had probably been the side of a doorway, Mr. Bates passed into his hotel. It was black inside, with that peculiar quality of blackness which seems to affect the breathing power, and there was a faint odor of immemorial cows. Mr. Bates struck a match, and by its spluttering light glanced nervously about him. Against the opposite wall he detected a rough manger, which seemed to be free of some of the less pleasing features of the floor. A year ago, Mr. Bates might have sniffed about its possibilities as a bedstead, but a recent experience had rendered him less critical. Igniting a second match, he made a further inspection, which resulted in the discovery of a couple of indescribably filthy sacks. One of these he rolled up into a pillow and placed in the manger, and then, scrambling in himself and lying down, he drew the other luxuriously over his tired limbs. Some 20 minutes later, the sound of deep, steady breathing showed that he was temporarily oblivious to the discomforts of the ill-arranged planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last stroke of the village church clock died slowly away, and only the dreary, persistent patter of the rain upon the dead leaves disturbed the uncanny stillness of a sleeping world. Mr. Bates stood irresolutely in the wet darkness, his hands upon the gate which led into the domains of Professor Stinson. At last, very cautiously, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him lay the drive, lined with laurels and overhung by several gaunt, leafless elms. It was even blacker than the roadway. Step by step, he felt his way along, till all of a sudden the shrubbery came to an end, and he found himself at the edge of a small gravelled space, facing the front door. At the side of the house he could just discern a path, which appeared to run around to the back. Crouching down and moving his feet as noiselessly as possible, he advanced along it, keeping one hand on the ivy-clad wall to guide his steps. After about 12 yards of this uncomfortable progress, he came round the corner into a small square yard. There was a back door with 2 windows on either side of it, while above these again were apparently 3 rooms. All were in complete darkness. With his heart in his mouth, Mr. Bates crept up to the first window and peered through. He could see nothing. It was like staring into a sheet of black paper. For a second he hesitated, and then, placing his hand against the sash of the bottom pane, gave it a tentative push. It yielded instantly to his pressure, sliding up a matter of 2 or 3 inches with a wheezy rattle that made him start back in fresh access of alarm. Surely someone must have heard it. He half turned to run, and then paused irresolutely, his ears strained for the first sound of any movement within the house. Nothing happened, however, and after waiting several minutes, Mr. Bates regained his courage. Very gingerly, he again raised the sash, and with extreme caution inserted his head through the empty window frame. It was the kitchen. Of that there could be no doubt. An unpleasing odor of boiled cabbage and damp clothes and dirty plates, attesting to the professional deficiencies of the owner's late servant. Raising himself upon his hands, Mr. Bates lifted his leg and scrambled in noiselessly over the sill. Then he felt in his pocket for a match. By the aid of a dry portion of his trousers, he struck it without any superfluous noise, and shading it with his hand, glanced nervously about him. It was evident that Mr. Andrew's vaunt had not been an entirely idle one. The room was in a state of shocking disorder. Heaped up anyhow on the table were the dirty appliances of at least 3 meals. A mountainous pile of ashes beneath the grate bore eloquent testimony to daily tasks neglected, and at least 3 pairs of unclean boots scattered about the floor did nothing to remove the impression. Mr. Bates looked round with a disapproving and disgusted eye. A tidy man by nature and training, his fingers itched to set about this confusion. The flame of the match reaching his thumb, however, reminded him sharply that he was there upon other and more pressing business. Dropping the charred stump with a mild and whispered oath, he ignited a second, and by its light perceived, on the further side of the apartment, an open door leading into a larder. On a shelf against the wall, he could just detect the outline of cold chicken, apparently still intact. Mr. Bates did not wait for an invitation. In a moment he had crossed the floor and entered the attractive storehouse. Seizing the chicken, he held up the match and gazed around for further contributions. Half a loaf of bread was the first object to meet his eye, and this, together with a small piece of German sausage, which he found on a plate behind it, satisfied his requirements. Thrusting his booty under his arm and throwing down his second match, which by this time had burned itself away, he stepped out into the darkness of the kitchen. As he did so, a slight sound made him pause. An instant later there was a sharp click, and then a blinding flare of electric light suddenly flooded the room. Mr. Bates staggered back against a wall, his plunder and his jaw dropping at the same moment. An elderly gentleman in a jagged dressing gown, with a revolver in his hand, was leaning comfortably against the kitchen door. He was clean-shaven, with longish white hair. A pleasant, if somewhat ironical, smile lurked about his face. Flagrante delicto, Mr. Burglar, he remarked, or to use a language with which you are possibly better acquainted, caught in the act, eh? Mr. Bates licked his lips, which felt very dry. Yes, sir, he whispered. You will oblige me by keeping your hands above your head? Thank you. Now permit me to introduce myself. My name is Professor Stenson. Yes, sir, repeated Mr. Bates hoarsely. And yours, my friend? William Bates, sir. And if you won't think me inquisitive, Mr. Bates, may I ask what you are doing in my house at this time of the morning? Mr. Bates wriggled, his eyes glued on the muzzle of the revolver. The fact is, sir, he jerked out, I was hungry, sir. Ah, said the professor, and I suppose you mistook the Firs for a hotel. That is the worst of modern architecture. It has no distinctive note. With this statement, Mr. Bates apparently agreed. After all events, he offered no comment on it. When he spoke again, which he did after a brief pause, his topic was of an altogether different nature. If you please, sir, he stammered nervously, would you mind not pointing that thing at me, sir? It might go off. I have no particular wish to point it at you, replied the professor. The posture is both fatiguing and ridiculous. If you will take your coat off and place it on the floor, so that I can see you are not armed, I shall be delighted to assume a less martial attitude. Be good enough to keep your hands from your pockets while you're doing it, or I shall shoot you without hesitation. With shaking fingers, Mr. Bates proceeded to disrobe, being very careful to hold his tattered garment by the extreme edge. Having shed it, he stood in his shirt sleeves, looking about as disheveled and miserable as a housebreaker as ever cracked a crib. His captor gazed at him thoughtfully for a moment, and then lowered his weapon. Mr. Bates breathed an audible sigh of relief. And now we are at our ease, said the professor. I should be interested to hear a little more about you, if you won't think me insulting. Your methods, from the technical point of view, appear to be deplorably amateurish. Why didn't you lock the kitchen door? There was something in the professor's tone which made Mr. Bates feel a shade less like a trapped rat. He even drew himself up with a pathetic effort at courage. I assure you, sir, he said earnestly, I am no burglar. The professor looked at him quizzically. I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Bates, he said. It was very wrong of me to come in here, sir, I admit, but I was hungry, sir, desperately hungry, and I knew that I should find some food inside. I assure you, sir, I had no intention of taking away anything else. And may I inquire why you were so certain about the contents of my kitchen? Indeed, how did you even know it was the kitchen? If you please, sir, it was hearing what Mr. Andrews said at the inn last night. A sudden look of illumination flashed across the professor's face. Oh, he said, so that is how the land lies, is it? I'm indebted to the gentle Andrew for the pleasure of your acquaintance, eh? Well, come, don't be reticent, my friend. Let us have the whole story. Bit by bit, with his eyes still on the revolver, Mr. Bates proceeded to relate the incidents of the previous night, from the time of his entry into the inn. The professor listened to him without interrupting, the same curious, half-ironical, half-good-natured smile playing all the time about his mouth. Once, when he heard of the postman's final remark, he laughed out loud. So Mercury is evidently a gentleman of penetration, he observed. What did you think of Andrew yourself, Mr. Bates? I didn't like him at all, sir. He seemed to me shifty, incompetent fellow, and insolent, sir, very insolent. I dare say you are right, said the professor. He was only insolent to me once, but that may have been for lack of second opportunity. Shifty he certainly was. As for incompetence, well, look at the state of this kitchen, Mr. Bates. Mr. Bates looked. Yes, sir, he said warmly, it's disgraceful. It was the first thing I noticed when I came in He stopped abruptly. Well, when you were what? Let's have it, my friend. I was going to say, sir, when I was in the service, I should have died of shame if anyone had seen my kitchen in such a state. The professor raised his eyebrows. When you were in service, eh? So you've risen in the world, Mr. Bates. How long is it since you have exchanged the livery for the crepe and jack boots? I beg your pardon, sir? When was your last professional engagement? I've been out of place, sir, since I left Mr. Houghton 18 months ago. And what were you doing for Mr. Houghton? Everything, sir. He was a bachelor gentleman. He didn't care to have women servants about the house, so I looked after him entirely. Dear me, how extremely fortunate, exclaimed the professor. Your visit is what the vicar would call almost providential, Mr. Bates. Before I discharge my duty as a citizen by handing you over to the local policeman, you will be able to straighten out all this distressing confusion for me. If you do it efficiently, it will doubtlessly be taken into consideration by the magistrate. Yes, sir, murmured Mr. Bates dejectedly. Well, suppose we start upon the boots, then. It would be pleasant to have a pair of boots properly cleaned again. You will find the brushes and some blacking in the cupboard. Mr. Bates opened the door and took out the articles in question. He then collected the 3 pairs of boots which were scattered about the floor and silently set to work. The professor, sitting on a corner of the kitchen table with the revolver dangling in his hand, watched him with amused interest. When the last boot was finished and laid aside, he got up. The work reflects great credit on you, Mr. Bates, he remarked approvingly. I shall be proud to wear them. Do you think you're equally skillful at washing up plates and dishes? I think so, sir, said Mr. Bates meekly. Well, we may as well make certain, eh? Suppose you collect some of these and bring them into the scullery. He pushed open a 3rd door and turned on a switch. There's a gas stove in here, so we can have plenty of hot water in a few minutes. Scraping up the various remnants from the plates and dishes, Mr. Bates heaped the latter up in 2 piles and carried them into the scullery. The professor meanwhile had filled a large washing pan up with water and placed it on the stove. While we are waiting for it to boil, he said, you might tell me a little more about your past history. In view of your accomplishments, how did Mr. Houghton ever bring himself to part with you? Please, sir, he died. A pity, said the professor, but surely you should have found a little difficulty in obtaining another place? Mr. Bates hung his head. The professor looked at him. Ah, he said after a short pause, I thought there must be some reason. Come, Mr. Bates, what's the trouble? Never be afraid to speak the truth. I was out of a place for about 3 months, sir, and my wife got very ill, sir, and I had spent all my savings. The doctor said the only chance of saving her was to send her out of London. I went to call on a gentleman about a place, and while I was waiting, sir, I saw a couple of sovereigns on the mantelpiece, and I took them, sir. That was very wrong of you, Mr. Bates, said the professor. Yes, sir. What happened? The money was missed, and I was arrested, sir. The magistrate was very good to me. He might have sent me to prison, but he only bound me over. I'm very grateful to him. Still, that finished me as far as work was concerned, sir. And your wife? Mr. Bates suddenly began to cry. My wife is dead, sir. Dear me, said the professor, turning his head away. Dear me. There was a short pause, during which Mr. Bates began mechanically to wash up. The professor sat in silence while plate after plate was cleaned and put aside. When both piles were finished, he looked up at the small clock, which was ticking away on the mantelpiece. The time was about 5:27 to 7. It's a little early for breakfast, he remarked, but I think as you are here, Mr. Bates, I will take advantage of the fact by getting you to cook me some eggs and bacon. There ought to be plenty, unless Andrew has excelled himself. Yes, sir, said Mr. Bates. The professor went out into the larder, returning almost immediately with the required provisions. If you will cook these, he said, I will go on with laying the table. Oh, don't you trouble, sir. I can do it, protested Mr. Bates. Please do what you are asked, Mr. Bates, and you might make some tea at the same time. The canister is on the shelf above you. Yes, sir. And bring it all to the kitchen as soon as it is ready. Yes, sir. The fragrant smell of the hissing eggs and bacon was the most exquisite torture to Mr. Bates, An agonizing longing to seize some of the food and stuff it into his mouth almost dazed him with intensity. Nevertheless, he firmly proceeded with his task, turning out a succulent, steaming dish, just cooked precisely the right point. Then he made tea, and taking down a plate which he had put to warm, placed the whole lot upon a tray and carried it into the kitchen. The professor was sitting at the table, which was laid for two. "Excellent," he said, taking off the cover and looking at the contents. "But how is this? You have only brought one plate?" "I thought that was all you would require, sir." "But there is yourself, Mr. Bates. I laid a place for you under the impression that you were hungry." "Oh, sir," said Mr. Bates with a little gasp, "if I may have something outside, sir, I should hardly like to sit down with you, sir." The professor raised his eyebrows again. "Really, Mr. Bates, a little more self-respect, if you please. You must remember that you are a burglar now, not a valet." "Yes, sir." Mr. Bates seated himself in the second chair, and the professor, whose appetite seemed suddenly to have vanished, helped him to about 7/8 of the eggs and bacon. Mr. Bates fell upon them with as much ferocity as his professional refinement would permit. The professor handed him a cup of tea, and after watching him for a minute, got up and walked to where a phone was fastened to the wall. He took off the receiver. "Are you there?" he said. "Please put me on to the London Exchange." "Yes, thank you." "Don't you bother, Mr. Bates. Go on with breakfast." "Is that the Exchange?" "I want 400 City." "Yes." "Help yourself to some more tea while you wait, Mr. Bates." "Are you there? Is that the Scotland Yard?" "Professor Stenson. Would you ask Inspector Green to come to the telephone?" "All right." "You'll find some marmalade in the white pot, Mr. Bates." "Is that you, Green?" "Yes. I want you to do something for me. It's just to look up the record of a man named William Bates, who was bound over at, where was it, Mr. Bates? Marylebone, on what date? May 7th. I should like to have any information you possess." He turned and contemplated Mr. Bates, who was staring at him with his mouth open. "Wonderful invention the telephone, isn't it, Mr. Bates?" he remarked. "It keeps us so in touch with the actual facts of existence. But don't let my private business interfere with your breakfast. You must be hungry after your somewhat uncomfortable night." Mr. Bates said nothing. He seemed content to stare and eat. Another minute or two elapsed. "Yes, I'm here," said the professor, suddenly, turning again to the instrument. "Thanks." A pause. What's that?" Another and longer pause. "Oh, thanks very much." "Yes, that's all. I shall probably see you Wednesday. I hope to look in about that Stevenson case." "Yes. Goodbye." He hung up the receiver. "Well, Mr. Bates," he said, approaching the table, "it appears that you have spoken the truth." Mr. Bates gulped down his last mouthful. "Yes, sir," he said. The professor eyed him for a moment severely. "It is, of course, my duty," he said, "to hand you over to the law." "Yes, sir." "But, being opposed to carrying duty to too logical an extreme, I'm prepared to make you an alternative offer. If you would care to take the place of the professionally defunct Mr. Andrew, I am willing to give you a trial. Your work would be to devote the same care and skill to my comfort that you doubtless bestowed on the late Mr. Houghton. Your wages will be £50 a year, and I shall give you a fortnight's holiday." For a naturally reserved and properly trained servant, Mr. Bates' response was unpardonable. Rising to his feet, he staggered around the table and, falling on his knees in front of the professor, he began feebly groping for the latter's hand. He was sobbing so loudly that it was difficult to hear what he said. It sounded like, "Oh, thank you, sir. God bless you, sir." For the third time the professor raised his eyebrows. "Really, Bates," he said, "a little more self-control, if you please. You must remember that you're a valet now, not a burglar." End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. A Bit of Old Chelsea. We were strolling through the restful streets of Chelsea when we came suddenly upon a picturesque little tavern close to the Thames. It was half covered with ivy, and from the wooden balcony above, long trailing geraniums hung down and mingled with the dark green leaves. There was a weather-beaten signboard with a picture of a cunning-looking man in a cocked hat. It was called the Lord Nelson. "That's a quaint old place," said George carelessly. "Very," I replied. "So picturesque. I wonder what it's like inside. Shall we have a look?" "Certainly," I said. I always try to fall in with my friends' wishes, even when I don't approve of them. I may be wrong, but that is my idea of friendship. George is a journalist with a strange craving for the interiors of taverns. He says they are such excellent places in which to study character. From the outsider's point of view, studying character seems to be the chief part of journalism, and I should think few men worked harder at it than George does. We pushed open a door marked Saloon, and found ourselves in a narrow compartment just large enough to contain 4 people without inconvenience. One of the seats was already occupied by an amiable-looking wreck who was fast asleep with his head on the counter. The public bar exactly opposite contained 5 or 6 navvies in various stages of intoxication, and the barman, a smart-looking man of about 35, was attending to their wants. "Seems a bit tired," remarked George, looking critically at our companion. "Been studying too much character," I suggested. George was just beginning a sarcastic reply when the barman came across to take our orders. We decided on 2 glasses of what I once heard a temperance lecturer describe as hell-filling alcohol, and while the barman was getting them ready, George entered into conversation with him. "Who's our friend?" he inquired, indicating the recumbent reveler in the corner. "Dunno his name," said the barman, snipping the wire off the Perrier. "Calls him Billy Born-Drunk round here, and he seems satisfied." "Got a pretty tough lot opposite, haven't you?" I asked. The barman's face assumed an expression of intense disgust. "Tush," he remarked. "They're mending the embankment, and come along here after work. They fair mop it, I can tell you, and when they get snarsty, I have to learn 'em something afore I'm done with 'em." He was only 5'6", but he spoke with confidence, and I felt that it was no vain boasting. "You know something about it, eh?" He closed an eye and smiled scornfully. "Quite enough for any of them to go on with." Then he left us, for the gentlemen opposite were becoming clamorous for more liquor. During the next few minutes we sat there in silence. George was evidently making a mental sketch of Billy Born-Drunk, and with the sympathy of the true artist, I refrained from interrupting him. I amused myself by idly scanning the various bottles which were piled up on shelves at the Blade, together with a few packets of cheap cigarettes and some weary-looking ferns. This is a favorite pastime of mine when George insists on taking me into taverns. I like to speculate dreamily upon the various flavors. If one is not really fond of drink, one can do this without feeling ashamed. It becomes a purely intellectual pursuit. Suddenly I was aware of a disturbance in the opposite bar. A dialogue was in progress between my friend the barman and a gigantic navvy, proportionately inebriated. "Pot o' earth and earth, and not so much jaw," demanded the latter. "You won't get no more here," replied the barman coldly. "You're drunk as it is. Go home to bed." "Who is drunk?" inquired the navvy indignantly. "You are," said the barman. "Beastly." Then civilization slipped off the navvy like a discarded cloak. "I'm drunk, am I?" he roared. "Keep that!" His fist shot out and, landing somewhere in the neighborhood of the barman's right eye, drove that gentleman across the bar with such velocity that he struck the counter close to us with considerable force. "That's for your cheek," observed the navvy, in the voice of one whose honor has been satisfied. The remaining customers, with the honorable exception of Billy Born Drunk, rose hastily to their feet, and a chorus of criticism filled the tavern. "Serve him right. Shut your head. Don't be a fool, Bill. Hit him back." This last from George. I remembered the barman's boast, and was silent in pleasant expectation. To my intense disappointment, however, the blow seemed to have cowed him. He pulled himself together and slowly retraced his steps, holding his hand up to his face. "You hadn't no call to hit me like that," he began reproachfully. "What's your order?" "Pot o' arf and arf, and when I comes in here again, perhaps you'll be a bit more polite. See?" The navvy leaned across the counter and grinned derisively. He never grinned again, at least not under similar circumstances. With amazing swiftness, the barman whipped out a large pewter pot from under the counter and struck him a swinging blow across the face, sending him to the floor with a thud that shook the building. "That's for your cheek," he remarked. Then he coolly picked up the cloth and began to polish the tankard. "That's the worst of them, dirty faces," he observed. "Spoils the silver." An awestruck silence fell upon us all, while the navvy rose up slowly with a brand of can upon his cheek. I do not know how to spell the words, or I would tell you what he said. When he had done, the barman eyed him critically. "I ain't got much time to spare for pleasure," he replied. "But if you likes to step round to the yard beyond, we'll give that there Mark a bit of company." The navvy's eyes glistened, and the whole tavern, with the exception of Billy Borndrunk, rose joyously to the suggestion. The barman walked to the side door and called to his wife. "Annie," he said, "just look after the bar while I show these gentlemen our backyard." We all trooped out, leaving Billy Borndrunk in sole possession. It seemed a shame that he should miss the fight, but it would have taken some hours to wake him up, and by that time everything would have been over. Outside we were joined by 2 or 3 stray inhabitants of Chelsea, who had been busily engaged in their usual strenuous work of leaning over the railings and spitting in the Thames. Scenting a welcome diversion, they lounged up and listened with philosophic calm to the navvy's lurid descriptions of how he was about to operate upon his opponent. Then there was a sound of bolts being withdrawn, and the barman opened the gate that led into the yard. It was quite small, paved with cobbles, and surrounded by high brick walls. Scarcely the place that I should have selected for a fight, unless I felt very certain that I was going to win. The barman closed the gate, and we all ranged ourselves round the walls, while he and the navvy removed their superfluous clothing and took up their positions in opposite corners. George, who is a bit of a sportsman, volunteered to act as timekeeper. There was a moment of almost breathless silence, and then he gave the word. "Time!" The barman took 3 quick steps forward and planted himself firmly in the center of the ring. In another second, the navvy was upon him, head down and hitting like a flail. There was a gorgeous whirl of arms, a couple of sharp smacking blows, and the navvy suddenly sat down with his hand to his eye, while the little man danced away, apparently uninjured. 2 or 3 of the fallen warrior's companions advanced and set him upon his feet. "Go for his wind, Bill," suggested one. "Stand off and paw him clever," added another. "Close with him," said a third. The navvy drew the back of his hand across his face and shoved them roughly aside. "I'll kill him afore I'm done with him," he muttered. His friends retreated to the wall, and the 2 men faced each other again. This time it was the barman's turn to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he waltzed in and, ducking a terrific swing, landed a straight left on his opponent's nose that brought a roar of mingled anguish and fury from its owner's lips. Whether it was the pain or whether the blood of some forgotten French ancestor was stirring in his veins, I cannot say, but the navvy now threw aside all pretensions to following the rules of the ring, and rushing forward, kicked at his enemy with all the force of which he was capable. My heart seemed to jump into my mouth, for I felt certain that the barman's hour had come. The navvy's boot looked as if it were capable of opening the door for any soul in England. With a brilliant effort, however, the barman leaped on one side and, using his right hand for the first time in the fight, smote the navvy a deadly blow across his disfigured countenance that stretched him upon the yard and abruptly terminated the struggle. George counted him out with all the dignity of a professional timekeeper, but he made no effort to rise, for the barman stood over him, waiting to rebuke him for his attempted treachery. Then he began to roll about as though in great pain. "Brandy," he moaned feebly. "Give me some brandy." The barman walked across the yard and picked up a huge bucket of clean water. He had evidently guessed the navvy's weak point, for the latter rose quickly, if somewhat unsteadily, to his feet, with the expression of a man who has narrowly escaped some strange and horrible danger. He staggered slowly to the gate, and then, turning round, addressed his late opponent in a voice of dignified rebuke. "That's how you lose custom. I shan't come here no more." End of section 10. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 5th of April, 2022.
Section 11 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Microbe. "What's a microbe, Sam?" inquired Bill Garridge, putting down his pipe and looking up from the paper which he had been laboriously reading for the last quarter of an hour. "A microbe," repeated Sam doubtfully. "Why, a sort of insect, ain't it, Mr. Barberry?" "Well, it ain't exactly a insect," answered Mr. Barberry with some deliberation. "More like a reptile, as yer might say. Something arter the nature of a rat with wings." "Kind o' bat?" put in Bill. "You've got it," agreed Mr. Barberry. "Anyhow, they're dangerous beasts." "How's that?" asked Sam. Mr. Barberry took a long pull at his pewter tankard and then replaced it on the table. "You know what a mad dog's like, don't yer?" he said impressively. "Well, yer can take it from me that a mad dog ain't in it with the microbe. Once a microbe gets a fair old on yer, you're a goner and no error. Why? Demanded Bill skeptically. What do they do to yer? Do to yer? Echoed Mr. Parbury. Poisons yer. That's what they do to yer. Each microbe's got some special disease of its own, like, and he only has to get in one nip and he can pass it on, see? Why don't they muzzle 'em or stamp 'em out? Suggested Sam, who had a practical mind. Mr. Parbury laughed scornfully. Ah, he said, that would take a bit of doing, that would. The only chaps what understands the way to deal with microbes is doctors. They get so used to 'em, they can 'andle 'em like terriers. Didn't I never tell yer that yarn of Spiky Joe's about the doctor what were in the scrubs same time as he were? Sam shook his head, while Bill's naturally expressionless face betrayed no sign of recognition. Fancy my not havin' told yer that, said Mr. Parbury musingly. Wonderful, interestin' story, too. If I weren't so uncommon dry, I'd tell it yer now. Sam waited a moment or two to see if Bill were going to speak, and then remarked with a faint touch of resentment in his voice, Give it a name, Mr. Parbury. Comfortably installed with a fresh Bitter and Burton at his elbow, Mr. Parbury repeated, nodding his head and smiling gently to himself. It's a wonderful, interesting story, that is. Spiky Joe told it to me hisself one night at the Star and Anchor. You mind how he got into trouble about 4 years back on account of knocking a copper over the head? It wasn't the head, said Sam. It was the stomach. Mr. Parbury waved aside the objection as unimportant. Well, anyhow, he got 2 of the best for it, and it were while he were doing his bit in the scrubs as he come across the doctor. He were a clever sort of chap, were this 'ere doctor, but somehow he'd gone the pace a bit too 'ot and got hisself in for forgery, see? They shoved him in the cell next to Spiky Joe. The bloke what had been there previous having been took bad with the cholera and sent off to the hospital. The fact were as he'd been bit by a microbe in his sleep, but of course the warders didn't know nothing about that, 'cause, having been asleep at the time, he didn't know it itself. So, without meaning no harm, they goes and shoves the doctor in there in his place. Well, one night this doctor were a-settin' quiet on his plank bed thinkin' how nice it would be when his time were up, when all of a sudden out pops the microbe. He'd found out as there were someone fresh in the cell, and it seemed to him that he might as well have a bite at this cove same as t'other one. Course, he hadn't no idea as how it were a doctor, or he'd a laid low. Directly he come out, he sees his mistake and stops as if he were paralyzed. 'Stead of jumping up and getting flustered, same as you or me might do if we run across a microbe unexpected like, the doctor, he just sits there and smiles to hisself. You see, he'd handled hundreds of 'em in his time and knew what to do. Come here, he says, fixin' him stern-like with his eye, and as soon as ever he spoke, the microbe come to him as quiet as a lamb and tremblin' all over. He saw as how he'd met his master. Now the doctor were a soft-hearted sort of chap, and he kinder took to that microbe from the first. In about a week, he'd made a reg'lar pet of it. When the warder what brought him his dinner had gone away and shut the door sill, he'd give a gentle whistle and the microbe'd come hoppin' out of its hole, as friendly as yer please. It used to climb up his leg and sit on his knee while he had his dinner, and he'd always leave a little drop of skilly for it at the bottom of the bowl. When it had lapped that up, he'd sit there and scratch his head, same as if it were a cat or a dog. Didn't it never have a snap at him? Inquired Sam. Not it, retorted Mr. Parbury. Why, it were that contented and happy that Joe used to hear it purrin' through the wall. If it hadn't been for one of the warders, there wouldn't never have been no trouble at all. This 'ere warder, Jackson his name was, were what they calls a socialist. he hated the very sight of a knob, consequenzo which he were always having his knife into the doctor. One evening, he was a-goin' on his rounds when he heard the Microbe purrin' inside the doctor's cell. So he kneels down and, as a squint through the peephole, there he sees the doctor with the Microbe on his knee, trying to teach it to sit up and beg. "What you got there?" he says, opening the door sudden. "A rat?" "No," says the doctor, without so much as looking up. "He's a microbe, a cholera microbe. Being a hun-educated sort of bloke, the warder thought as how he were being got at. Ho, a cholera microbe, is he says, very sarcastic. "Well, perhaps when you've quite done with him, you'll be kind enough to hand him over to me. We don't allow no pets in this 'ere prison. You'll be reported for this. That's what you'll be." "Don't get excited about it," says the doctor, quite cool, "or you'll burst your heart. That's what you'll do." "I'll teach her to give me any o' your lip," says the warder, stepping forward and lifting up his hand, threatening like. Afore he could so much as wink, the Microbe gives one horrid sort of snarl and springs straight at his throat like a bloodhound. He sees it coming and flings up the other hand to guard himself. He were only just in time, too, for the Microbe's teeth come together with a snap what took the top clean off his little finger. "What? Clean orf?" interrupted Bill incredulously. "As clean as if it had been cut with a knife," repeated Mr. Parbury firmly. The warder, he turns around with a yell of terror and makes a bolt for the door. As he slams it behind him, he hears the doctor a laughin' fit to die and telling the Microbe to drop the bit of finger what he had in his mouth. He goes straight orf to the head warder as hard as ever he can lick. "Look here," he says, holding up his finger, or rather what were left of it. "Been cutting bread and butter, Jackson?" says the head warder, what fancied hisself as a wit. "No, I ain't," says Jackson, a bit unpleasant-like. Being a socialist, you see, he hadn't got much sense of humor. "It's that there Microbe of B-24's, he adds, "and afore I go near him again, I'll see myself and the old bloomin' prison busted, I will." "What you're talking about?" says the head warder. Then Jackson tells him all about how it happened, just slipping in a little bit here and there to make it more impressive like. "Talk about tigers," he finishes. "Why, he come at me like a raging cyclone. If I hadn't kept cool and landed him one on the snout, I believe he'd a tore my windpipe out." "And what were B-24 a-doing while the melee were in progress?" said the head warder, taking out his notebook. "While the what were in progress?" interrupted Bill and Sam at the same moment. Mr. Parbury looked at them pityingly. "That's Italian for a scrap," he explained. "Doing of?" repeated Jackson. "Why, he were a-cheerin' him on. I tells you, they're 'and in glove together. That's what they are, 'and in glove. If ye don't believe me, come and 'ave a look at 'em yourself." "Not me," says the head warder. "I don't want no top spittin' orf my fingers. This here's a case for the governor, this is." So as soon as ever Jackson had it is and tied up proper, he and the head warder goes along to the governor's room. He were a retired colonel, were this governor, and Spiky Joe says as how his language were that odd at times, as even the convicts used to shiver to hear it. "Well," he says, when he sees the head warder and Jackson, "what the blazes is up now? Can I never have no peace?" The head warder, he salutes. "Beg pardon, sir," he says, "but Jackson here's just lost the top of his little finger." "Well, I haven't got the damn thing," shouts the governor. "What's the good of coming to me?" "It's a matter of government property," says the head warder, "and according to the regulations I has to account for its loss." "Account for it then," says the governor, "and don't stand there like a couple of blistered idiots." Then Jackson he ups and tells his story again. making out this time as how he'd fought that microbe for a matter of 10 minutes until the doctor had begun clubbing him over the head from behind with a boot. "I'll soon put a stop to this sort of thing," says the governor hotly, as soon as he'd finished. "I ain't going to have none of His Majesty's prisons bossed by no bloomin' microbe. You run along and fetch 'em both, 'ere, and look sharp about it." The head warder, he turns to the second warder. "Jackson," he says, "go and fetch B-24 and see that he brings the microbe along with him." The second warder shifts uneasy-like from one foot to the other. "Well, what are you waiting for?" says the head warder, very fierce. "Are you afraid?" "I ain't afraid of no convict," says the second warder sulkily. "But I don't fancy tackling this 'ere microbe again, and that's straight." "You hear that, sir?" says the head warder, turning to the governor. "He's a coward." "Oh, well," says the governor, "it's very natural in a uneducated man. You fetch him yourself, Simpson." The head warder turns a bit pale. "Have you thought, sir," he says, "as how it might be dangerous bringing of him in here? He's a desperate character, this B-24, and he might set the microbe at you, sir." The governor draws hisself up proudly. "A English officer ain't afraid of no darn microbe," he says. "You go along and fetch him." The second warder smiles. "And you go with him," says the governor, "and hurry up, the pair of you." The head warder and Jackson salutes and goes out of the room looking about as happy as a pair of blokes a-marching orf to the gallows. Just afore they gets to the door of the cell, the head warder lays his hand on Jackson's shoulder. "Jackson," says he, "one of us has got to open this 'ere door." Jackson nods his head and puts his uninjured hand into his pocket. "That's so," says he. "Jackson," says the head warder again, and his voice shook like a aspen tree. "Jackson, I'm a married man." "I knows that," says Jackson softly, "and having seen your missus, I can understand how it is you don't mind taking a few risks. You ain't doing yourself no good by being insolent," says the head warder hotly. "You go and open that there door, or you'll be losing your job before you're many minutes older." "'Tain't my business to open the door," says Jackson in an obstinate voice. "You're the head warder, and you has a right to the post of danger. Besides, maybe the microbe won't bite you. He looks a bit particular." The head warder gets very red in the face and breathes hard through his nose. "If I had you outside the prison, my lad," he begins, and then remembering his position, he pulls himself together and walks off towards the door of the cell. He were that there riled that he, as near as possible, turned the key and went in without realizing what he were playing at. Just as he had his hand on the door, however, he suddenly comes to his senses, and I tells yer it give him a fair shiver all over to think how near he'd been to doing it. He bends down his head and listens, and he hears the microbe a-grinding of his teeth and the doctor trying to quiet him down. "B-24, says he, rapping at the door, and trying to keep his voice steady. "I believe I have that honor," says the doctor. "The governor wishes to see your immediate." "How, does he?" says the doctor. "That shows his good taste." The head warder hesitates a moment. "If I opens this door," says he, "will yer promise to keep that there microbe of yourn from flying at me?" The doctor laughs hearty. "He won't touch yer if yer don't worry him," he says. "Just keep that lop-eared Jackson out of the light, and turn your own face away, and you'll be as quiet as a lamb, won't yer, old boy?" The microbe gives a kind of snarl, much as to say he weren't so sure about it. Seeing as how the governor were waiting, however, and there weren't no help for it, the head warder turns the key and pushes open the door of the cell. Jackson, he takes a couple of hasty steps down a side passage, and out comes the doctor with the microbe a-sitting on his shoulder. When he sees the head warder, he fair chatters with rage. "Who does?" asked Sam. "The doctor?" "No, the microbe, of course," answered Mr. Parbury, And what's more, if yer goes on interruptin', yer can finish the bloomin' story yourself." "Don't mind old Sam, Mr. Parbury," put in Bill consolingly. "He don't never get no chance to open his mouth at home, so he has to let a bit of steam off when he's out." Sam was just thinking hard of something unpleasant to say in return when Mr. Parbury again took up the thread of his narrative. The doctor follows the Edgewater along the passages to the governor's room, Jackson coming along slowly some 10 yards behind. All the time the Microbe kept on grinding of his teeth and licking of his lips in a way that made the Edgewater's art jump up and down like a piston rod. At last they reaches the governor's room, and the Edgewater felt as if he'd gotten to heaven. He gives a couple of quiet knocks and then steps hastily aside. "Come in," sings out the governor. The doctor pushes open the door and walks into the room. The Edgewater and Jackson follows behind, trying to look as if they'd just let go of him. "B-24, sir," says the Edgewater, salutin'. "And the Microbe," he adds as a kinder afterthought. The governor was standing by the window with one hand under his coat. "Ho," says he. "So you're the fellow what's upsettin' o' my prison and bitin' orf my warder's fingers, eh?" "Not guilty, Colonel," says the doctor, laughing as cool and friendly as if he'd just dropped in to have a drink. "It's our little friend here," and he pats the Microbe's head. "I only hope he hasn't poisoned hisself," he finishes, looking at Jackson. "Well, I can't have it," says the governor. "Warders are government property, and as such, I'm responsible for 'em to the Home Secretary. Besides, it's against the prison regulations for prisoners to have pets. Take it away from him, Simpson." The Edgewater goes very white, but he shuts his eyes for a second and thinks of his pension, and somehow or other his courage come back to him. He takes one step forward, but as he does so, the Microbe gives a angry, kinder squeal and leaps off the doctor's shoulder straight at the governor. The old man sees it comin', and quick as a flash, he whips out a squisher from under his coat. "What's a squisher?" asks Bill. "Why, one of them bottles with a tube and a hinge-a-rubber bulb." You see, being a heducated man, the governor knew as 'ow there was only one way of dealing with a microbe, and that were carbolic acid. One drop of carbolic acid will lay out the healthiest microbe. Stops his heart at once. So while the Edgewater and Jackson had been out of the room, he'd gone and got a squisher and filled it up with carbolic acid in case of accidents. Directly he sees the Microbe coming for him, he whips it out and lets drive. But the Microbe were that cunning that when he sniffs the carbolic acid, he shuts his wings and drops on the floor like a stone. The carbolic acid goes over his head, and as near as possible it's Jackson in the eye. Then, afore the governor could get in a second squish, the Microbe nips in and has him by the calf of the leg. It had all happened so sudden like that the Edgewater and Jackson were fair took by surprise. Directly they sees the Microbe catch hold of the governor, however, they both dashes forward and seizes the doctor. The governor were hopping around the room trying to get in a second shot with the squisher and cussing and swearing something awful. Spiky Joe says from the samples of his language as reached the cells, it's a marvel the Microbe didn't drop his jaw and let go. Call him orf, he shouts to the doctor. Well, call your Microbes orf, says the doctor, alluding rude-like to Jackson and the Edgewater. Let go of him, you idiots, roars the governor, holding on to the table and trying to kick the Microbe with his other foot. They drops the doctor's arms, and he starts a rearranging the collar of his coat. Hurry up, man, yells the governor. All right, says the doctor coolly. Air, cholera. As soon as he calls the Microbe, what all the time had been hanging on like grim death, lets go his grip and comes hopping back to him, wagging of his tail and purring like anything. But why did he let go when the doctor says, "Collar her," objected Sam. That would have made him hang on all the harder. Not collar her, stupid, retorted Mr. Parberry impatiently. Cholera, see? Cholera Microbe. Oh, I see. His name like. Just so, assented Mr. Parberry. Well, when Jackson and the Ed warders sees the Microbe coming back, they lets go the doctor and runs to help the governor. "Don't come messin' about me," yells the governor. "One of your catch that ruffian, and the other fetch the prison doctor." "He's away for the day, sir," says the Ed warder. "Shall I go outside and find another for yer? Jackson'll hold on to B-24. "'Tain't no use," says the doctor, breaking in with a horrid sort of laugh. "It'll be too late. You'll both have the cholera in half an hour unless I gives yer the antidote." "What's that?" demanded Sam. "Kinder secret medicine," explained Mr. Parberry. "Just like each microbe's got his special poison, so each poison's got his special antidote. Bein', as I said afore, a educated man, the governor sees the force of what the doctor says. He wouldn't murder us, man, he says. "I ain't got no grudge against you," answers the doctor. "If ye promises me on your word as a English orficer, ye'll let me keep the Microbe and won't take no further notice of this incident, I'll save yer." "And what about me?" cried Jackson, as was already beginning to feel a bit unhappy like inside. "Oh, you'll have to go through it." Jackson busts out a sobbing, and the governor draws hisself up proud. "A English officer don't desert his subordinates," he says. "You must attend to him, too, after you done me." "Right you are," says the doctor. "In that case, you'll have to put in an application to have my sentence reduced." "I'll see you hung first," shouts the governor. The doctor shakes his head. "I may be hung," he says, "but you won't see it. You'll be in the mortuary." The governor starts explaining as a English officer weren't afeard of death, but the doctor cuts him short by pointing out that every minute he were talking, the cholera were getting a better grip on him. That settles it, and they all goes off to the prison surgery. The Ed warder helping Jackson and asking him kinda like whether there weren't no messages he could give for him after he was dead. "Time, gentlemen, please, time." The gruff voice of the landlord broke in rudely. "That's always the way," remarked Bill bitterly, "just as you're getting interested in the conversation." "But what happened?" demanded Sam eagerly. "Did he cure him?" "He cured him all right enough," replied Mr. Parberry. "Leastways, he cured the governor. Jackson had a go of cholera, but he managed to pull through." "And did the governor get his sentence reduced?" Mr. Parberry carefully finished the contents of his tankard and replaced it on the bar. "Yes," he said, "he were a orficer and a gentleman, and he kep' his word. He told the 'Home Secretary as how he thought it weren't right on the grounds of health to keep the doctor in the prison. He didn't say whose health, so the Home Secretary naturally thought he meant the doctor's and let him go." "Now come along, gentlemen, please," repeated the landlord impatiently. "Well," said Sam as he rose slowly from his seat, "it's a wonderful, interesting tale, as you say, Mr. Parberry, and it just shows as how it pays to be kind to dumb animals." End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carla Simon. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. Fullback for England. Very quietly, the long reeds that hedged the Oakstock football field were parted aside, and a face peered cautiously through, taking a long and careful survey of the immediate neighbourhood. The face belonged to Mr. William Yard, known to his more intimate friends in London as Pills, and to the police as one of the most daring and successful burglars of the day. A reason for Mr. Yard's prudence was not hard to find. The briefest glance at his khaki-coloured clothes, plentifully dotted with broad arrows, made it quite evident that for the first time, at all events, any form of publicity would be painful to him. The fact was that on the previous afternoon, Mr. Yard had accomplished the remarkable feat of escaping from Dartmoor. An unexpected mist sweeping down over the granite-studded hillside when he was at work had suddenly inspired him with the idea of making a dash for liberty. Without further thought, he had flung down his spade and bolted into its shelter, before either of the nearest warders had been able to stop him. It is true that a couple of charges of buckshot had whistled by, unpleasantly close to his legs, but they had only served to add to his already useful turn of speed. By the time the other convicts had been collected, and the mist had lifted sufficiently for the warders to see what they were doing, Mr. Yard was some 2 miles away in the opposite direction from which he had started, safely hidden in a small plantation that fringed the main road to Oakstock. Here he had stayed until nightfall, expecting any minute to be routed out by a party of pursuing warders. No one had turned up, however, his ingenious idea of throwing a circle while the mist still concealed him having apparently put them temporarily off the scent. Under cover of darkness, he had stolen from his hiding place, and following the main road at a judicious distance, tramped doggedly on mile after mile until the lights of Oakstock some 100 feet below him had shown him that he had reached the boundaries of the moor. Utterly deadbeat, he had felt tempted to throw himself down on the open heather and snatch a few hours' rest, but the dread of discovery had urged him on, and clambering cautiously down the hillside, he had made his way along the deserted road until he had reached the wire fence which bounded the Oakstock football ground. Here a stray gleam of moonlight coming out between the clouds had shown him the patch of long, reedy grass behind the goalposts. With a last effort he had crept into its shelter and dropped almost instantly into a profound sleep. It was the sun which had woke him up eventually, a bright yellow winter sun shining down out of a sky of cloudless blue. For a moment Mr. Yard had rubbed his eyes and stared at it with amazement. Then with a sudden shock he remembered he was no longer a guest of the government. He had tried to scramble up, but his numbed limbs had refused to support him, and with a groan he had fallen back again, feeling rather like a trapped rabbit, waiting the arrival of the keeper. A few minutes' energetic rubbing, however, had been sufficient to restore both his circulation and his confidence, and it was then that he had pulled aside the reeds and peered out in the discreet manner already described. The first thing that met his eyes was the football pavilion, a small wooden building on the left of the ground. Instantly, the possibilities of a change of clothes jumped into his mind. "There's bound to be some clobber kicking about in there," he muttered to himself. "Wonder if I can get in without being nabbed." That, as Hamlet would have said, was the question. The public road, as he remembered from last night, ran right alongside the ground, and to judge by the sun, the time was already past 10 o'clock. Still, it was no good lying like a hunted rat among the reeds. It was a case of neck or nothing, and Mr. Yard was not the man to fail at a crisis. Licking his blue lips, he raised himself to a crouching position, and then, with a care which would have done credit to a Boy Scout, elevated his head above the top of the reeds. So far as he could see in each direction, the road was empty. Hesitating no longer, he crept out from his hiding place, and bending almost double, covered the distance between the goal and the pavilion in almost the same time that it takes to read these words. The door was in front, facing the yard, but Mr. Yard did not trouble about this recognised means of entrance. He hurried round to the back, where he found a small window just large enough to admit a man's body. It was shut, of course, but this was a trifling obstacle to a gentleman of his experience. In about half a minute he had forced it open, and pulling himself up the sill, scrambled through and dropped onto the floor. He found himself in a small matchboard apartment, set round with wooden lockers. There were also various pegs from which were suspended 1 or 2 mud-stained jerseys and sweaters, an old greatcoat, and a couple of pairs of blue football shorts distinctly the worse for wear. To Mr. Yard's eyes, however, they were more welcome and attractive than the flowers in May. Stripping himself of his broad-arrowed costume with feverish rapidity, he hastily arrayed himself in the somewhat less conspicuous costume of a British footballer, minus the stockings and boots. A hurried search through the lockers revealed both these luxuries, with the aid of which he promptly proceeded to complete his outfit. "Law!" he chuckled, surveying himself with satisfaction in the broken bit of looking-glass that hung from the wall. "I never thought I should be wearing footer kit again. It's like the old days." There was no time for sentiment, however, and Mr. Yard was not slow in realizing the fact. Grabbing the greatcoat from its peg, he was just about to make for the window when a sudden shout outside brought him to an abrupt halt. "Hello, Tubby," sang out a cheery voice. Like a cat, Mr. Yard stole to the window. Some 30 yards away, a young man with a bag in his hand was advancing towards the pavilion across the next field. Swiftly and noiselessly, the convict crossed the floor to the other side of the apartment and peeped through a crack in the boards. Another young man with another bag in his hand was approaching from the roadway. Mr. Yard swore softly but fervently. "Pipped," he said. "Pipped on the post." For a second he hesitated, and then returning to the spot where he had dressed, picked up his late garments and stuffed them into one of the lockers and shut the lid. Having done this, he sat down and waited events. "I've got the key, Tubby," called out the same aggressively jovial voice. "Righto," responded the other. "Do you know this bally window's open?" There was a grating in the lock. "That's that old ass Smith again," said the cheerful voice. "I told him to shut it." Mr. Yard rose to his feet. If he had to be captured, he would at least enjoy the memory of one really magnificent scrap. There was a sharp click, a bump, and then the door swung open. "Hello," exclaimed the young man with the bag. "Hello," returned Mr. Yard coolly. The newcomer stared at him for a moment in amazement, and then, with a sudden smile, put down his bag and advanced towards him. "Mr. Logan, I suppose," he said. "This is awfully good of you. I'd just made up my mind we should have to play one short." He put out his hand, which Mr. Yard grasped and shook heartily. At that moment the other young man entered. "This is Logan, Tubby," exclaimed the first. "He's turned up after all." "Good man," exclaimed Tubby. "But how the dickens did you get in?" "Through the window," explained Mr. Yard truthfully. "That's the style," laughed the other. "Jack, why weren't you here to receive your guests? I suppose you came in Sam's cart?" Mr. Yard, who was trying desperately hard to get his bearings, contented himself with a nod. "Well, I'm most awfully obliged to you for turning up," said Jack. "Old Morton had heard you were at Rundlestone and suggested my sending you a wire first thing this morning when Collins cried off. I never thought you'd be able to come." "It was just chance," admitted Mr. Yard frankly. "I got away unexpected." "We're jolly glad to see you anyhow," broke in Tubby. "The battery is sending over a beastly hot team and we should have been absolutely snookered without a back." Mr. Yard suppressed a start. In more innocent days, before the stern career of burglary had claimed him for its own, he had figured as a fullback of some local renown for a famous Yorkshire club. And now, apparently it was the same capacity that he was being so hospitably received by these two unsuspicious young men. Who the missing Logan might be, he could only guess. Evidently some well-known player who was staying in the district and had been invited over to assist Oakstock at the 11th hour. If he turns up, thought Mr. Yard, things'll be a bit hot. His reflections were broken in upon by Jack. "These morning matches are the deuce, you know, Logan. Half our fellows are in business, and it's a rare job to get a team together." "One can't always get off when one wants to," said Mr. Yard sympathetically. "I've found that myself." "I shouldn't have taken them on," continued the other, stripping off his shirt and groping in his bag for a jersey, "if it hadn't been that they're leaving Plymouth on Friday. The Colonel was very keen to have a cut at us first, as we haven't been beaten this year. The old beggar thought he'd catch us on the hop if he could fix up a midweek match. He'll be awfully sick when he finds you're playing for us. I expect there are a lot of people after you when you're on holiday, aren't there?" "Quite enough," confessed Mr. Yard. A sudden sound of laughter and voices outside became audible, and Tubby, walking to the door, flung it open. "Here are the others," he said. Some 7 or 8 young fellows, most of them already changed, came straggling across the field. When they saw Tubby at the door, they raised a cheerful "Coo-ee!" "The Campbells are coming," called out one. The words had hardly left his lips when a big break, packed with men, rumbled along the road and drew up at the entrance to the ground. As the soldiers were disembarking themselves, Mr. Yard was being introduced to the new arrivals on his own side. On every hand he was greeted with the warmest of welcomes. "I saw you play a couple of years ago for Devon," said one youngster admiringly. "My word, you were in form. Hadn't you a moustache then, by the way?" Mr. Yard nodded. "I had it shaved off last year," he said. By this time the slightly mistaken impression as to his identity had become public property, and the visitors who had arrived in their footer kit were standing about viewing him with mingled expressions of curiosity and respect. The colonel who had brought the battery over, a jolly-looking fat old man with a white moustache, came up and introduced himself. "Glad to have the chance of seeing you play, Mr. Logan," he said. "But it's a low-down trick of young Mortimer here roping you in. We weren't expecting to run up against an international fullback." "You'll run up right against him, all right," interrupted Jack with a laugh. "That's what he's here for." Mr. Yard, who was beginning to get a little nervous about his growing reputation, smiled uneasily. He had not played for at least 5 years, and although, thanks to the healthy limitations of Dartmoor, he was in excellent condition, he could not help feeling grave doubts as to whether he would be able to live up to Mr. Logan's formidable fame. However, there was nothing to do now but to go through with it. Tubby, fully changed, came running out from the pavilion with a ball, followed by several other members of the team. "Here you are," he sang out, passing it to Yard. "Have a shot at a goal." The convict caught the leather, and somehow or other the once familiar feel of it restored his waning spirits. Taking a couple of short steps, he sent it soaring away towards the goal, a beautiful drop kick that only fell short of the crossbar by a couple of inches. "Bravo!" shouted Jack, gazing after it admiringly. "What do you think of that, Colonel?" "Too damned good altogether," grunted the old soldier. "I shall take my boys back to barracks if he does it again." There was a general laugh, cut short by a sharp whistle from the referee. The two sides lined up. As far as looks went, they seemed fairly equally matched, the superior weight and strength of the shoulders in the scrum being pretty well counterbalanced by the youth and speedy appearance of the Oakstock 3/4 and halves. From the solitary glory of his position at fullback, Mr. Yard cast a critical eye over his opponents. A tall, fair-haired man who was playing on the right wing seemed especially to rivet his attention. "Who's that chap?" he asked Tubby, as the latter fell back in preparation for the kick-off. "Private Buckle," answered the latter, glancing in the direction he indicated. "You'll have to look out for him. He's about their best man." The fullback smiled unpleasantly. "I'll look out for him all right," he answered. For 18 months, Mr. Yard had been under the immediate charge of a warder of the same name, whose striking resemblance to the tall 3/4 proclaimed their relationship beyond doubt. Mr. Yard spat on his hands. "I only hope they're twins," he said to himself. Another sharp whistle, a general movement forward amongst the line of the stalwart soldiers, and the ball came soaring through the air straight into Tubby's hands. The game had started. For the first 10 minutes the play remained more or less confined to the centre of the ground. The Oakstock forwards, settling down quicker than their adversaries, were more than holding their own in the scrum, and only the very keen tackling of the soldier 3/4 prevented Tubby and his companions from coming away with the ball. At last the former got his chance. Taking a swift pass from the half, he cut right through the opposition line and dashed down the field, with only the back between himself and the goal. As the latter leaped at him, he transferred the ball neatly to Jack, who was racing along 1.5 yards to his left. Catching it in his stride, that genial young man swerved round the disgruntled soldier, and galloping over the line placed it fair and square between the goalposts. Picking it up again, he leisurely retraced his steps. Some 20 yards out he halted and beckoned to Mr. Yard. "Will you take the kick, Logan?" he shouted. Mr. Yard modestly shook his head. "Oh, but you must," protested 3 or 4 of the others. "We've all heard about your goal-kicking." The whole field was waiting, and seeing that there was no help for it, Mr. Yard strode reluctantly forward. "Where would you like it?" inquired Jack. "Oh, any old place," answered the unhappy convict. "This'll do." He viciously dug out a hole with his heel. Jack, carefully poising the ball in his hands, stretched himself out full length, and a painful moment of silence prevailed over the field. Mr. Yard retired 2 or 3 steps. "Down!" he cried hoarsely, and then, running forward, hacked at the ball with amazing ferocity. Up it flew, high over the crossbar, and describing a graceful curve in the air, settled down in the next field. There was a wild outburst of applause from the delighted Oakstock team, and Mr. Yard, mopping his forehead with his sleeve, retired to his former position. "If I hadn't have said to myself it was a warder's head," he muttered, "I'd never have done it." The game was resumed even more vigorously than before. Determined to draw level, the soldiers hurled themselves into their task with unsparing energy, and their extra weight and strength in the scrum began to tell its tale. On one occasion 4 stalwart privates broke right through the Oakstock pack and came thundering down the field with the ball at their feet. A score seemed certain, but Mr. Yard, whose arduous training as a burglar had taught him the value of strategy, saved the situation. Just as the quartet were drawing up to him, he suddenly rasped out in excellent imitation of a drill sergeant the one magic word, "Halt!" His opponents instinctively checked themselves, and before they could recover, Mr. Yard had flung himself at the ball and with a flying kick sent it hurtling into touch. He was surprised and for a moment alarmed at the indignation which his ingenious idea provoked among its immediate victims. All 4 of them were appealingly angry to the referee, who, speechless with laughter, could only shake his head and sign to them to proceed. It was not until Mr. Yard realised that even the other members of the regimental team were hugely enjoying their companion's discomfiture that his fear lest he should have given himself away completely vanished. "Get on with the game, you fatheads!" roared the bully corporal who was skippering the team. Then, turning to Jack, he added admirably, "'Ot stuff, that's what he is, 'ot stuff." Jack, who was struggling between mirth and amazement, thought it wiser to say nothing. A moment later, however, finding himself alongside of Tubby, he whispered hurriedly, "I say, that was a bit thick, wasn't it?" Tubby grinned. The soldiers' revenge was not long in coming. From the line out, one of them caught the ball and flung it back to the tall, fair-haired 3/4, who was standing unmarked. In a moment the latter had cut through and was galloping along the touchline towards the Oakstock goal. With a grunt of joy, Mr. Yard came hurrying across and leaped at its quarry like a tiger at a stag. In the splendour of his emotions, however, committed the unpardonable error of going a shade too high. The soldier's muscular hand shot out, and catching his assailant fair and square under the chin, sent him spinning backwards on the grass. Then, amidst roars of delight from his companions, he ran round and deposited the ball halfway between the goalposts. Mr. Yard sat up and looked after him. "You swine," he said softly. "You wait." Jack and Tubby came hurrying up. "Not hurt, Logan, are you?" inquired the former anxiously. "Only in me feelings," answered Mr. Yard. Tubby laughed. "Well, it's a new sensation for you to miss anyone," he said, as they walked backwards towards the goal. "I always thought Buckle was a pretty stiff proposition. Now I'm sure." Mr. Yard made no audible answer. To himself, however, he remarked bitterly, "He'll be stiffer still before I've done with him." A successful place kick put the 2 sides level, and immediately afterwards the whistle went for half-time. When they resumed, Mr. Yard had quite recovered from the effects of his tumble. He was standing in his place, luxuriously pondering over his next meeting with Private Buckle, when he suddenly observed a telegraph boy opening the gate which led into the field. Great minds work quickly. In a flash, Mr. Yard realised his danger. It was 100 to 1 that the missing Logan had wired to explain his absence. Casting a hasty glance at the game, which gave no sign of requiring his immediate services, he hurried down to the touchline and held out his hands. "For Mr. Mortimer, sir," said the lad. "All right, my son," answered Mr. Yard pleasantly. "I'll give it to him." The boy handed over the yellow envelope, and then slowly began to retrace his steps, walking backwards and keeping a longing eye on the game. His own inclinations, fortunately for Mr. Yard, were at variance with the government's views as to how long a telegraph boy might take over a message, and seeing that the fullback had had no opportunity as yet of passing on the wire, he at length vanished round the corner, unsuspicious as to its ultimate delivery. It was not until he had completely disappeared that Mr. Yard opened the envelope. "Sorry, can't play today. Away last night. Only just received letter. Logan." The convict barely had time to master the message when a sudden shout of "Look out there!" recalled him abruptly to his environment. The soldiers' 3/4 were in full movement, the ball travelling neatly up the line towards the right wing. It finally came to rest in the hands of Private Buckle, who, avoiding the well-meant but somewhat belated attentions of Jack, came racing away down the touchline. Mr. Yard almost sobbed with pleasure. He darted across the ground, timing his arrival to perfection. The 3/4 saw him coming and shifting the ball to his right arm, prepared to repeat his successful handoff. But like many other good intentions, his purpose was destined never to bear fruit. Dropping his bullet head, Mr. Yard propelled himself through the air on the lines of a white-head torpedo, and with an appalling crash the two men hurtled to the ground and rolled over, locked in each other's arms. "Gad, what a collar!" roared Jack, as the ball, after leaping high into the air, dropped safely into touch. Mr. Yard was the first to rise. In that exquisite moment he seemed to have worked off all the bottled resentment of 18 soul-searing months. "Hope you're not hurt," he grinned, extending a hand to the unfortunate Buckle, who lay on the ground gasping like a recently landed salmon. The latter accepted it and scrambled painfully to his feet. "'Urt," he stammered ironically. "No, I ain't 'urt. I should have known you'd collared me if you hadn't mentioned it." There was a general laugh, which the corporal capped by inquiring gravely, "You don't happen to be wanting a job as a 6-inch shell, I suppose, Mr. Logan? We could do with a few more." Mr. Yard shook his head. "I've had enough for working for the government," he remarked dryly. Only 10 minutes more remained for play, and the fun became fast and furious. Both sides laid themselves out to score, magnificently indifferent to anything approaching defensive tactics. On one occasion, Jack was hurled into touch when only a couple of feet from the soldiers' line, while on another, nothing but an untimely stumble on the part of the big corporal prevented that gentleman from dribbling over and touching down. It was left to Mr. Yard to put the crowning touch on the day's work. 1 minute from time, the battery's fullback picked up the ball in front of his own goal and took a huge punt straight up the field. It dropped right into the hands of the convict, who was standing in a line with the centre flag. The rushing forwards paused to give him 5 yards law, and Mr. Yard gripped the occasion with commendable promptness. Instead of kicking, he suddenly launched himself forward right into the thick of his waiting adversaries. In a moment he had bullocked his way through, his sudden run taking the opposition utterly by surprise. There was a roar of "Collar him!" and from both sides the halves and 3/4 came thundering in to cut off his advance. Mr. Yard took in the situation at a glance. In a flash he had measured the distance between himself and the goal, and then dropping the ball, sent it soaring away with a terrific kick straight for the bar. There was a moment of painful silence. The ball pitched fair and square bang on the centrepiece, bounded up into the air, and then trickled away over the further side. A howl of joy from the Oakstock team, the referee whistled, and the game was over. Mr. Yard found himself surrounded by a throng of his fellow players, each endeavouring to outvie the other in compliments and gratitude. With a sudden inspiration he thrust his way through and made a dash for the pavilion. It could not have been more than 45 seconds before the foremost of his laughing pursuers ran in after him, but that priceless interval had not been wasted. In Mr. Yard's breeches pocket reposed practically the entire stock of loose cash, which had previously enriched the hanging line of waistcoats and trousers. "I must be off," he said hastily, picking up his adopted coat and hat. "Oh, hang it all," cried Jack. "I was going to suggest that you should come back and have some lunch with us." Mr. Yard shook his head. The thought of food was a very fragrant one, but the money in his pocket clamoured for instant retreat. "Can't," he said regretfully. "It's uncommon good of you, but I've got to get into Plymouth as quickly as possible." "Plymouth?" exclaimed the Colonel, who had just come up. "If you want to go to Plymouth, you'd better pack in with us. We can drop you at the Halfpenny Gate and you can pick up a tram from there." "Thanks," said Mr. Yard gratefully. "That'll do me fine." "Come along then," said the Colonel. "We're off right away." "Will you be on the moor next Saturday?" cried Jack, pressing forward with the others to shake the hand of their parting guest. "It's quite possible," admitted Mr. Yard. "Well, you'll come and play for us again, won't you?" "I'd like to," said Mr. Yard, "if I can get away." He clambered into the brake with the soldiers and waved a parting farewell to his late colleagues, who set up a ringing cheer as the big vehicle slowly rumbled off. "Good set of lads," said the Colonel. Mr. Yard, thoughtfully fingering the money in his pocket, nodded his head. The 8-mile drive into Plymouth was not without its anxieties. At every turn in the road, Mr. Yard half expected to find a mounted warder holding up his hand to stop the horses. No such untimely incident, however, marred the harmony of the day, and just as the clocks were striking 1:30, the brake was clattering through the ill-paved, straggling streets of Devonport. At the junction of Dockyard Road and Broadway, Mr. Yard's eyes detected a second-hand clothes shop of particularly disreputable aspect. He waited until they reached the next corner, and then, turning to the Colonel, remarked casually, "This'll do all right for me. I want to get some baccy." "Right you are," said the Colonel, giving the order to stop. "You know where the bridge is, first to the left, then straight on." Mr. Yard nodded and climbed out. "Thank you for the lift," he said. "Not at all," answered the Colonel. "Delighted. The battery will always be proud to think that they had the honour of playing against you and scoring a try. Amen." There was a general chorus of "Yes, sir," and a hearty salute, which Mr. Yard gracefully returned. Then the driver cracked his whip and the brake rolled away, leaving Mr. Yard standing in the roadway. It was 3 days later when Jack, folding up the Western Morning News, tossed it across to Tubby. "There you are," he said. "Pictures and everything. We shall never hear the last of this as long as we live." Tubby caught the paper and, unfolding it, read out the heavily lettered headlines. "Astounding audacity of escaped convict. The notorious Bill Yard plays football for Oakstock. Full story and interviews." He skimmed quickly through the 3 columns of description and then, with a grin, dropped the paper on the floor. "We do look a pretty tidy lot of idiots," he admitted. "I wonder where he is." Jack shrugged his shoulders. "So do the police. They've no idea what's happened to him after he got the clothes. He simply vanished, disappeared, and my 10 shillings with him." Then he paused. "I only wish it had been a quid," he added. "Mine was," said Tubby softly. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Sutton. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. Elsie and the Rooks. It was really a lovely afternoon. There was no doubt about that. Elsie felt very comfortable and just a little bit sleepy. She was lying back in the big chair under the cedar tree, which was the most shady place in the whole garden. On the lawn, the thrushes and sparrows were hopping about enjoying the sunshine, while up at the top of the tall elm trees, the rooks were cawing away as if they were all trying who could make the most noise. "I wish I knew what they were talking about," Elsie said to herself. "It would be such fun to shout up something in rook language and see them all jump. I wonder what caw, caw, caw means." She had asked her big brother that very question only the day before. He had laughed and declared that the rooks didn't say caw, caw, caw. It only sounded like it. What they really said was cad, 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 because they knew that he was going to shoot them next week. Elsie didn't really believe this, because the rooks kept on saying it the whole time, whether her brother was in the garden or not. Of course, they might be only practicing, but it seemed much more probable to Elsie that they had a language of their own. She lay back in the chair and watched them as they fluttered about the treetops or rose in the air in great sweeping circles. In a few more days the baby rooks would begin to fly about. Several of them were out of the nests already, and sat on the twigs looking very miserable and unsafe, while their fathers and mothers hovered round and jeered at them for being frightened. Elsie thought that it was very unkind of the old rooks, for she was quite sure that it must be a horrible feeling to be perched up at that height on a swaying twig and not certain whether one could fly if one let go. I shouldn't like it a bit myself, thought Elsie dreamily. With a big yawn, she snuggled down amongst the cushions, which were very soft and comfortable. Her eyes would keep on shutting in the funniest way, just as if it were bedtime. I do believe I'm going to sleep, she murmured. "Hello," said a harsh voice suddenly. Elsie opened her eyes with a start and looked round to see who had spoken. There was no one in sight. I must have been dreaming, she thought. "Hello," said the voice again, this time just beside her chair. She glanced down, and there on the lawn stood a large rook, looking up at her out of his black, beady eyes. "Did you speak?" asked Elsie in astonishment. "Yes," said the rook. "Do you think I whistled or what?" "There's no need to be rude," said Elsie with dignity. "It's only natural I should have been surprised." "Why?" asked the rook. "Well, birds aren't supposed to talk. Ever seen a parrot?" "You're not a parrot," objected Elsie. "Never said I was," replied the rook. "But you seemed interested in us," he observed, "judging from the way you were staring just now." "I beg your pardon," said Elsie, blushing, for she had been properly brought up and knew that it was rude to stare. "Don't mention it," said the rook. "I assure you we don't mind in the least. Wouldn't you like to come up and have a look at the nests?" "Very much," answered Elsie. "But how can I? I can't climb the trees." "If it comes to that," replied the rook, "neither can I." "But you can fly," objected Elsie. "So can you, I suppose," said the rook. "No, I can't," said Elsie. "How do you know?" persisted the rook. "Have you ever tried?" Elsie shook her head. "Don't be silly," she said. "I know very well I can't fly, so what's the good of trying?" "That's exactly what our children always say," replied the rook scornfully. "And yet they fly right enough when we push them out of the nest." He laughed a sort of hoarse, croaking chuckle. "Of course, if you're afraid," he added. Elsie jumped out of her chair indignantly. "Afraid? Who's afraid?" she cried. "You're just saying that to annoy me." "No, I'm not," answered the rook. "Don't get your feathers ruffled. All you have to do is to copy me, and you'll fly like a bird." "But I haven't gotten any wings," said Elsie. "You've got arms, haven't you? They'll do just as well for a short distance, and if you get tired, I'll lend you a claw. Now come along. Just shut your eyes and jump, and you'll find you're right as rain." Elsie thought that there could be no great harm in trying, so she closed her eyes and jumped up in the air as high as ever she could. Of course, she expected to come down again bang, but to her great surprise she did nothing of the kind. She found herself floating gently upwards, and opening her eyes discovered that she was already on a level with the roof of the house. The rook was fluttering lazily alongside. "Don't look down," he said, "or you'll get giddy. Keep your eyes on the nest, and we'll be there in no time. How do you like it?" "It's very nice," said Elsie. "I had no idea it was so—" She had just made a most startling discovery. I seem to be getting smaller and smaller, she exclaimed in a frightened voice.
Naturally, answered the Rook. Everything does when it goes up in the air. Haven't you ever watched a balloon?
But you're just the same size, protested Elsie, for by this time the Rook was almost as big as herself.
Oh, I'm used to it, he answered carelessly. You see, after a bit, when one's always flying about, it ceases to have any effect.
By this time they were getting quite near the nest, and Elsie was beginning to feel rather tired.
We're nearly there now, said the Rook. Stick to it.
As she spoke, a whole crowd of other rooks suddenly rose from the trees and came circling down to meet them. They made such a tremendous noise that for a few moments Elsie couldn't hear what they were saying. At last, however, she began to make out a sort of song, but as they were all singing it at once, and each to a different tune, it was rather difficult to follow the words. It sounded something like this. Welcome to our brother Jim, caw, caw, caw. He's brought the little girl with him, caw, caw, caw. So clap your wings and loudly squeak. There'll be no bang, bang, bang next week. What do they mean? asked Elsie.
Oh, nothing,
said the Rook hurriedly.
It's only their idea of a lark.
I don't think it's very like one, panted Elsie.
Here, take my claw, said the Rook. You're getting tired.
Elsie stretched out her hand and caught hold of the Rook's claw, which he held out to her, and then, before she had quite realized what was happening, she found herself sitting on a twig at the very top of the tallest elm tree. The branches all round were simply covered with rooks, who sat and stared at her solemnly. Even the young ones were peering over the edges of the nest and making rude remarks to each other about her personal appearance. She looked down at the garden, and it gave her quite a jump to see what a terrible distance it was. It seemed simply miles and miles away. The house looked just like one of those tiny little toy dolls' houses.
Well, said the Rook, how do you feel?
Elsie clung to the twig, for it had suddenly begun to sway about in the most alarming manner. I feel very small, she answered nervously.
Naturally, said the Rook. So do most people when they're up a tree.
And all the other rooks went,
ha, ha, ha.
Does it always sway about like this? asked Elsie.
Whenever it blows, answered the Rook calmly. Where there's a wind, there's a sway. But come along and see the nest.
How can I get there? demanded Elsie.
Why, jump, of course. It's quite easy.
But I might fall, objected Elsie.
Are you proud?
asked the Rook. Elsie shook her head. I don't see what that's got to do with it, she remarked.
Well, you can't fall if you aren't proud. Pride goes before a fall, you know. Now don't be nervous. Jump when I say 3, and we'll catch you if you slip.
He counted out.
1, 2, 3.
And as he said the last word, Elsie let go the twig and jumped for the nearest nest. It was a close shave, but she just caught hold of the edge as she was falling and managed to draw herself up.
Well done, called out the Rook. You ought to have been a grasshopper.
I think you're very rude, said Elsie.
All our family are, replied the Rook, fluttering into the nest. We think it's clever. We'll come inside and see the children.
What's that for? asked Elsie, pointing up above the nest. she had suddenly caught sight of a kind of round wicker work cover which was fastened to the nest by a hinge and could apparently be shut down like the lid of a box. "That?" said the Rook. "Oh, that's the roof. We have to have a roof because of the hawk. Otherwise he would eat up the children." "How horrid of him!" cried Elsie. There were 4 little rooks in the nest, and when they saw Elsie they all began to laugh in the rudest possible way. "What is it?" asked one of them. "Where did you pick it up, Father?" inquired a second. "She's molting!" exclaimed a third. "Smart, aren't they?" said the Rook, admiringly, turning to Elsie. "One can see they're your children," retorted Elsie, "because they've got such bad manners. And now, if you don't mind, I think I ought to be getting back. It must be nearly tea time." "Getting back where?" asked the Rook. "Why, home, of course," answered Elsie. The Rook shook his head. "I'm sorry to disappoint you," he said, "but I'm afraid you won't be able to go home for another week at least." "What do you mean?" cried Elsie. "It may be mean," said the Rook, "but I can't help it. Your brother is going to shoot at us next week, and if we've got you up here he won't be able to see." "Oh!" cried Elsie. "Then that was why you invited me up?" "Of course it was," replied the Rook. "You don't suppose it was for the pleasure of your society, do you?" You can imagine Elsie's feelings when she realized how she had been trapped. She knew she would never have the courage to try to fly down by herself, and as for climbing, well, the very thought made her giddy. In despair she stood up and looked over the side of the nest. Far, far down below she saw her brother coming out into the garden with his gun on his shoulder. If only she could make him hear. "Jack!" she cried. "Jack!" She watched her voice going down, 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 but it only got about half the distance and then faded away. "Try again," said the Rook with a chuckle. But Elsie saw that it was no good, so she just sat down on the side of the nest and began to cry. "Whatever shall I do?" she said helplessly. "You'll have to grin and bear it," said the Rook. "It's no good blubbering," added one of the young ones. "Coward," said a third scornfully, and all the Rooks who were sitting around went, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." A moment later, however, one of them gave a sudden scream of terror. "Look out!" he cried. "The hawk! The hawk!" They all rose into the air in a great flapping crowd and flew away to their nest to shut down the covers before the hawk could reach them. The Rook, who had enticed Elsie up at once, hopped across to close his own lid, but with one jump she reached the hinge before he could touch it. "No, you don't!" she cried. "I'm not going to be shut in your horrid, stuffy nest." "Let go!" he shrieked, pecking at her furiously. But although he hurt her very much, Elsie held on. She could hear the sound of the hawk's wings as he came nearer and nearer, and at last, with one hoarse cry of rage, the Rook abandoned his efforts and scuttled off as fast as ever he could go. Elsie felt so tired that she could scarcely move. She just sat down on the side of the nest and waited to see what would happen. There was a loud whir of wings, and then suddenly the hawk dropped down from above like a stone and perched on a twig exactly opposite. "Hello!" he said. "What's the meaning of this?" Elsie looked up and found him staring at her with his bright brown eyes. "Oh, Mr. Hawk," she said,
They asked me to come out, but now they won't let me go. They tried to shut down the lid when they heard you coming, but I wouldn't let them." "I am much obliged to you," said the hawk, eyeing the trembling young rooks with a pleasant smile. "I was feeling a bit peckish. Can I do anything for you in return?" "If you could take me down to the garden," said Elsie timidly, "I should be so grateful." "Why, of course," cried the hawk. "That's nothing." He fluttered across and took hold of her sash with his claws. "I'll be back in a moment," he said to the young rooks with a kind of hungry laugh. Elsie shut her eyes. She felt herself skimming through the air at a terrific pace. There was a sudden bang, and she woke up with a start to find herself sitting in the garden chair. Her brother was standing in the middle of the lawn. His gun was at his shoulder, and he was just going to take a second shot at a large hawk, which he had missed with his first barrel. Elsie jumped up with a wild scream. "Stop, Jack!" she cried. "Stop!" He was so surprised that he lowered his gun, and in another moment the hawk was out of sight. "Why, Elsie," he said, "what's the matter? Did I frighten you?" "Oh, Jack!" she cried. "You were just going to shoot the hawk." "Yes, I know I was," he said, laughing. "It's after the young rooks. It had one in its claws just now." "Jack," said Elsie very solemnly, "that wasn't a young rook. That was me." "What on earth do you mean, Elsie?" cried her brother. "You've been dreaming." Elsie shook her head. "No, I haven't, Jack," she said. And then she sat down in the chair and told him the whole story. He listened with a grave face right to the very end, and then bent over and kissed her. "I'm glad I didn't shoot the hawk," he said. "Still, you know, Elsie dear, it was only a dream." But Elsie knew better. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Bronze-Haired Girl. "If you will pass me my guitar," said George, "I will sing to you." "I would rather you washed up," I replied. "It would be more of a novelty." "For one who professes to be an artist," returned George with unruffled serenity, "you are painfully lacking in sensibility. A man who can speak of washing up 10 minutes after tea on a golden June evening." "If you are going to get poetical, George," I said, "I would sooner you sang. Here you are." I reached out an arm into the tent and tossed him across the somewhat battered banjo, which was lying on his bed. He caught it neatly with his left hand. "I believe you would play cricket with the Stradivarius," he said reproachfully. "What shall I sing?" "Anything short." "I shall sing something sad," he went on, disregarding my interruption. "I always feel very wistful after tea. Besides, I'm in love with the bronze-haired girl at Otter's Holt, and perhaps she will hear me and think that I am unhappy." "She is much more likely to think that I am," said I. "Fire ahead." He twanged 2 or 3 experimental chords, tightened a couple of pegs, and then settling down again in his basket chair, launched out pathetically into the time-honored ballad of London Bridge. "Hurry along, sorrow and song, all is vanity, 'neath the sun, velvet and rags, so the world wags, until the river no more shall run." "I shall not applaud you," I said when he had finished. "You might mistake courtesy for an encore." "I wonder if the bronze-haired girl heard me," murmured George, laying down the banjo. "Unless she is deaf," I pointed out. "She could scarcely have avoided it. She probably thinks we're a couple of music-hall comedians." "Perhaps I'd better call tomorrow and apologize," said George thoughtfully. I looked him in the eyes. George, I observed, if I find you thrusting your society on that defenseless young woman, I shall communicate with the local policeman. She's not defenseless, objected George. She has a dog and an old woman with her, and as far as youth, well, I'm but a lad myself. I laughed unkindly. In the matter of hair, I said, glancing at the top of George's head. Hair, said George hastily, has nothing to do with it. Hair is an excrescence, a hideous and perpetual reminder of our arboreal ancestry. You had better tell her that, I replied. She would appreciate it. I was not speaking of bronze hair. You never saw a bronze-haired monkey. It may be dyed, I suggested. George picked up his banjo. Such blasphemy, he said, deserves a heavy punishment. I shall sing Beauty's Eyes. Is there no option? I pleaded. With his thumb on the strings, George paused. Yes, he said, you can wash up. I did. Next morning at breakfast, George announced his intention of walking over to Chertsey. They are taking entries for the regatta, he explained, and I want to put our names down for the double punting. How about getting a couple of insurance policies at the same time? I suggested. I have punted with George before. What's your program? He inquired, disregarding my excellent proposal. I shall go up the Bourne, I said. I want to finish my picture, and the light is just right this morning. Well, don't call her the sardines, he replied selfishly. I should like them for supper. He sauntered off about 10:30, stopping in the garden to pick our only carnation for his buttonhole. After some research, I unearthed a tin of tongue, some bread and butter, a cake, and last but not least, a bottle of claret. These I transplanted tenderly into the punt, and then, putting in my painting materials, pushed off in leisurely fashion up the backwater. As I passed Otter's Holt, the long, low creeper-covered bungalow that adjoined our campground, I caught a glimpse of the girl who had inflamed George's susceptible heart. She was lying in a deck chair on the veranda, reading a book. By her side crouched a large brindle bulldog, who looked up and emitted a sharp woof as the splash of my punt pole reached his ears. His mistress put out a small, reproving hand. "Lie down, sir," she said in a voice that no decent bulldog could possibly have resisted. There are excuses for George, I said to myself as an intervening dump of willows shut out any further observations. The Bourne, as is usual on weekdays, was delightfully deserted. I pushed my way slowly up its narrow course, thrusting aside the overhanging bushes, and startling an occasional kingfisher into a streak of living blue. My destination was just around the fourth bend, a place where the sunshine played a bewitching game of hide-and-seek through the branches of an elm. It was this tracery of light and shadow that I was attempting to transfer to my canvas. Tying the punt up to the bank, I pulled out my paints and set to work. It was one of those mornings which makes one doubt whether any conceivable heaven could really be as attractive as earth. An infinite faint breeze just stirred the leaves overhead, and only the occasional splash of a fish or the shrill twitter of a bird disturbed the fragrant silence around. For about an hour I labored at my picture with commendable industry, but somehow or other I did not make as rapid progress as such diligence deserved. A vision of the girl with bronze hair kept flitting before my eyes in the most elusive and disconcerting fashion. Once I actually found myself murmuring, "Lie down, sir," in apparently an attempt to analyze the peculiar charm with which these 3 words seemed to be associated. For a person of a well-regulated mind, this was distinctly humiliating. I began to take myself to task. "Because a young woman happens to address a bulldog in your hearing," I inquired, "is that any reason why you should waste an entire morning?" Getting no reply, I continued to increase sternness. "You are as bad as George. You are making an idiot of yourself over a red-haired slip of a girl whom you have only seen about 3 times in your life. Why, if it comes to that, you don't even know her name. Sir, I am disgusted with you." Relieved by this Johnsonian rebuke, I again turned to my picture, and for 20 minutes or so worked on with unruffled concentration. Then it suddenly occurred to me that I was hungry. I moved aside my paints, carefully laid down the canvas on the end of the punt, and pulling out the luncheon basket from under the seat, began to prepare my frugal but well-earned meal. The tongue, my chef d'oeuvre, was encased in one of those ingenious tins which you open by twisting a key. I was deep in this fascinating process when my ears were assailed by the sudden splash of an approaching craft. I looked up with a frown, Such an intrusion on my privacy seemed to me to savor of gross impertinence. I had come to regard the porn as my private property, which I was magnanimous enough to open to the public on Saturdays and Sundays, and here was some coarse-grained stranger thrusting his way in at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. In the future, I said to myself, I shall mind the channel. Nearer and nearer came that offensive splash, varied by the occasional swish of a parted bush and the creaking of an indifferently handled punt pole. Assuming an expression of cold displeasure, I sat up and waited on fate. At last the nose of a punt thrust itself around the bend, and a moment later the intruder emerged into full view. In my agitation I dropped the tongue in the butter. It was the bronze-haired girl from Otter's Holt. Then a series of incidents occurred with the bewildering rapidity of a cinematograph. Disturbed, apparently, by my unfortunate lapis lingua, the bulldog, which was crouching in the stern of the punt, leaped forward, barking his defiance. In his ardor he cannoned heavily against a basket reposing in the seat. There was a splash, a cry of despair from the bronze-haired maiden, and the aforesaid basket settled down peacefully at the bottom of the bourne. Let it be stated to my credit that I rose to the situation with some promptness. Unhitching the painter by a dexterous twitch, I snatched at my pole and, with a couple of sharp shoves, sped gracefully to the rescue. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I'm afraid I frightened your dog. May I make amends by getting out the basket?" "It's very kind of you," she said simply. "Of course it wasn't your fault at all. Come here, sir." This last to the dog. I turned my sleeves up to the shoulder and, leaning over the side of the punt, groped down through the shallow water till I got hold of the handle. Then, dripping but triumphant, I extracted my burden. "I hope there's nothing to spoil in it," I said. She smiled and shook her head. "It's only the matter of a few sandwiches. I'm very much obliged to you, and extremely sorry to have been the cause of so much trouble." "On the contrary," I replied, "it is I and the dog who ought to apologize to you." "I can't imagine why he was so silly," she said, administering a reproving pat to the animal, who still eyed me with disfavor. "As a rule, he's good as gold in a boat." "What do you call him?" I inquired, in a shameless attempt to prolong the conversation. "Winston Churchill," she said with another smile. "He was Christian before I got him." "His jaw is certainly well developed," I observed. She laughed, and a short pause followed. "Well," she said, "I must be getting back." "But really," I protested, "you have only just arrived." Then a fit of sudden recklessness seized me. "Don't go because your lunch is spoiled," I pleaded. "I have a whole tongue, to say nothing of some excellent bread and some good, if rather dilapidated, butter. As the destroyer of your sandwiches, I can surely, without impertinence, offer you fair compensation." She shook her head, still smiling. "Oh, I don't think you're impertinent," she said, "but I believe that no really nice girl ever accepts an invitation from a perfect stranger. It would distress me to think that I was outside the pale." Her brown eyes twinkled so deliriously that I cast subterfuge to the winds. "Do stay," I begged. "I've been alone all morning, wrestling with an obstinate picture, and I am in desperate need of a little cheering society. Besides, there is nothing so unconventional in the idea. Winston Churchill will make a most efficient chaperone." She wavered. "And you can cut me afterwards," I added. The corners of her mouth twitched. "Your arguments," she said, "are most persuasive." We pulled the two punts alongside each other and fastened them to the bank. By this time Winston Churchill seemed to have accepted me as a harmless and necessary evil. He sat up in the stern and watched me with intelligent interest, while I completed my preparations for lunch. "You are in his good books now," said the bronze-haired girl, stroking him gently down the back with her fingers. "He thinks that people who provide food cannot be altogether bad." I handed her the plate. "To give tongue," I said, "is the recognized method of expressing friendship in canine circles." "And I suppose giving the only plate implies the same idea amongst human beings?" "George and I generally eat off paper," I replied. "We prefer it. We are leading the simple life." "Yes," she said, "I heard you yesterday. If I remember rightly, you had arrived at the conclusion that all was vanity." I held out a cunningly carved slice of bread and butter. "George," I said, "was responsible for the song, and Solomon for the sentiments. I am innocent." She accepted both the bread and butter and the apology. "You are an artist," she said, "to say nothing of a knight-errant. One cannot have all the talents." "When I was a small boy," I remarked, "I remember I had a nurse who used to check my incipient tendency to sarcasm by saying, 'Hush, Master Jack, no one will love you if you talk like that. No, no, she cried with a protesting little laugh. I really meant it for a compliment. I paint very badly myself, but I know good work when I see it. Yours is delightful. I only hope the excellent Mr. Rosenthal will share your opinion, I said. She puckered her forehead in a charming expression of mock bewilderment. And who is Mr. Rosenthal? He sounds very rich. He is a patron of the arts, I explained. His father provided the British Army with shoe leather for some years, and the son dispenses the proceeds from a castle at Cookham. This trifle has been commissioned for the banquet hall. You must feel very proud, she observed gravely. May I look at it more closely? I handed her the canvas, and propping it up in her punt, she proceeded to criticize it with an intelligence and knowledge that considerably surprised me. I have my doubts as to your painting so badly, I said with some suspicion. She shook her head. My father's an artist, she answered. I have inherited his taste without his abilities. Has he a taste for cheap claret? I inquired, holding up the bottle. For about half a glass, I think. I poured it out and filled my own. To Mr. Rosenthal, she said gaily. For my own part, I said, I shall drink to Winston Churchill. I find his habit of upsetting baskets a most commendable one. We passed on unhurriedly to the cheese and cake courses. As our acquaintance mellowed, the almost nervous flippancy with which we had bridged over its earlier stages gradually died away. Quite unaffected and gifted with the most refreshing sense of humor, the bronze-haired girl proved a delightful companion. She had evidently been brought up in an unusual sort of atmosphere, for she chatted away easily about art and books and people without a trace of the embarrassing shyness of opinion which seems to be the hallmark of a conventionally educated girl. On the ground that she was chiefly responsible for their present condition, she insisted on helping me wash up our scanty luncheon outfit. A plate is such a nice, clean thing by nature, she said, swishing it about in the water, that I always think one ought to attend to it immediately after lunch. It must suffer horribly if you leave it lying about all covered with grease or jam. I think I shall start a society for the prevention of cruelty to plates. When we had packed away everything in the basket, she accepted one of those excellent Russian cigarettes which my friend M. Demidov makes for me, and arranging our cushions, we lay back luxuriously in our respective punts, and talked aimlessly, volubly, and cheerfully about everything on God's earth. From where I was lying, I could just see the tip of her nose, and I directed my conversation to that. By 3 o'clock, I had decided firmly that arrangements must be made which would involve the possibility of our meeting freely in the future. And when at 4 o'clock she sat up suddenly and said she must go home, I had arrived at a state in which I was quite unable to contemplate existence without her. We shall expect you at tea tomorrow, then, she said, provided it is not too violent a break in the simple life. Of course, if Mr. George likes to bring his banjo, her eyes twinkled mischievously. No, I interrupted. Don't let us be morbid on a day like this. She gave me her dear, cool, slender hand for a moment, and then, with the blessed Winston Churchill sitting amiably in the stern of the punt, she pushed off down the stream. It was not until she vanished round the bend that I remembered I had never asked her name. George was still away when I got back. As it was after 5, however, I decided not to wait for him. I put the kettle on the primus and walked about the bungalow singing Who is Sylvia and other similar ballads until it boiled over. Then I made tea and sat down in a delightfully contented frame of mind. I was so happy that I ate all the sardines before I noticed what I was doing. George came in a moment afterwards. "Hello," he said. "Still at breakfast?" "I breakfasted, George," I answered, "exactly 2 centuries ago." "Well, that must account for the horrible energy with which you're eating now." He looked around the table. "Here, hang it," he added in a sudden tone of horror. "You've finished the sardines." "I am sorry, George," I said penitently. "I've been in a very exalted spiritual meditation and did not notice what I was eating." He sat down with a disbelieving grunt. "Well, next time an attack comes on, get out some of those moldy biscuits. This is a nice way to treat one who's been slaving for your benefit. I was looking forward to those sardines all the way home." "What have you been doing?" I inquired in a timely effort to turn the conversation into a less poignant channel. George opened a bottle of Bass and helped himself to an impressive slice of cake. "Well," he said, "I shoved our names down for the double punting all right. As far as I can see, we've got a jolly good chance, if only you'll take it seriously." "I take it very seriously," I interrupted. Barton was there, went on George. He is entering with his brother. It would be rather fun if we were to run up against them in the finals. We are certain to do that, I observed, if we get so far. I went back to Barton's place for lunch, said George. Oh, and by the way, I found out about the bronze-haired girl at Otter's Holt. Barton knows her well. I struck a match to light my cigarette. Indeed, I remarked carelessly. Yes, she's married. I suppose I must have opened my mouth, for the cigarette dropped on the table. She's what? I exclaimed after a moment's pause. Married, said George with a laugh. Her husband's in the wool market. His name is Congreve. Barton says he's a decent fellow. They've taken Otter's Holt for the summer. If you can imagine the world coming to an end just as you inherited a large fortune, you will get the very idea of my emotions at that moment. I stared at George in kind of a ghastly amazement. Then, with effort, I moistened my lips. I don't believe it, I said. It's true, though, said George. Barton is coming over to stay with them next month. Just my atrocious luck. I always fall in love with women who either hate me or already have got husbands. I suppose something in my face must have attracted his attention, for he stopped and looked at me curiously. What's the matter, old man? He asked. Feeling bad? With a big effort, I pulled myself together and picked up the cigarette which I had dropped. Nothing much, George, I said. I've got a bit of a headache. Too many sardines, I expect. You've been sitting about in the sun without a hat again, said George severely. I told you what would happen. Now, if you had a little less hair, like me, you might have a little more sense. He got up and put his hand on my shoulder. You tumble in and lie down, he added. I'll wash up. And George did. I spent what I believe is generally called a wretched night. It must have been about 2 in the morning when I finally consigned Barton and the bronze-haired girl and my own ridiculous emotions to the bottom of the Thames, and turning savagely on my side, dropped into a troubled, useless sort of sleep. I was awake again at 6, roused by the vigorous caroling of a thrush, whose own love affairs were apparently in excellent order. George was still sleeping. I crawled out carefully so as not to disturb him, and taking a towel, made my way down to the river. There was the promise of another lovely day in the air, and the warm early morning sunshine seemed to bathe one in a kind of comforting caress. By the time I had my usual swim and dried myself on the bank, my turbulent feelings from the previous night had given place to what I believed to be a more or less philosophic resignation. After all, I said to myself, there is nothing to be gained by weeping and gnashing one's teeth. It was distinctly distressing that my only attempt at falling in love should have met with so disastrous a check. Still, other people had equally unpleasant experiences and managed to survive them. Was it not brave old George Wither who had summed up the situation in that delightfully reasonable couplet? If she be not for me, what I care for whom she be. I repeated the words aloud several times as I strolled back. It comforted me to persuade myself that I agreed with them. I found George outside the tent, shaving. "Hello," he said, feeling fitter. "I'm quite well this morning, thank you, George," I answered. "In that case," he said kindly, "you may cook breakfast." I unearthed some bacon, and while engaging in chasing 2 rather elusive slices round the frying pan, I debated with myself as to whether I should mention the invitation to tea. I had no intention of going myself. That would be altogether too great a strain upon my philosophy. But as my adventure of the previous day was bound to come up sooner or later, it seemed rather unfair to rob George of an afternoon's entertainment. Still, in my present state of mind, I shied violently at the thought of the explanations which would be involved by my telling him. I felt that anything in the nature of chaff, even from George, would be quite unbearable. So, like Mrs. Greenwich, I just went on cooking and said nothing. It was the boy from the Dunstan boathouse who eventually supplied the solution to the problem, in the shape of the Morning Post. There was a letter for George, and as soon as he opened it, he gave an exclamation of disgust. "What's the matter?" I inquired. "My feudal partner," said George, "is sick of a cold and desires me to come up from town for the day. Fancy catching cold in this weather." "It suggests considerable skill," I admitted. "Are you going?" "Must," answered George sadly. "He says that a man is coming to see us about designing some pigsties. In the present state of architecture, we cannot afford to miss such an opportunity." "From your ideas of keeping the tent tidy," I observed, "you ought to be an authority on the subject." "I shall be down by 6:30, said George. "What will you do with yourself?" "I shall spend the day," I replied, "in trying to forget certain incidents which ought never to have happened." If you forget them all, said George cynically, you will have a busy time. My self-imposed program, though excellent in theory, did not prove very successful in practice. George went off, grumbling, at about 8:30, and having washed up the breakfast things and tidied up the tent, I made an attempt to settle down to some black and white work, which an impatient editor had just reminded me was several days overdue. At the end of the hour, I had completed what was a very passable likeness of Miss Congreve's punting. I sat and stared at it in kind of a stupid trance. It seemed impossible to believe that my beautiful romance of yesterday was dead and buried in some obscure vestry. My whole nature rose up in passionate revolt against such an incredible idea. All the pseudo-resignation on which I had prided myself in the early morning deserted me in the hour of need. I began to recall the way she spoke, the charming manner in which the corners of her mouth turned up before she laughed, and the gracious atmosphere of tenderness and humor in which she seemed to live. At last, with a groan, I threw down the pencil and got up from my chair. "Hang it," I said. "I can't stand this any longer." I walked to the door of the tent and looked out. Except for a couple of barges emerging from the lock, the river was deserted. On the further bank, however, alongside of Dunstan's boathouse, a motor car was just discharging a giggling cargo of flimsily dressed damsels and beflannelled youths. I glanced at them inhospitably, and then a sudden idea struck me. Why not walk over to the Brooklands and watch the motor racing? A savage 4-mile-an-hour tramp across the country was exactly the medicine I needed, and then there was always the chance of seeing somebody killed. I felt that a really good, sanguine smash-up would appeal to me immensely in my present state of mind. Without wasting any further time, I picked up my hat and stick, and then, after looking in at the Williamsons' bungalow and asking him to keep an eye on our tent, I set off across the fields in the direction of Weybridge. It was not until I reached and was walking up the main street that I remembered I had sent no message to Otters Holt. After all, I had accepted the invitation to tea, and some sort of excuse, however futile, was obviously needed. I turned in at the post office, and after a moment's hesitation, wrote out the following telegram. "I'm very sorry we shall not be able to come to tea this afternoon, called away on urgent business." Then, having put my name to this lie, I addressed it to Mrs. Congreve, Otters Holt, Shepperton, and handed it in. If Brooklands failed to provide me with a catastrophe, it at least helped me take my mind off my own affairs. Amongst the competitors was a man called Carfax, whom I knew fairly well as a fellow member of the Barbarians. He was driving a monstrous 90 HP abortion, and after the racing was over, he took me for a spin around the track at the bracing speed of about 80 miles an hour. Subsequently, we dropped in for tea with some friend of his who had built himself a turreted atrocity in red brick, looking out over the Brookland grounds. Here I met 3 or 4 other motor enthusiasts, and listened in dazed humility while they discussed with some warmth the relative merits of various magnetos and carburetors. It must have been well after 6 when I started to walk back to Shepperton. The evening was delightfully warm and still, and, soothed by a mild cabana, which my host had insisted on my accepting before I left, I strolled leisurely on, wrapping once more in a kind of melancholy submission to destiny. I was even able to let my thoughts wander over the events of the previous afternoon without awakening any other emotion but a vague, luxurious sadness. For the moment I seemed to have escaped from my own personality and to be looking down like one of the gods with infinite pity upon the tragedy of human desire. Turning off halfway along the canal, I struck into a shortcut which led across the fields to the spot where our tent was pitched. About half-a-mile from the river, this path ran through a yard of the farm from which we had purchased our eggs and milk. At this point, it was really a private thoroughfare, but the farmer, in view of George's profitable appetite, made no objection to our using it as often as we pleased. I was just opening the gate which led to the yard when a sharp woof brought me to an abrupt halt. The wild suspicion that held me momentarily paralyzed was confirmed a moment later. There was a pattering of feet, and Winston Churchill sidled out from the porch of the house. The moment he saw who it was, he sat down in the mud and threw up his accursed head in a howl of welcome. With a supreme effort, I turned to flee, but it was too late. The door of the farm opened, and God in heaven, how good it was to see her again. She was carrying a jug of milk in her dear hands, and she stood still and looked at me with a grave smile. I took off my hat. "I hope," she said, "that the urgent business has come to a successful conclusion." I felt quite incapable of saying anything except, "Yes, I'm glad of that," she went on, "because you missed very good tea." Then a sudden insanity gripped me by the throat, and I committed that most unpardonable of all blunders. I told the truth. "There was no urgent business," I blurted out. "The telegram was a lie." She wrinkled up her forehead again in that adorable way of her own. "Indeed," she said, "and why should you send me a lie?" I dropped the cigar which I was holding and ground it into the mud with my boot. "I heard you were married," I said hoarsely. There was a moment's silence, and then, as I live, she began to laugh. "Oh," she said, "that accounts for the telegram. But it seems a poor reason for wasting a cigar." I stared at her dully. "I suppose I must appear a particularly ludicrous sort of idiot," I said. "My only excuse is that I can't help it. Goodbye." She put out one hand as though to stop me. "Before you go," she said gently, "you might tell me when I was married. After all, it's only natural that I should be a little interested in the matter." I clutched hold of the gate. Everything except her face had suddenly become dim and distant. Do you mean to say that it's a mistake?" I gasped. "There are some people," she answered mischievously, "who say that marriage is always a mistake." "But Barton, Congreve," I stammered. "You have not got his Christian names quite right," she interrupted. "They are Walter Vernon. I know, you see, because he happens to be my brother-in-law." "Then you're not married?" I shouted wildly. "No," she said, "but isn't it a little unnecessary to inform the entire neighborhood of the fact?" I laid my head upon the gate and relieved my feelings in an insane outburst of laughter. When I felt better, I straightened up and wiped my eyes. "George is responsible," I said. "He came home yesterday and told me that you were—" "Untruthfulness," she answered, smiling, "seems to play an important part of the simple life." "He had you described to a man called Barton," I explained, "and the scoundrel had pronounced you to be Miss Congreve." "Ah," she said, "my sister also has red hair. She and Walter came down this afternoon, but for the urgent business you would have met them at tea." I looked at her for a moment, and then suddenly all the ridiculous little trimmings of life whisked away into the infinite. I opened the gate and took the jug of milk out of her hands. "I love you," I said simply. "That's very nice of you," she answered, "but do be careful with the milk." "I love you," I repeated with firmness, "and I want you to marry me." The corners of her mouth twitched divinely. "This," she said, "is no place for a proposal. If you really want to marry me, you must come up to Otter's Holt and woo me properly." But her eyes had given me my answer. End of The Bronze-Haired Girl. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. Section 15. His Reverence. A little company of men, 3 convicts and 2 warders, swung out under the great granite arch that leads to the Dartmoor prison. Turning to the left, they strode past the governor's garden with its gay beds of tulips and hyacinths, and still keeping up a brisk pace, emerged a few minutes later into the main street of Princetown. Here they came to a halt in front of a depressing-looking stone building which bore an inscription announcing it to be the Recreation Rooms. 2 villagers were standing chatting on the further side of the road, but beyond the briefest of brief glances they betrayed no interest in the arrival of the party. For the inhabitants of Princetown, the spectacle of convicts and warders has lost that attraction which it still possesses for the citizens of less happily situated towns. It is only the visitors to the hotel who stare, and on the present occasion there were no visitors about. They were all out on the moor, getting the best of a fine spring morning, and as many trout as it might please fate to deceive. One of the warders unlocked the door, and the small party mounted the steps and entered the building. The interior certainly showed some traces of the recreation referred to outside. At the further end of the room was a stage set for an out-of-door scene, while a number of the chairs piled up in the body of the hall suggested that an entertainment of some kind was under early contemplation. "All them chairs have got to be set out in rows," remarked the warder who had opened the door. "Don't take the front lot too near the stage, and leave a space up the middle, so as folks can pass in and out. Bascom, you come along with me." The convict addressed a burly man of about 60, with twinkling black eyes, followed the warder up a small flight of steps at the side of the stage into a room beyond. It was a nondescript sort of apartment, serving apparently the triple purpose of a green room, a dressing room, and a scene painter's studio. A large theatrical basket with Clarkson's label on it stood in the center of the floor, and propped against the walls were several pieces of blank stage canvas awaiting the artist's hand. "That's them, Bascom," said the warder, jerking his thumb at the latter articles. "We want you to paint a room on 'em. It's supposed to be a scholar's room at Oxford College. Do you think you can do it?" The convict nodded his head. "It's for Dick's uncle, ain't it, sir?" he drawled. "I remember the set. Saw it from the gallery at the Old Strand." "That's right," said the warder. "Well, you shove along with it. There are your paints and brushes." He pointed to a small wooden table where a supply of scene painter's accessories were neatly laid out. The convict wandered slowly round the room, inspecting the various pieces of canvas with a critical eye. Then, selecting the largest, he pulled up the table alongside, and taking the palette in his hand, began to prepare his colors. It was soon evident that he was no novice at his business. The few bold strokes in charcoal with which he outlined his sketch had all that firmness and accuracy that only come from long practice. With fascinated eyes, the warder gazed upon the process, the gradual emergence of an interior at Oxford College, in reply to the apparently irresponsible dabs and daubs of a convict, seemed to him to savor of the miraculous. Only the iron sense of discipline, which permeated their relations, prevented him from openly expressing his admiration to the artist. After watching the work for about a quarter of an hour, he at length rose reluctantly to his feet, picking up the rifle which he had balanced against a chair. "I'm going to the stage to see about the gas brackets, Bascom," he said. "I'll be back in a minute. You push on with that there paintin'. We want it ready for the rehearsal Friday, if you could manage it." He crossed the room to a door which apparently opened into the street, and, turning the handle, satisfied himself that it was properly locked. Then, after a final look around and a last approving glance at the canvas, he clumped off through the narrow exit that led to the stage. For a minute or so after his departure, the convict continued to paint. He was sketching in the rough outline of a fireplace, and the operation evidently engrossed his entire attention. As he worked, he whistled softly and tunefully, stepping back every now and then to contemplate his labors. At last he laid down his brush, and, stretching himself with a prolonged yawn, gazed listlessly about him. His eye fell on the big basket in the center of the room. He stared at it for a moment in a sort of idle curiosity. Then, with a swift glance at the door through which the warder had gone out, he stepped noiselessly across and lifted the lid. Inside were several suits of clothes neatly folded and tied into separate bundles. There were also 2 or 3 cardboard boxes, each one labeled with a different name. For a moment the convict contemplated them thoughtfully. Then, with a sudden grin, he bent down and lifted up one of the boxes. A second glance at the door assured him that he was still unobserved. Opening his find, he took out its contents, a carefully dressed wig of silver-gray hair. A moment later he was standing in front of a small looking-glass upon the wall, complacently regarding its effect upon his own cropped head. The transformation was certainly a successful one. Coming right down on his forehead, without a scalp piece to destroy the illusion, the wig altered his appearance to an extraordinary extent. But for the hideous broad-arrowed jacket below, he might easily have passed for a rugged, good-natured-looking barrister or country parson. Something of this incongruity of costume seemed to strike Mr. Bascom. With a broadening grin, he retraced his steps to the basket and silently continued his researches. The first bundle of clothes which he examined consisted of an old-fashioned suit of large checks, evidently intended for a comic gentleman of mature years. Placing them on one side, he next pulled out a blue and buff livery, gaily ornamented with brass buttons. It was a handsome costume, but with the sensibility of a true artist, Mr. Bascom realized at once that it was unsuited to the remainder of his appearance. Laying it carefully on top of the other, he again rummaged in the basket, his efforts on this occasion being rewarded by a roll of sombre garments tied round with a piece of red tape. He slipped off the ladder, and depositing a pair of trousers and waistcoat on the ground, held up a long black coat of clerical cut. Now, Mr. Bascom was the possessor of a richly developed sense of humor, which for 5 years had been suffering from a deplorable lack of exercise. Even with the certainty of punishment ahead, he was quite unable to resist the temptation offered by this outfit. The sight of the warder's face when that gentleman returned would, he felt, be more than sufficient compensation for the reduced diet and loss of marks that would inevitably follow. 5 minutes' swift and silent work, and the metamorphosis was complete. He stood before the glass, smiling hugely at his reflection, a perfect specimen of a weather-beaten parson of the Jack Russell school. Up till then, no idea but that of startling the warder had entered his head. He had drifted into the jest quite undeliberately, dressing himself up solely out of a sense of mischievous amusement. It was the unexpected perfection of his disguise that suddenly suggested to him the possibilities of the situation. He turned a rapid glance on the locked door, and another on the pile of convict clothes that lay huddled together beside the basket. For an instant he stood undecided. Then, stealthily as a cat, he again stepped across the room and picked up his discarded garments. Tying them round with the piece of red tape, he thrust them down into the bottom of the basket, covering them over with the 2 suits and the box that he had previously taken out. This done, he shut the lid, and once more stood motionless, listening intently to the sounds that reached him from the hall. He could hear nothing but the dull tramp of his fellow convicts' feet passing up and down, and the clatter of the chairs as they were set in their places. With the grin still embedded on his countenance, he slipped noiselessly across to the outer door. Bending down, he examined the lock. It was a simple affair, almost insultingly simple for a gentleman of Mr. Bascom's capabilities. He straightened himself and cast a quick look round the room. On the wall hung a large coloured portrait of King Edward VII, poorly disguised as a British admiral. Mr. Bascom lifted it down with a delicate care that may have been due to loyalty, and swiftly unfastened the thick wire by which it had been suspended. From this he twisted off a piece about 10 inches in length and, picking up the palette knife from the table, resumed his crouching position in front of the door. For about a minute and a half he remained in this attitude, a faint scratching noise and his own heavy breathing being the only audible indications of his labor. Then suddenly came a grating sound, followed a moment later by a sharp click. Mr. Bascom did not wait to see if he had been overheard. Rising quickly and silently to his feet, he opened the door just wide enough to enable him to reconnoiter his position. Except for a black cat luxuriously scratching herself in the sunshine, the roadway opposite was empty. A swift glance up and down showed him that there was no one nearer than the post office. Without a trace of hurry or nervousness, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. A moment later, with magnificent unconcern, he was sauntering slowly down the street. The few people that he passed paid no particular attention to him. A sunburned, holiday-making clergyman with smiling countenance and leisurely gait is almost as common a sight in Princetown as a convict. Stopping now and then to look into the shop windows, he pursued his unhurried way until he reached the corner of the street opposite the Moorlands Hotel. Till that moment the problem of what to do with his liberty had not crossed Mr. Bascom's mind. His faculties had been wholly absorbed in the delicious and unwonted sense of the freedom to which he had been so long a stranger. But the sight of that large gold-lettered inscription upon the white building on the other side of the street brought him back to more practical considerations. It suggested to him that liberty, especially liberty of such a precarious nature as his was likely to prove, should be put to prompt and satisfactory service. Being a gentleman of action, he did not wait upon his thoughts. Moistening his lips, he crossed the road, and still with the same deliberate dignity mounted the 2 or 3 stone steps that led into the hotel. A large fat-faced waiter who was standing just inside saw him coming and pulled open the door of the comfortably furnished lounge, bowing obsequiously as he did so. Mr. Bascom entered and looked round with an air of a man well pleased with his environment. "I want to see the landlord," he remarked. Again the waiter bowed. "Yes, sir, I will fetch him, sir. Will you take a seat for a moment?" He indicated a large, comfortable-looking ottoman upholstered in green leather. With a little grunt of satisfaction, Mr. Bascom settled himself down upon the article in question. His enjoyment of its comfortable cushions was heightened by the remembrance of the hard wooden stool which for 5 years had constituted his only form of sitting accommodation. Half closing his eyes, he leaned back in an attitude of luxurious abandonment. There was no one in the lounge beside himself, the only sound that reached him being a faint murmur of voices from the bar beyond, varied once by the sharp popping of a cork. At the latter noise a slow smile crept over the convict's face, and once more he thoughtfully passed his tongue across his lips. His solitude was broken by the entrance of the landlord, a cheery-looking little man with grey side-whiskers and a slight stammer. "Good morning, sir," he began. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "That's all right," replied Mr. Bascom graciously. "I want to know if you can let me have a room." "Oh, yes, sir, no difficulty about that. Just for the night, or will you be staying for a few days?" "I'm in no hurry," returned Mr. Bascom, stretching himself contentedly. Then, thinking that perhaps he ought to be more explicit, he added with a touch of native humor, "It's pleasant to be in a comfortable hotel again after what I've had to put up with lately." "Indeed, sir," said the landlord. "Perhaps you're on a walking tour?" He looked around as though expecting to see the inevitable knapsack. Mr. Bascom interpreted the glance correctly. "Yes," he said, "that's it. I've got my baggage coming by train." The landlord nodded his head. "Nothing like walking light," he commented. "You're right," said Mr. Bascom, rising to his feet. "By the way, can I have something to eat?" "It's a bit early, I know, but the fact is I didn't have much of a breakfast this morning." "Why, certainly, sir, of course. Lunch won't be ready till 1 o'clock, but you can have anything cold, or a chop, or steak, if you prefer it." "Ah, steak would do me proud," said Mr. Bascom with enthusiasm. "A big 'un, for choice, with plenty of potatoes." "Anything to drink, sir?" Mr. Bascom paused a moment so as to let the full beauty of the question sink into his understanding. Then he replied playfully, "Well, I think a drop of Burgundy might help it down." The landlord, whose previous experience of touring clergymen had led him to regard them as a joyless and unprofitable brood, was delighted at the mingled geniality and broad-mindedness of his guest. With a "Certainly, sir, I'll fetch it you myself," he led the way across the lounge and threw open the door of the coffee-room. "Perhaps you'd like to go to your room first, sir," he suggested. Mr. Bascom cast a contemplative look at his hands. "I could do with a wash, couldn't I?" he admitted cheerfully. "Dirty work, climbing these hills." "Oh, we'll soon remedy that, sir," laughed the landlord. He rang the bell, and an undersized youth with a shock of red hair appeared from somewhere in the back regions. Take this gentleman to the number 6, Albert, and get him some hot water. I'll order your lunch, sir," he added. "It will be ready almost as soon as you are." 10 minutes later, with comparatively clean hands and a superlatively acute appetite, Mr. Bascom re-entered the coffee room. The fat waiter, who was just putting the finishing touches to a small table by the window, looked up as he came in. "I've laid your lunch here, sir," he remarked. "It's more cheerful-like." Mr. Bascom regarded the preparations with an approving eye. "Good lad," he said, seating himself in the comfortable armchair set out for him. "This'll just about suit my complaint. Now you bung along and hurry up the cook." A momentary flicker of surprise illuminated the fat waiter's face, but with the true philosophy of his order, he recovered himself immediately. "Yes, sir," he remarked with an ingratiating smile. "Shan't keep you waiting a minute, sir." He shuffled out into the kitchen, where he repeated the phrase to the cook. "Told me to bung along and hurry up his dinner. Fancy a parson speaking like that. Perhaps he's a Roman Catholic," suggested the cook. Left to himself, Mr. Bascom extracted a toothpick from the wine-glass on the table, and, leaning back in his chair, directed his gaze out of the window. He perceived at once that for some reason or other the usually placid main thoroughfare of Princetown was in a state of no little animation. Outside the grocer's shop, opposite the hotel, a group of 6 or 7 men and women stood in the doorway, talking eagerly and staring up the street. Their agitation seemed to be in some way connected with the prison, for as a warder came running hastily past, they all turned and followed him with their eyes. Mr. Bascom instinctively pushed back his chair. At that moment the door of the coffee-room swung open and the landlord hurried in, carrying a bottle of Burgundy in his hand. His face was flushed and excited. "I'm sorry to have been so long, sir," he began, "but the fact is we've had a bit of a shock. A warder has just been round to tell us that there's a convict loose in Princetown." "God bless my soul!" cried Mr. Bascom. "You don't say so." Picking up the bottle of Burgundy, he poured himself out a glass and drained it at the gulp. "Give me quite a turn," he explained, filling it up again. The landlord regarded him sympathetically. "Yes, sir, I don't wonder. The whole of Princetown's in a rare state about it." Mr. Bascom, who still seemed to be suffering from the shock, raised his glass a second time and took 2 or 3 long, deliberate sips. "How did the beggar get away?" he inquired, setting it down again with a deep breath. "Well, sir, it seems as how, being a scene painter by trade, the warders had taken him down to the recreation rooms to paint a bit of stuff for the play they're doing next week. They left him for a minute in the room behind the stage, and when they came back they found he'd forced the door and slipped out." "Careless, careless," interpolated Mr. Bascom, filling up his glass. "Yes, sir, but the amazing thing is what's happened to him. Being in convict clothes, one would think he must have been spotted directly he showed his nose outside." A slow smile stole across Mr. Bascom's face. "It's a fair puzzler," he admitted. "If he'd got some sort of a disguise like, now, one could understand it, but—" There was a clatter of hoofs, and several uniformed men on horseback galloped past the hotel. The landlord ran to the window. "There goes the civil guard," he stammered. Mr. Bascom again raised his glass. "Here's luck to him," he remarked generously. As he drank the toast, the fat waiter re-entered bearing a well-laden tray, which he put down on the neighbouring table. "Aye, here's your lunch, sir," said the landlord. "I told them to send you up the cold tart and a bit of cheese as well. I thought you'd be able to manage a square meal after your walk." "You thought correct," said Mr. Bascom gratefully. The waiter deposited a dish in front of him and removed the cover. From a large steak, crowned with little brown curls of onion, a most exquisite flavor mounted into the air. Mr. Bascom reverently transferred the entire pile to his own plate, and then helped himself to a majestic hoard of chipped potatoes. "You're sure you've got everything you want, sir?" inquired the landlord with unintentional sarcasm. His guest gazed meditatively around the table. "Well, I think we might say a cigar and a glass of port wine to top up with," he observed. "No hurry about 'em. I'll bring them in, sir, if you'll just tell the waiter when you're ready." "Right-o," murmured Mr. Bascom, lifting a huge forkful to his mouth. "Shall I fill your glass, sir?" inquired the waiter as the landlord departed. Mr. Bascom nodded. "You needn't stop here, Percy," he remarked, when the operation was completed. "I can get through this little lot on my own." "Very well, sir," said the waiter. "There's a bell on the mantelpiece, sir, if you want me." He withdrew to the kitchen, pondering darkly on the unconventional habits of the Roman Catholic clergy. Unembarrassed by company, Mr. Bascom gave himself up without reserve to the enjoyment of his meal. Having finished the steak and mopped up the gravy with a bit of bread, he reluctantly pushed back his plate and turned his attention to the tart. 2 generous helpings of this luxury sufficed him, his repast concluding with a slab of bread and cheese that must effectively have filled up any spare corners remaining. While he ate, he kept an amused eye on the window, noting the various symptoms of unrest which were still apparent in the street. It seemed as though most of the able-bodied men in Princetown were joining in the search. Armed with sticks or pitchforks, they came hurrying past one after another to offer their services. In every case, Mr. Bascom gravely drank the health of the new arrival. Finally, when the burgundy was finished, he got up a little unsteadily from the table and rang the bell. It was answered by the waiter. Mr. Bascom looked at him affectionately. "Hullo, Percy," he remarked. "Back again, eh?" "Yes, sir, you rang, sir." "So I did. You're quite right, Percy. What was it I wanted?" His face brightened. "Oh, yes, the port wine and a cigar. The best quality cigar, mark you. None of your penny stinkers. You tell old Whiskers he'll see to it." "Yes, sir," murmured the waiter with a gasp. He retired from the room to be succeeded a minute later by the landlord, bearing an aged-looking black bottle in one hand and a large cigar-box in the other. "I hope you enjoyed your lunch, sir," he said, placing these treasures on the table. "First rate," replied Mr. Bascom, smacking his lips. "You found the wine all right, sir?" Mr. Bascom nodded humorously. "Yes, he was hiding in the bottle, but I got him out." This witticism was much to the taste of the landlord, who laughed uproariously. "That's good, sir. Got him out. Well, I've got something here that I think you'll find the right sort. A drop of real genuine 58 common year. You know, sir, I don't offer it to many gentlemen." He carefully poured out a glassful and held it up to the light. Mr. Bascom sniffed it, took a long sip, and then set down the wine-glass with a wink. "A little bit of all right," was his verdict. "Have a glass yourself, landlord." "Thank you, sir. I don't mind if I do." While he was translating his words into action, Mr. Bascom opened the cigar-box, which was full of long, light brown Havanas. "I don't know if these are too large, sir," observed the landlord. "I can get you a smaller brand if you prefer it." "Don't you trouble yourself," replied his obliging guest. He selected one, bit off the end, and lighting it with a match from a stand on the mantelpiece, blew out a thick cloud of fragrant smoke. It was the supreme moment of his adventure. He felt that fate had nothing more to offer him. "No news of the convict yet, sir," remarked the landlord. "The whole of Princetown out hunting for him." "Yes," said Mr. Bascom with a chuckle. "I've been watching 'em go by. A very handy lot of chaps they looked." He was silent for a moment. Then suddenly an idea, a terrific, dazzling idea, flooded his imagination. "Can you let me have a carriage?" he inquired. "Why, certainly, sir. How far are you thinking of going?" Mr. Bascom puffed thoughtfully at his cigar. "I want to go and see the governor of Princetown. He's a pal of mine, old Marshall is. He'd be cut up something horrid if he heard I'd gone away without looking him up." At the mention of Colonel Marshall's name, the landlord's respect for his unconventional visitor visibly increased. "I'll send out and order the Victoria at once, sir," he said. "It's only about half a mile to the governor's house, but I expect you've had enough walking for today." "You're right," said Mr. Bascom. "Driving's more my mark this afternoon. And what train shall we meet your luggage by, sir?" "The 6:30?" This seemed as good a train as any other to the owner of this imaginary encumbrance, so he nodded his head. "Tell him to be careful with it, won't you?" he added. "Oh, yes, sir. That will be all right. You'll be wanting dinner, I suppose, sir?" A sad, prophetic smile flitted across Mr. Bascom's face. "I expect I shall," he said simply. An interval of about 7 minutes ensued between the landlord's departure and the clatter of the Victoria as it drew up at the front door. That this time was not wholly wasted by Mr. Bascom might have been gathered either from the reduced weight of the port bottle or the increased unsteadiness of his own gait as he crossed the hall. He managed to reach the vehicle without disaster, however, and climbing in smiled a dignified farewell at the landlord, who had come out to see him off. The latter watched his guest drive away with a slightly puzzled expression. "Blessed if I don't believe his Reverence had a drop too much," he muttered. His Reverence certainly had. He lay back in the Victoria as it rolled up the main street, feeling immeasurably at peace with mankind. A gracious haze blurred the animated little groups of women that still clustered in front of the doorways, and mellowed their excited chatter into a drowsy and not unpleasant murmur. Had the drive been a few hundred yards longer, he would probably have arrived in a state of slumber, but the jerk of the carriage as it drew up in front of the governor's gate just saved him from this social solecism. He blinked doubtfully for a moment, and then, recognizing his surroundings, clambered cautiously out. "Am I to wait, sir?" inquired the driver. The question seemed to afford Mr. Bascom some amusement. "Yes, you wait, old sport," he replied. "Shan't be longer than I can help." Then, before the astonished driver had recovered from the shock of this unexpected address, he pushed open the wooden gate that led into the governor's garden and advanced in graceful spirals up to the well-kept drive. A vigorous pull at the front door bell resulted in the appearance of a neat, dark-eyed housemaid. Mr. Bascom gazed at her with approval. "Good morning, my dear," he remarked affably, holding on to the doorpost to steady himself. "Is the colonel at home?" "Yes, sir," said the maid. "Well, tell him that an old college friend of his would like to see him." For an instant the girl looked at him doubtfully, then, reassured by the clerical costume, invited him to step inside. Abandoning his support with extreme care, Mr. Bascom followed her into a comfortably furnished study on the left-hand side of the hall. "Will you take a seat, sir?" she said. The invitation was a shade superfluous, for his legs having suddenly failed him, the visitor had already sat down abruptly in a large easy-chair against the wall. The uncertainty in the girl's face deepened into dismay. "I will tell Colonel Marshall you are here," she said shortly, and with that she hastened from the room, shutting the door behind her. Mr. Bascom just had time to pull himself together before the governor entered. Colonel Marshall was a tall, soldierly-looking man with an upturned gray mustache and humorous eyes of a keen blue. The maid had evidently appraised him of her experience, for he looked over his caller with mingled curiosity, amusement, and suspicion. "Well, sir," he said, "and what can I do for you?" Mr. Bascom, feeling that it would be tempting Providence, made no attempt to rise. He just sat still and smiled. "You don't know me?" he observed affably. "I am afraid not," said the governor. "Ah," replied Mr. Bascom with a chuckle, "that's the disguise, sir." Lifting up his hand, he removed the wig. The governor stared at him for a moment in amazement. "Good heavens!" he cried. "It's Bascom!" The convict bowed. "You'll excuse my not getting up, sir. No intention of being disrespectful. Been lunching at the Morelands Hotel." The governor sat down in a chair and burst into a roar of laughter. "You scoundrel!" he chuckled. "You've given us a nice chase. Half the warders are out after you now. What on earth induced you to bolt? And where did you get those clothes?" He broke down again and shook with suppressed merriment. Thus adjured, Mr. Bascom unfolded his story. He told it quite simply, making no attempt to apologize for his escape or to seek avoidance in any way of the punishment that awaited him. The governor listened with vast interest and amusement, his sense of humor temporarily overcoming the amazing irregularity of the whole proceedings. When Mr. Bascom described his lunch and the production of the '58 port, he lay back in his chair and laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. Finally, when the narrative was finished, he got up. "Well, Bascom," he said with a smile, "you've had your fun, and now you've got to pay for it." The convict, who was beginning to feel better, rose instantly to his feet and saluted. The governor, not unkindly, laid his hand upon the old sinner's shoulder. "You're a disgrace to the prison, Bascom," he said, "but I'll do my best for you." And Colonel Marshall kept his word. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges. The Nadir Bandar. I had known Bruce for about 15 years before this amazing thing happened. He was a nephew of Mervyn Bruce, the famous traveller, and we had turned up the same day at Haileybury, 2 forlorn new boys. I can see him now with his shock of red hair, his friendly grin, and that funny little habit of scratching the back of his right ear, which has never left him. He came up and spoke to me in the quad. Some big fellow had just asked me my name, and when in all innocence I had said, "Bridges, what's yours?" I had been answered with a clip over the head that had sent me sprawling on the asphalt. "Why did he hit you?" asked Bruce. I explained, trying not to blubber. "You'll know him again, won't you?" said Bruce. I nodded. "That's all right," he said cheerfully. "Then you can poison his food." I remember this struck me as being a very comforting reflection, and from that moment Bruce and I have always been the best of friends. Later on we shared a study together, the corner study next the big school, and one summer holiday I went and stayed with his people in that big ivy-covered house near Goring that you can see from the railway line. When we left school our paths separated for a time. I started at journalism in London, while Bruce was sent to France to learn the language. I think his father had some idea that he would make a good Prime Minister. When the old man died, Bruce came home and settled in London. He had come into about £800 a year, and had no intention at all of going into politics. Since then we've always seen a good deal of each other. He's just about the same cheery, irresponsible, adventurous, good-natured chap that he was at school. I don't think we ever had anything approaching a quarrel in our lives. I've told you all this so that you can see exactly what sort of people we are. It's really quite unnecessary, because you won't believe my story in any case. Still, unless Bruce and I are insane, the thing really happened, and as there is absolutely no reason to suppose we are, I intend to tell it and get it off my chest. I will begin right at the beginning. It was on the 9th of February that I first learned of Mervyn Bruce's death. I saw it in the Daily Mail while I was having breakfast. There was a portrait of him in rough shooting clothes and a cork helmet. It must have been taken many years before, and a full column about his life and adventures. He had died at Etretat, where the paper said he had been living for some time. I didn't bother myself about it, because I knew that he and Bruce had not been on speaking terms for years. There had been some silly family squabble somewhere back in the dark ages, and the old explorer was one of those fatuous people who think it a point of honor to keep a thing like that up forever. So after making an ineffectual attempt at a reconciliation when he was in France, Bruce had simply let matters slide. I was therefore a little surprised to get a line from him on the 11th, saying that he was just off to Etretat to see about his uncle's funeral. The fact is, he wrote, the old chap had quarrelled with everyone by the time he died, and as I'm his nearest relation, I suppose I ought to see him through. I shall be back by the end of the week. It was 6 days before I heard anything more. Then late on Tuesday evening I received a wire from him at the office. Please come, Hampstead, tomorrow, lunch. Important. Bruce lives in one of those old-fashioned 3-story houses way to the right off the top of Haverstock Hill. I expect you know them if you've ever been up in that direction. Standing back from the road with balconies, long windows, and creeper-covered fronts, they seem to shrink in a kind of desolate dismay from the new red brick splendour which has gradually hemmed them in. Heath View, the end one, is where Bruce hangs out. It belongs to an ex-police sergeant and his wife called Jones, and Bruce has the whole of the 2 top floors. They make him very comfortable, but I have often wondered why he doesn't take a flat. He says it is because Mrs. Jones is the only woman in London who can cook a mushroom omelette. When I rang the bell, the possessor of this unique talent opened the door herself. She's a tall, good-looking woman of about 40, with that sort of grave, respectful manner you don't often meet nowadays. Yes, Mr. Bruce was in, she said, and expecting me. Would I go straight up? Bruce heard me coming and flung open the door. He had just jumped up from his desk, which was littered with papers and bundles of deeds tied up by red tape. He looked flushed and a little excited. "Come along in," he said. "I was just beginning to be afraid you couldn't turn up." I discarded my coat and followed him into the room. "I couldn't neglect such a poignant wire," I said. "What's the matter? Have you come into a fortune?" He laughed in a curious, jerky sort of way, and just then Mrs. Jones came in and began to lay the table for lunch. As soon as she'd gone down again, Bruce walked across to the fireplace and threw down his cigarette in the grate. "I didn't get any money," he said abruptly. "The old chap left every cent he had to Reardon, the man who published his book of travels." "I should dispute the will," I said. "An author who leaves money to a publisher is obviously mad." Bruce scratched his ear for a moment in silence. "I've got something else, though," he said at last. Then he stepped to his desk, pulled open the drawer, and took out a small, dark green object. "What do you make of it?" he said, handing it to me. I took it and crossed to the window so as to get it in a better light. I'm not a particularly impressionable person, but when I saw it at close quarters, I, as nearly as possible, dropped it. "Good heavens," I said. "What a loathsome thing! What is it? A monkey or a devil?" Bruce laughed uneasily. "It's the Nadir Bandar," he said. At that moment the door opened and Mrs. Jones came in again with a mushroom omelette. I stuffed the infernal piece of jade away in my pocket, and we sat down at the table. It was not until she had shut the door behind her that I took it out. "And what the devil is the Nadir Bandar when it's at home?" I asked, setting the horrible thing up on the tablecloth in front of me. Bruce laid down his fork and, putting his hand in his pocket, pulled out a couple of sheets of dirty folded foolscap. "You'd better read that," he said. I took them with no little curiosity. They were written in a very fine, sloping hand, and were headed, "An account of the finding of the Nadir Bandar, not to be published until after my death. Mervyn Bruce." Here is the whole thing as it was written. "I first heard of the Nadir Bandar when I was at Nick in 73. I was told of it by the Sheikh Al Abbas, who claimed himself to be descended from Nadir Shah. Al-Abbas had been wounded in the rebellion against Nasr ed-Din and had fled to Nik, where I found him dying and in disguise. I took him into my house and looked after him as well as I could, for the man was a great man of noble blood and not an accursed Turkish dog like Nasr ed-Din. On the night before he died he spoke to me of the Nadir Bandar. If I had it, he said, I would wish to be well, and I would also wish that Nasr ed-Din should be eaten of worms. Myself: What is the Nadir Bandar, Sheikh al-Abbas? I have not heard of it. The Sheikh: There is but one who has heard of it, and he will die with the coming of the sun. Myself: It is a great power if it can grant such wishes as you name. The Sheikh: There is no wish that it cannot grant. 4 times may a man call upon it, and 4 times will it answer. With its aid my ancestor Nadir Shah conquered the entire world. Myself: If he possessed such a power, Sheikh al-Abbas, why did he allow himself to be slain? The Sheikh: 4 times had he called on it, and 4 times had it answered. Myself: You mean that its power had passed away? The Sheikh: He had buried it at the meeting of the waters. His last wish had been that he might win the world and gain the mountain of light. When this was granted, he buried it beneath the great sunstone at the meeting of the waters. After that he was slain. Myself: And where is the meeting of the waters, Sheikh al-Abbas? The Sheikh: I cannot say. All that I know I was told by my father, who had had it from his father before him. When I rose next morning, the Sheikh al-Abbas was dead. I buried him, pondering greatly over his story. Some would have dismissed it from their minds as the babbling of a dying man, but I have seen many strange things in this world, and I knew well that the Sheikh al-Abbas had spoken what he believed to be true. So soon as I could get away from Nik in safety, I travelled through to Quetta, and there, procuring a map, I traced out the marches of Nadir Shah as he came back from the ravishing of Delhi. So far as I could see, there was but one place to which the phrase used by the Sheikh al-Abbas could be applied. That was a few miles to the east of Jalalabad, where the Chitral and Kabul rivers mingle together and flow down to the Great Lakes. I made my way up to Peshawar, and in the disguise of an Afghan hillman crossed the border. At Lalpura I fell in with a travelling merchant who was in much fear of being waylaid by robbers. 2, said he, are better company than 1, and together we set out on the road to Jalalabad. We passed through Kila Akunt before the sun was high in the sky, and halted for our midday rest on the bank of the Kabul river. It was there that I learned of the temple of the Sunstone. It stood before us at the meeting of the waters, a low stone building set on an island in midstream. When my companion spoke of it by its name, my heart leaped suddenly within me, for I recalled the words of the Sheikh al-Abbas. It is very sacred, said my companion. No one but the priests of the sun are allowed to enter or even to land on the island. I made no reply to him, and later on we continued our journey to Jalalabad, where we parted. That night I rode out from the city and tied up my horse in a thicket on the bank of the river opposite to the temple. Then, stripping myself of my clothes, I entered the water and swam to the island, having some matches and a loaded pistol in my turban. These I took out on landing and advanced very carefully towards the gate of the temple. It was shut, and I could find no means of opening it save by breaking it in with a stone. This I did, waiting in some anxiety to see what might happen. There was no sound or movement, and I entered. The temple was quite dark inside, so halting and striking a match, I held it up above my head and looked about me. The floor was of beaten earth, and at the further end I beheld a large red stone, as red as blood, and guarded by golden rails. There were 2 candles, one each side, set in brass candlesticks. These I lighted, and then without more ado set to work digging out the earth under the stone with the aid of my knife. I must have laboured for the best part of an hour before the steel struck upon something hard, and the blade snapped in my hand. In another minute I had dragged to light an ancient iron box, which had rusted fully as red as the stone above. The cover fell off as I lifted it, and inside I beheld the Nadir Bandar. Scarcely had I taken it in my hand when the door of the temple opened. I looked up quickly. In the gloom I could see 3 figures, tall men, robed in white and carrying swords. I raised my pistol, but as I did so the words of the Sheikh al-Abbas came flooding into my mind. "I wish," said I clearly, and without hesitation, "that I was in Peshawar." For a moment my eyes closed. When I opened them, I was standing outside the house in Peshawar where I had lately lodged. At this point I laid down the manuscript and burst into a shout of laughter. Bruce leaned across and picked it up. "You think it's all nonsense?" he said. "I think," said I, "that as an explorer your uncle can give points to Louis de Rougemont and Dr. Cook. The picture of him suddenly appearing naked in the main street of Peshawar with a pistol in one hand and the Nadir Bandar in the other is about the richest touch of imagination I've ever struck." "Do you think it's all a lie?" persisted Bruce. I stared at him. "My dear chap," I said, "it's either a lie or else the old boy was as mad as a March hare. Considering he left his money to a publisher, I personally incline to the latter theory." Bruce sat silent for a minute, scratching his ear. Then he laughed in a rather apologetic sort of fashion. "You'll think I'm dotty too," he said, "but do you know, upon my soul, I believe there's something in it." "Oh, get out," I said, "and pass me the whiskey." Bruce handed over the bottle. "I'm not joking," he went on obstinately. "I've got a funny sort of feeling that the old chap was speaking the truth." "You ought to take something for it," I said. "Mother Seagull or Dr. Williams' pink pills for neurotic nephews." Bruce got up, and crossing to the mantelpiece, began to fill a pipe. For some moments we both remained silent. "Well, look here," he broke out at last rather awkwardly. "I'm going to have a wish and see what happens." I shook my head with a kind of mock disapproval. "You're sure to be sorry," I said. "These things always turn out badly. Think of Uncle Peter's fairy story." "What's that?" asked Bruce. "It's a book," I replied. "A book that delighted my early childhood. As far as I can recollect, everyone in it was allowed to have one wish, and the results were, well, not quite what they expected. I remember one kind-hearted lady wishing that the blacksmith's baby, who was dying of consumption, should be as well and strong as its father. In about 3 minutes the baby was decimating the village with a sledgehammer." "I shall be very careful," remarked Bruce, a little uncomfortably. "By the way," I interrupted, "what happened to your uncle? You took away his manuscript before I'd finished it." "He never had any more wishes," said Bruce. "The first shot seems to have frightened him off it." I laughed. "I don't wonder," I said. "One experience like that would be enough to make me sign the pledge forever." Bruce came to the table and picked up the Nadir Bandar. "What are you going to wish?" I asked mischievously. "For goodness' sake, be careful." "It's all right," he answered. "I've got 4 wishes, so I can always unwish one if it goes wrong." Then he paused. "I wish," he said, very slowly and distinctly, "that I may be irresistible to all women." I burst out laughing. "Good heavens," I said, "you've done it now. Think what will happen if you run up against a girls' school. What on earth made you wish that?" An obstinate look came into Bruce's face. "It's Cynthia," he said. "Cynthia West, you know. I want to marry her, and she won't give up the stage." "Well, you needn't have indulged in quite such a sweeping demand," I protested. Bruce looked a little ashamed. "I thought I'd be on the safe side," he explained. "You see, I might get tired of Cynthia one day, and then it would save wasting a second wish." "Well, I'm blessed," I said. "For a lover, I think you're about the most cold-blooded cynic I ever struck. What are you going to wish next?" "I must have some money," Bruce said thoughtfully. "You must," I agreed. "Plenty. 800 a year won't go far with Cynthia, to say nothing of the others." "What about $1 billion in consols?" suggested Bruce. I shook my head. "Too much," I said. "Think what the Clarion and Reynolds would say about it. You'd have no peace." "I know," exclaimed Bruce suddenly. I wish that I had as much money as John P. Fox, the American rubber king." "That ought to see you through all right," I remarked approvingly. "The papers say he's worth $6 millions." Bruce again held up the Nadir Bandar. "I wish," said he, "that I had as much money as John P. Fox, the American rubber king." "Two up and one to play," I said, laughing. "You may as well have a third while you're about it. That will still leave you one to hedge with." Bruce thought a moment. "I wish that I may live forever," he said. "Good!" I cried. "You'll be able to read Hall Caine's next novel right through." With this hopeful reflection I got up from my chair and walked to the window. "Now this tomfoolery's over," I observed with a yawn. "What are we going to do?" Bruce scratched his ear. "I shall go and call on Cynthia, I think," he said in a rather apologetic voice. "After all, you know," he added lamely, "there might be something in it." "Superstition," I began, when coupled with— Then I stopped abruptly. The excellent aphorism that I was about to utter was never completed. "What's up?" asked Bruce, turning to me in surprise. I pointed to the door of the room. "Look at that," I said. It was opening, slowly and stealthily, without a sound. We stared at it in amazement. "Who's there?" called out Bruce sharply. There was a moment's pause, and then, very quietly, Mrs. Jones slipped into the room and shut the door behind her. She was breathing quickly, and her face was curiously flushed. For several seconds we all three stood facing each other. Then Bruce spoke. "What's the matter, Mrs. Jones? Are you ill?" he asked. The woman made no reply. With her eyes half closed, she rocked slowly from side to side as if about to fall. "Look out!" I cried. "She's going to faint." We both sprang forward together, but Bruce got there first and caught her by the shoulders. In a flash she had clutched him, winding her arms round his waist and burying her face in his coat with a little cry halfway between a laugh and a sob. For a moment Bruce was too dumbfounded to resist. Then, with frantic energy, he made a vain attempt to disentangle himself from her embrace. "Here, let me go," he stammered. "What are you doing? What's the matter? Pull her off, Bridges, pull her off." I hastened to his assistance, feeling as if I was taking part in some exceptionally spirited nightmare. To and fro we swayed, pulling, struggling, and banging against the table. At last, with a mighty heave, I managed to unfasten one of her hands, and ducking down, Bruce tore himself free. "She's mad," he gasped. "Shove her outside and lock the door. Quick!" "Well, give us a hand, then," I panted, for the woman was twisting and writhing in a manner that made it almost impossible to hold her. Watching his opportunity, Bruce leaped in and seized her disengaged wrist. She fought furiously, but together we half pushed, half carried her into the passage, and then, wrenching ourselves loose, leapt back into the room and slammed and locked the door. I sank down on the sofa and gazed at Bruce, who leaned against a table, mopping his forehead with a handkerchief. Presently he found his voice. "Lord," he muttered in an awestruck whisper, "I never thought the darn thing would work like this." That revived me. "Don't be an idiot," I cried sharply. "You don't suppose it's got anything to do with your beastly green monkey? The wretched woman's gone clean off her head. Something must be done at once." At that moment there came a savage hammering on the panels of the door. "I know what I'm going to do," exclaimed Bruce hastily, "and that's get out of the window. She'll have Jones up in a moment if she goes on like that, and the man's as jealous as Satan. He'd kill me for a certainty before I had time to explain." "Well, I'm not going to be left here with a couple of gibbering lunatics," I protested, jumping up from the sofa. He caught me by the sleeve. "Come on, then. We can get out on the balcony and climb down by the ivy. Anything's better than waiting for Jones." By this time I was so bewildered that I think I should have fallen in with any suggestion, however ludicrous. I remember some vague wonder passing through my mind as to what the next door people would think if they saw us swarming down the front of the house, but with the door threatening to yield every instant before Mrs. Jones's frantic assault, there was no opportunity for detached reflection. Grabbing my hat from the table, I followed Bruce out onto the balcony, shutting the window behind me. One glance up and down showed us that the road was empty. "You go first," I said unselfishly. "You're in most danger." He climbed the rail, and clutching the stems of the ivy with both hands, slid off into space. Leaning over, I watched him swaying downwards in short, spasmodic jerks. Suddenly, from within the room came the crash of a splintering panel. "Look out!" I yelled hurriedly. "I'm coming!" And scrambling over the rail, I too committed myself to that inadequate creeper. I know that in books of adventure people swarm up and down an ivy-clad house without the faintest inconvenience, but as one who's tried it, I can only say that it's about the most poisonously impossible feat ever attempted. Bruce was luckier than I. He was within 4 feet of the ground when the stuff gave way. I must have fallen at least 12, and I landed in a rose bush. Bruce, who had scrambled to his feet, rushed up and pulled me out of the wreckage. "Hurt?" he inquired eagerly. "Oh, no," I replied with some bitterness, "not in the least. I love to come down sitting on a rose bush. It's a kind of hobby of mine." We had no time to squabble, however. Before Bruce could answer, we heard the window above flung violently open and the furious panting of Mrs. Jones as she climbed out onto the balcony. That was enough. With incredible celerity, we dashed for the garden gate and nearly killed ourselves trying to get out at the same moment. Then turning to the right, we raced down the road towards Haverstock Hill. We must have covered at least half the distance before I regained sufficient sanity to realize what we were doing. Then I clutched Bruce by the arm. "Steady on," I gasped. "If there's anyone looking, they'll think we're mad." Even as I spoke, there came a sharp "toof, toof," and instinctively we pulled up. Round the corner of Fitzjohn Villas bowled a solitary taxi, the driver leaning back comfortably in his seat and smoking a big cigar. "Hi!" we yelled in unison. Some note of unusual urgency in our summons must have attracted him, for he at once applied his brakes. Having done this, however, he recollected himself, and removing his cigar, spat pleasantly in the roadway. "Nothing doing, governor," he said with a kind of gloomy satisfaction. "Just off to the garage." "You must," I said desperately. "We're in a hurry. We can't wait. I'll give you a sovereign." "A sovereign?" he repeated dully. "Where do you want to go?" "Piccadilly Circus," I blurted out. It was the first place that came into my head. He stared at me, and then something like a look of sympathy crept into his face. "Ah," he said, "get in." For about 3 minutes after the taxi started, neither of us spoke. Then Bruce broke the silence. "Well," he said, "do you believe it now?" I turned on him angrily. "Look here," I cried, "don't talk blithering rot. The thing's impossible. You know it as well as I do." He shook his head. "Well, what about Mrs. Jones?" he said obstinately. "Mrs. Jones," I repeated, "is the victim of the same disease that you're suffering from, common or garden hysteria. No doubt she was listening at the door and overheard your tomfool nonsense with that ridiculous monkey. Being a highly strung, passionate sort of woman—" Bruce cut me short. "Jones," he said, "is always complaining that she's too cold." "Cold," I groaned. "Oh, Lord. So it couldn't be that," he added. "Well, if it isn't that," I said, "what the blazes is it? You don't seriously expect me to believe in black magic and mumbo-jumbo and all that sort of bunkum, do you?" Bruce scratched his ear. "I don't know," he said unhappily. We sat in silence as the cab ran on, each of us staring out of the window on our respective sides. It was not until we were halfway up Tottenham Court Road that I suddenly noticed the time. There was a big clock outside one of the furniture shops, and the hands were pointing to 2:30. I called Bruce's attention to the fact. "Cynthia won't have finished her lunch yet," I said. "We'd better get out at Piccadilly Circus and walk up, or perhaps you'd rather go alone." "No," he answered eagerly. "I want you to come. You needn't stay, you know, but I'd like you to just come and see what happens." "All right," I said, with a laugh. "I may as well see you through, now I've begun. If Cynthia starts embracing you, I'll leave the room." "Oh, don't joke about it," said Bruce nervously. The cab swerved its way through the traffic in Piccadilly Circus and drew up with a jerk opposite Swan and Edgar's. We got out, and I handed the man a sovereign, which I had ready. He took it with a friendly smile. "Thank you, sir," he said, "and good luck." "It's my cab," said Bruce, as we turned into Regent Street. "Very well," I answered. "We won't fight about it. You can pay me as soon as your green monkey pushes along those 6 millions. By this time we were just opposite the entrance to the Piccadilly Hotel. As we passed, the door swung open, and a handsome woman dressed in a long sable cloak stepped out onto the pavement. In the roadway opposite, a liveried manservant was holding open the door of a smart electric brougham. At the sight of us she paused, and her lips parted in one of the sweetest smiles I've ever seen. We both took off our hats, but as Bruce made no attempt to stop, I walked on with him. "Who is she?" I whispered. He stared at me. "I don't know," he said. "I thought she was a friend of yours." "Never seen her in my life," I answered. "I wonder who she took us for." I looked round, then touched his arm. "Bruce," I said, "she's following us." He glanced back over his shoulder, and I saw him start as though something had stung him. "Come on," he muttered, suddenly quickening his pace. "Why? What does it matter?" I protested. "Others, too," he whispered. "Just behind her, 3 or 4 of them. It's that infernal charm." "Bosh!" I said incredulously, and then turned round to take another look. For a moment I felt as if someone had suddenly placed a large piece of ice inside my waistcoat. At least 5 women were following us along the pavement, headed by the lady in sables. There could be no possible doubt about it. Even as I looked, 2 girls who had been walking in the other direction suddenly pulled up, and then turning round came hurriedly in pursuit of the rest. We seemed to be clearing Regent Street. "This is awful," I gasped. "What are we to do?" "We must take a taxi," stammered Bruce, looking wildly about him. Of course, as luck would have it, there was not a cab of any kind passing. We couldn't wait, for every moment things were growing worse. Women were appearing suddenly out of shops and hurrying over from the other side of the street in 2s and 3s, recklessly indifferent to the traffic. In less than a minute a jostling crowd of about 50 or 60 were sweeping after us up the pavement. "Run!" gasped Bruce. "Run!" It was, of course, about as mad a thing as we could have done, but panic, stark, blind panic, had gripped hold of us, and our only feeling was a frantic desire to escape. Without another word, we took to our heels. Of what followed, I have a somewhat confused recollection. I remember a terrific uproar all round us, yells of "Suffragettes! Stop 'em! Police!" And then 2 helmeted figures in dark blue suddenly leaped across our path. I suppose they must have taken us for cabinet ministers, for they opened out to let us go through, and without hesitation hurled themselves into the wild avalanche of pursuing women. The check was only a momentary one, but it saved us. Before the shattered column could reform, we had reached the corner of Vigo Street, where a taxi, a thrice blessed taxi with an excited, beckoning driver at the wheel, was standing in readiness. "Jump in!" he roared, as we hurled ourselves panting at the door. Willing hands banged it behind us. Someone raised a cheer as we sank back on the seat, and there we were, spinning past the Bodley Head, with the tumult and shouting dying away behind us. There are some emotions which words are quite inadequate to express. At that moment Bruce and I were suffering from about 6 of them. It was the taxi driver who first broke the silence. At the bottom of Bond Street he pulled up, and, projecting his head round the side of the cab, signified his desire to speak with us. Mechanically I pulled down the window. "The House of Commons, Governor?" he inquired. "No," I said dully. "Cynthia's flat." He stared at me, and I recollected myself. "Manor Court, Marylebone Road," I observed harshly. He swung round, and we retraced our way up Bond Street. Just as we were emerging from the bottom of Harley Street, Bruce leaned across and laid his hand on my arm. "After I've seen Cynthia," he said brokenly, "I shall unwish that first wish." I nodded. The taxi drew up at the gate of Manor Court, and we got out. The driver looked at us with interest. "Just in time, I was," he observed. "They'd have had you in another minute." Bruce handed him half a sovereign. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Thank you." And he paused. "I knows what them suffragettes wants," he added, "and if I had my way I'd give it 'em." With this dark saying he slipped in his clutch and left us. Side by side we walked up the gravelled drive and stepped in through the main entrance. Cynthia's flat is on the ground floor on the right-hand side, the one with the green door and the copper knocker. Bruce laid his hand on the latter and then hesitated. "Go on," I said bitterly. "Think what we've been through." His face hardened and he gave 2 sharp ratats. A minute's pause, a sound of footsteps, and then the door swung open. A pretty, dark girl in the dress of a parlour-maid was standing before us. Bruce cleared his throat. "Is Miss West at home?" he asked huskily. She looked at him curiously for a moment without replying, then suddenly she said, "Yes, sir," and stepped back from the door. We followed her into the hall, laying our hats and sticks on the table inside. Bruce's hands were shaking like leaves. Without looking at us, the girl led the way down the passage and opened a door on the left-hand side. "Will you please come in here, sir?" she said gently. Bruce, who was about 2 paces ahead of me, stepped in first. In a flash the girl had followed him, slamming the door in my face with a bang that echoed through the flat. I pulled up short, and as I did so there came a stifled cry from Bruce. "Help! Help! Bridges, help!" Flinging the door open again, I rushed in. As far as I could see, Bruce and the housemaid were engaged in a rather strenuous waltz. They were swaying down the room, wreathed in each other's arms, splendidly regardless of the furniture. Even as I entered, they fetched up against the end of the sofa and collapsed into a tangled heap. At that instant something heavy struck me violently in the back and sent me reeling against the wall. A big woman in a print dress, her arms covered with flour and a rolling pin in her hand, brushed violently past me. In 2 strides she reached the sofa and, seizing hold of the dark girl, began to drag her away from Bruce. If the latter's collar had not given way, he would certainly have been choked. As it was, the stud broke just in the nick of time. The 2 women reached the floor together with a loud thud, the rolling pin clattering away across the room. Next moment, collarless and dishevelled, Bruce was leaping for the door. I followed him, grabbing the handle and slamming it behind me. As luck would have it, there was a lock outside, and while Bruce snatched up his hat and fumbled with the front door, I turned the key with a savage force that broke it off short in my hand. Then, like 2 drunken men, we fell rather than staggered out into the main hall. Fortunately, there was no one about. Panting and exhausted, we leaned against the foot of the lift, while Bruce, by turning his collar up and brushing his coat with one hand, made a feeble attempt to regain some semblance of respectability. We were interrupted by the crunch of footsteps on the drive outside. "Look out," I whispered hastily. "There's someone coming." Bruce straightened himself just as a burly porter in uniform swung in through the doorway. He evidently recognized us as friends of Cynthia, for he saluted with a friendly but respectful smile. "Good day, gentlemen," he remarked. "I'm afraid Miss West ain't in town. Gone to Reigate, so I understand. Perhaps you've seen the parlour-maid?" I nodded my head. "Yes," I said, "we have seen the parlour-maid. Could you get us a cab?" "Certainly, sir. Taxi, sir?" "Doesn't matter," interrupted Bruce in a dazed voice, "as long as there are no women in it." I nudged him warningly, but the porter, evidently taking him for a humorist, laughed heartily. "Very well, sir," he said briskly. "I'll see to that, sir." Then, pulling a whistle from under his uniform, he stepped outside and blew a shrill blast. Almost immediately a taxi rolled up the drive. The porter opened the door, and as we came down the steps to get in, a small boy with a bundle of newspapers under his arm dashed up and thrust one out before me. "Here you are, sir. 2:30 winner. Death of a well-known millionaire, sir." "Push off, my lad," said the porter grandly. I had pulled a penny out of my pocket, however, before he spoke, and with an evening news in my hand I followed Bruce into the taxi. "Where to, sir?" inquired the porter. For a moment I was floored. "The Bachelors' Club," said Bruce, handing him a shilling. The porter saluted and passed on the instructions. "Bruce," I said dully, "do you realize what we're spending in cabs?" Bruce shook his head with an air of utter weariness. "It doesn't matter," he said. "I've got 6 million somewhere." Half an hour earlier I should have laughed. As it was, I only stared at him stupidly. "Yes," I said, "I suppose you have." Then, in a sort of mechanical way, I opened the paper. For a moment I gazed at it like a man in a trance. "What's the matter?" asked Bruce. I was past speaking. I could only point, with a trembling finger, to the 3 huge headlines which seemed to dance mockingly across the page. "Suicide of John P. Fox. Ruined Rubber King blows out his brains. Pauper for the past 6 weeks." Bruce read them aloud in a strange, dry voice. Then he burst out into a horrid, cackling, mad sort of laugh. "That's done it!" he cried. "No money, and this nightmare of a day forever?" His voice rose to a scream. "I'm damned if I do!" he yelled. Thrusting his hand into his pocket, he pulled out the Nadir Bandar. "I wish," he sobbed, "that I'd never had a wish at all." End of section 16. Read by Sandra near Montreal. End of The Cruise of the Scandal and Other Stories by Victor Bridges.